performance industry. We don't take instruction well.
Yeah. Now we got the front row people.
Oh!
Cover the rest of the stuff back here.
Yeah, come on down.
Yeah, there you go. Got deal. You have to don't walk through there.
I think you just need to let it just hang out.
Just
like let it go.
Follow the arrows.
That's right.
I know how you are, Scott. You'll get in trouble, so just like I did.
Here, I'll move my spot. We're going to have 2 rows, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just go ahead and admit it.
Okay, so somebody else organize and coordinate that.
This is a shot of like,
We're going to pan.
look at all these amazing personalities
Yes.
to us. We're going to start talking, but then the personalities are going to leave, and we're just going to have Ben and a couple others.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And we're going to go over that logistics with these guys.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 Engine Performance Expo. You are looking at some of the greatest minds in engine building, and now you are looking at Lake Speed Jr. I am Joe Costello, and we are back once again for what has become a yearly tradition in the engine building trade. Lake, welcome back. Happy New Year. And we just saw a group of people that are going to be taking us through and guiding us through so many great moments of information as we build on what we've done over the past couple of years.
Oh, Joe, it's an all-star cast. I mean, those are the greatest minds in engine building, and they're all right here in Piney Flats, Tennessee. And we've got we have a plethora of information to be disseminated this year. We have tons of awesome videos. We actually have 2 engines. So we've got the Engine Performance Expo LS that we've been developing. We went through last year. We ended up right around, I think, 1,046, 1,047 horsepower out of that engine.
Just.
Right, all bone stock parts, you know. But this year we've added in a second engine. So we found one of my dad's old NASCAR engines.
Yeah, the coy smile, right? This is a great story. I'm so excited about this because this kind of spawned at the previous Engine Expo, right? Like, how do we showcase new technology? And you took that ball and ran with it.
Yeah, so we actually found one of my dad's old engines that he had been using for vintage road racing in the shop. And we're like, this is literally a time capsule. What engine technology was in 2002 when the engine was built. Here, 20 years later, let's take it apart. Use the same block, same head, same manifold, same oil pan, but just change the pistons, the rings, the cam, talking about the stuff we've been talking about in the expo, and find out, you put up or shut up, right? If you do these things, what happens?
Right, how much horsepower can be gained with 20 years of technological advancement?
Right, so we dynoed the engine this past summer at Pro Motor. So tomorrow afternoon, Dennis Borm from PME will be sitting right here with me and you, and we can talk about that project a little bit. We won't tell you now what the outcome was. We can tell you this, that engine, when we put it together after sitting for 20 years, and we dynoed this summer, it only made 477 horsepower.
Wow.
So it was down, but it still ran. And when we took it apart, we really couldn't find anything wrong with it. It was a bit of a mystery as to why the engine didn't make more power than it did. So as we go through today and tomorrow, we'll address what we did to it in detail, and then when Dennis gets here, we'll show you what it actually made.
Spoiler alert, if it was negative, we wouldn't be talking about it.
Right. It's pretty impressive, you know. So between taking the Engine Performance Expo LS and improving it, and then taking Dad's engine and improving it, I think we're going to have some pretty great real-world examples of what the technology we've been talking about for these, well, this is 3 years now, the 4th episode, of all the stuff we've been talking about, it's time to put up or shut up. And I will definitely tell you, the night before we dynoed Dad's engine, I was nervous, right? Because it's like, this is really put up or shut up moment, right? Because all those great minds we just saw, they all helped contribute to this project. So if we couldn't make a good number, then we should all go home. But we didn't have to.
We're not going home. We are not going home. So over the course of the next 2 days, and we encourage you to subscribe. For those of you on YouTube, click the bell, share the show. This is the kind of thing for this year, for the first time, absolutely free, and anybody can watch, and you can spread it all over your social media. And many people watch after the fact,
right.
Months ahead. We encourage you guys to do that as well, because this is about sharing information. And every one of our guests, they've got something to contribute, whether we're talking about how to store your engine, we're talking about fuel pressure, all these different aspects. Whether you're a racer, a bracket racer, a round track racer, you will learn something over the next 2 days. We've tightened up the show, and it is going to be great.
A little faster pace. So as opposed to having longer build videos, these are going to be a little bit shorter, faster pace process the next couple of days. And you know, it's funny, I was listening to a podcast from Formula One that's not Drive Survive, that's a TV show, Netflix. Formula One Beyond the Grid.
Okay.
It's a great podcast. I was listening to it, and they said, you know, how the drivers actually, after the season this year, they had a dinner, all in together. First time in 20-something years they did that. And what it shows is this the new generation we're in now, is that we're in a place where collaboration, right? DW used to call it co-opetition,
yes.
Right? That we're working together. In the old days, people kept information to themselves. Today's world, we're actually sharing technology, and we're helping each other move along.
And it is a community, and there's friendships, there's relationships, and we all got together. And as we get started, though, we start with a heavy heart.
We do. There was some real sad news this week. So before we go further with the show, we really had to pay tribute to Danny Jessel, who's literally one of the foundations of this industry. I think that we need to pay tribute to Danny and his legacy. So we've asked John Callies, Billy Godbold, and Ben Strader to say a few words and to help us kind of memorialize Danny.
Guys, Danny Jessel.
Well, thanks, guys. You know, this is one of those times where it's kind of an honor to be asked to say something that nobody ever wants to have to say, and to lose a friend like Danny Jessel. You guys had a lot more time with him than I did, but he had such an impact on our industry. One of my favorite memories is, you know, I was walking around the PRI show, and my feet hurt, and I sat down to just take a break, and I looked up, the next thing I know, Danny comes over and he sits down next to me and he goes, "Hey, I just wanted to say congratulations on your Spinal Tap project." And I thought, oh my gosh, I didn't even know that he knew I was working on it, you know. But it was like he always had this smile, he always had this energy, and the things that he did that made my life easier as an engine builder, like I feel like we just rode on his coattails for all the impact he had on our industry. So it's sort of an honor to be asked to say something about him, but at the same time, it's one of those things you wish you didn't have to do, you know.
Yeah, John, you knew him the longest, so you know.
Yeah, Danny and I guess first got together in '72, and then in '74 I did the Big Chief head, and Danny, I wanted him to do the rocker arm system on it, of which he did. It was a very successful program. But first, I'd like to say our hearts and prayers go out to his family and everybody at Jessel, and Wayne. I mean, his wife, his child. It was a terrible shock, because at PRI I didn't even realize Danny was in trouble, and he was such a pioneer on everything, and he never stopped thinking. Mm-hmm. He just was one of those guys that was always thinking about how to make stuff faster, better, and certainly his product line is beyond reproach. He does a beautiful job. So anyway, I know they're going to carry forward, but it's a sad day.
Tremendous life and career. Billy, you know, thinking about what you do and have done now, and what he did so far back in the advancement of technology, right? Like to be able to come up with the concepts to keep valve trains steady. Drag racer, of course, at first, and then expanded into everything.
No, I mean, his fingerprints, when we picture a American V8 race engine, Danny Jessel's fingerprints are all over that. You know, when you just look at the engine, most of them you're going to see a belt drive up front. You know, he made that work. There's people had that idea, but there were some engineering details. There were some things that you had to do. The seals, you had to get a good belt. You had to make everything right. He executed that at such a high level. The rocker arms, when you take out a valve cover, the way rocker arms are laid out, you know, everybody was doing straight with offsets and they were all bent and everything. From the aluminum rocker arm to then how the stands were done and everything, he did all that. I mean, this is a guy who in his office, you know, most people when they get successful and everything, when, you know, they might buy an airplane, they might buy a boat, they might buy a cabin and the thing. He would have tinkering shops in his office. He would have a Bridgeport. He'd have lathes. He would, you know, he was most happy when he was had an idea and then tried to whittle it out of steel and aluminum. You know, when I first started, you know, I love road racing. And so 24 Hours Le Mans is like one of my favorite things ever. But when we started doing camshafts for teams in 24 Hour Le Mans, they were all flat tappet camshafts. Rollers were legal, but you couldn't run them because nobody had a roller lifter that would finish a 24-hour race. Well, Danny just wouldn't take that for an answer. And he built this lifter that was so robust that it didn't have any trouble with 24 hours. And that wound up becoming the lifter that everybody runs in NASCAR today. That you know, because NASCAR used to be flat tappet cams in the Winston Cup because it was the longer races. He built a lifter that would run for the whole 24-hour, you know, whole 24-hour Le Mans for that thing. You know, Danny, I grew up, you know, Scooter was sort of my mentor and Harvey Crane was my professor. I went to Harvey's all the time. Danny Jessel is like the Ed Iskandarians, the Ed Winfields, the Harvey Cranes. He's in the Mount Rushmore. He is the pantheon of engine builders. You know, he started getting interested in the AETC, which is a lot like the Performance Expo. And I decided, hey, look, I'm going to be this guy's friend. So every time that, you know, and he always saw me as a competitor. I always saw him as a hero. And so, like, every time he'd go have, you know, I'd watch and I'd be staking out in the back and like, where's he going to sit down? And every time he sat down and have a meal, I made sure I'm just right up there next to him talking to him. And, you know, eventually we became very fast friends. I got to help on the Equal 8 and be part of some of that sort of things. But, you know, it was like, that was one of those guys that you're like, okay, if I become anything in this industry, I'm going to leverage that to become this guy's friend because he's my hero.
Does he know that you manipulated him? Like,
oh, absolutely.
Okay.
You know, it was totally, you know, I let him know afterwards
Yes.
that,
You gotta do
that this is absolutely, you're my hero. And it was weird because for Danny, he saw, because I was involved in Valve Train, he was in Valve Train, you know, he'd be working for one cup team, I'd be working with another cup team. Sometimes we were working on the same, but he always saw it was kind of like a competitive side being a drag racer. And it's like, no, Danny, you are not a competitor. You're my friend. You know, I'll do anything in the world to try to help you achieve anything you can. And, you know, it's going to be so interesting because this industry is better because Dan Jessel was part of it.
Yeah, and he left us a template, right? Like he gave us a way of thinking about problem solving and about running business. We were talking the other day about how good he was, you know, and treating people. You know, he just all the things that you would want to be. When I grow up, I want to be like Danny Jessel. I mean, that was great.
I said he was a hero, and I remember AETC that the last time I spoke, I was so prepared. And I had this great presentation. I got up and looked down, and the first person that I saw in front of me was Danny Jessel, and I had a complete panic attack. I'm like, I don't know what to say because I can't talk about this in front of that guy because he knows stuff and I don't. He's Danny Jessel. Yeah. But he was a real, like you said, just a champion of our industry. Somebody that did everything the way it should be done and gave us something to look forward to and look up to and say, he's our role model.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that you said, like, you know, a lot of us try to figure out how to make a business plan then make a product. Dan's like, well, we need this, so we're going to make this. And then we're going to figure out how to sell it afterwards, or we're just going to make this because, I mean, like he made the Equal 8 just to show it could be done.
Yeah.
You know, there wasn't a class, there wasn't a way to make money off of it. It's just, this is the way I think an engine should be built. And the same thing, like the belt drive, this is the way a belt drive should be done. The rocker arms is the way a rocker, the lifters is the way a lifter. Everything
Clamshell bearings.
Clamshell bearings.
Yeah.
This is the way it should be done. And then if people adopted it, it was like, if it was successful business-wise, awesome.
Yeah.
If it wasn't, well, he still made something he was proud of, and he was going to make something he was proud of first.
Yeah.
And then if you build a business case, great. If you can't, okay.
And we're going to learn more about the Equal 8 over the course of the next couple of days as well. We're going to feature that, and it has run an NHRA comp eliminator now, and just amazing stuff. But it's unfortunate that we have to go through this, but I always think about what the person that we are honoring would want us to do.
Right. And
it is my guess, and of course, John, you knew Danny the best. What do you think he would want us to do here today with this program? Go forward.
And that's Danny. I mean, Danny was, we were a competitor, but still a good friend. And Danny doing it in the U.S., U.S. people, I wish we had 20 of them, you know, but Danny built a gorgeous business, and it's going to continue to succeed. And, but we will miss Danny and his thinking.
Yeah.
He was just a wonderful guy.
Yeah. Danny Jessel and family, rest in peace. We miss you, and thank you for what you've done for our sport and our and this trade here. Now, Ben, we're going to move forward. We're going to talk about these engines, and we're going to keep Danny in our thoughts and our prayers. And you guys went to work. Fuel pressure. You guys started working the project, and you found a little
we
bit.
should kind of where did we end off last year, right? So we ended last year making a little over 1,000 horsepower, but we ran out of
We had
fuel.
problems to solve, right?
Yeah.
So you say, how would Danny attack it? He would say, well, let's find the problem and let's go solve it. And so that's what we did all year. We worked our butts off on this thing going, it can be better. It's our fault if it doesn't get there. So we weren't going to let that happen. We fought through a bunch of different issues, and it just kept climbing, and it kept climbing, and it kept climbing. So I think we have a lot to show this year. It's going to be cool.
Excellent. So everybody out there, hang with us. We got 2 days of great content, and starting off with these two working on an engine. Let's check out the video.
Hey everybody, we're back. It's me and Lake here in the Hey everybody, we're back. It's me and Lake here in the dyno cell this time, and
Yes, sir.
we've been working on the Engine Performance Expo engine for quite a long time now.
Yes.
Been through a number of different iterations, and
Made some big power.
we did, yeah. So I kind of wanted to share with everybody what happened along the way and what changes we made to be able to do it.
Right, because we definitely hit some limitations along the way.
Absolutely.
And so it's kind of a cool learning process to kind of see what those limitations were.
Some of that came out when we did the expo. So if you guys remember, we ran the engine naturally aspirated and everything was great.
Yep.
Then we bolted on the supercharger and everything was even greater.
Oh yeah.
And but what we found is we ran into a limitation right away where our fuel system in the dyno just couldn't keep up. We had way more engine and boost. Because what happens is when you go up and boost, you inevitably raise the fuel pressure, which taxes your fuel pump and all that stuff harder. And so I think
the fuel pump just couldn't keep up with the level of fuel supply needed to make that level of boost.
That's right. And in fairness, the pump was rated for about 1,000 horsepower, and we made 1,046. So no complaints. It did its job. And so the obvious solution to us was, well, shoot, let's just put a second fuel pump.
Right.
Which was actually pretty easy in our dyno cell, because the way that we have it set up is I have two different fuel tanks that would go to the same pump. And in the pump, you had valves you could switch. And the reason that we did that initially is so we could try out all kinds of different fuels. We realized pretty quickly, though, that, well, shoot, we could also put the same fuel in both tanks if you wanted to, and then you don't run out as much, or so on and so forth. That worked out really good when we wanted to upgrade the fuel system, because then all we had to do is buy the identical fuel pump and put it on there. So that's what we did. And then, of course, we needed a second regulator and all that. And so we did that. We ran the engine, and it was vastly improved. All of a sudden, we could turn more RPM, we could make more boost. But the trend that we were seeing previously, where you would start the run and your fuel pressure would be quite high, it would tend to taper off at the end really severely. I think we started at about 70 pounds of fuel pressure, and we ended at about 30.
Wow.
Which is really not good. Now, what saved us was using that Holley EFI system.
Yes.
The closed loop control from the oxygen sensor was going, hey, wait a minute, we're too lean, and it was
need more fuel.
Yeah, it was temporarily fixing our problem because it was increasing the pulse width to the fuel injector. So if I have less pressure going in and I hold it open longer, I can get back to the same fuel flow.
Yeah.
Problem is, that's a temporary fix because eventually you can't open the injector any longer, and you're still going to run out of fuel. So we squeaked by at that 1046 level. We put another fuel pump on, and then we could really crank it up. And it was great, except that we noticed the problem was already starting to come back at the higher power level.
Right.
And at first I thought, well, geez, how can that be possible? Like, we have 2 fuel pumps now.
Yeah.
And then it occurred to me that I hadn't actually looked at the entire fuel system together and go, where is the restriction? Well, where the restriction ended up being was our fuel pressure regulator. So for those of you that are out there unfamiliar with EFI systems and how they work, what happens is you have fuel coming into the regulator, and it's got a spring-loaded diaphragm at a preset pressure. It opens up, and instead of fuel coming straight across and going out to your engine, some of it will bypass and go back to the tank, right? Yep. So this particular regulator was set up with a dash, what is that, a dash 4 inlet, or dash 6 inlet, sorry, dash 6 inlet, outlet, and 6 back to the tank. But when you looked in here, the holes were actually really tiny compared to the brand new Holley regulator, or Earl's regulator that Holley sent us. We're using a part number 12846 ERL if you want to look it up. And it used dash 8 fittings everywhere. So it uses an 8 ORB in, 8 ORB out, and an 8 ORB return. So we realized that the problem was we had one regulator that was big and really good, but we had kept our old regulator, so that new fuel pump couldn't live up to 100% of its capacity. So
this was the restriction.
Yeah, this was the restriction. And so it didn't just magically stop being the restriction since we got more fuel pump. It was just more of a restriction in the way. So even though the extra fuel pump allowed us to get to the higher power level, we had to go back and rethink the entire system. So now what we've done is we went back and got a second Earl's regulator. So literally now what we have is 2 completely separated fuel systems, 2 fuel tanks, 2 fuel pumps, 2 fuel filters, and 2 big regulators. Now, we can still valve them so that we can run the same fuel in both to an engine if we want, and that has dramatically increased our power capacity of the dyno cell. So without the help from Holley to figure that out and get the right parts, you would have chased our tails forever. So hopefully our struggle will make your struggles less.
Exactly. All right, Engine Performance Expo viewers, we're back. Obviously, you just saw me and Ben talking about our fuel pressure problem, so we decided to bring in our main man, George Bryce, and this is something new that we've not done in the past. We have a whiteboard behind us. That way, as we discuss stuff, if we feel free to draw and write, we can, because if you've not watched them yet, Tech Talk Tuesdays on YouTube, this guy is an absolute rock star. Ben's a fantastic teacher, but George, you're pretty close, buddy.
We get along good.
We have a good time together,
good,
for sure. Yeah.
So Tech Talk Tuesday, a little plug for George's channel, but you're always on the whiteboard, drawing stuff out. So I figured we probably, with both of these guys and their whiteboard skills, we should probably have a whiteboard available. So as we discuss these things, we can do it. So
gives you something to do with your hands anyway, right?
That's right. That's right. I'm already holding my mark.
He's already ready to go.
Yeah.
So obviously the video we just watched, we had the engine, we made 1,046, 47 horsepower, but we knew that we were out of fuel pump, not fuel.
Yeah, so I think we had kind of both issues, right? We had a pump issue, we kind of got around that. Then we had kind of a regulator issue, and we worked around that. And so the goal was, though, just keep working on it, keep tuning on it, And so, when we talk about engine tuning so often, George, I think at least nowadays there's this idea that tuning is this magical sort of, you could do it with a laptop. But the reality is, forget about laptops, forget about screwdrivers and fuel pumps and all that. Tuning is really just, I got this engine over here that's doing this.
And it's telling you what it wants.
Yeah.
If we would just listen.
Yeah, we got to get it over here to do that. So we got to listen to the engine. Yeah. So, when we think about tuning, for example, you're just changing things, and really you're saying, I want to observe the result. Did the engine like it or not like it? How am I going to know? I got to listen to the engine.
Yeah, it's telling you, even with it just being data output, it's still telling you what it needs. And I was going to ask you, when you figured out that it was out of pump, how did you know that first?
The first way we knew it, you could see, your sort of default data, right? Is go, what's my air fuel ratio, right? Well, the problem is the air fuel ratio was okay.
Okay.
And you go, well, that's cool. We're doing a great job because we're such great tuners, right? But as we're sitting there, I'm like, wait a minute, that's interesting, because I see the air fuel ratio is okay, but I also see the fuel pressure is dropping. So what was happening was I wasn't necessarily a great tuner. My closed loop oxygen sensor control was saying, hey, if you don't do something about this dropping fuel pressure, this thing's going to get lean, and I'm going to save you from yourself. So I noticed that my air-fuel ratio was okay, but I also noticed that to get it okay, it needed a ton of positive enrichment. And I thought, well, why would it need that? It was talking to me.
That's right. It was telling you loud and clear. Sometimes we don't want to hear that because we have our own mind made up of what parts it needs and what it should use based on some prior experience or somebody telling us on the phone that you need this and you need this. And then if you do better than they did, you're going to outrun the ideas they had. And that's why we always have to be pretty available for some different out-of-the-box thinking.
Well, and there's a
Always.
lesson to be learned there too, which is when you start out with the idea that I'm going to tune this engine. It doesn't matter. You did motorcycles, I worked on a lot of whatever, but at the end of the day, we start out with what do we want from it? Right. Well, if I stopped at I'm happy when it has a good air-fuel ratio, I might have been in trouble, right?
Yeah.
So if I'd have just said, hey, look, I'm the world's greatest tuner because the air-fuel ratio is good, I may not have noticed that it wasn't my tuning that got us there. It was the help from that safety backup from the O2 sensor, and that was what started the whole conversation. And
Now, is that a Murphy switch or dummy proof?
I don't know, but if it's dummy proof, I'm just dumb enough to prove it.
Well, I just know the dropping moment was when we actually looked at what the injector duty cycle was and how much fuel it thought it was putting into the engine. We're like, oh, there's no way it put that much fuel in. There's a problem. Okay, and sure enough, you looked it up. Okay, this pump is rated for this much power, and boy, we're right there at the limit of that.
Knocking on the door.
How many wide bands did you have on it?
If I remember right, we had two. We had one that was for the computer and one that was for the dyno, so that we could look at both.
Okay, now where was the wideband located? In one collector?
In both sides, in both collectors.
Okay.
So you're looking for both agreement between the sides,
That's
and
right.
you're looking for backing up that data. But as Lake said, one of the clues is you're like, well, if I look at in our case, we're doing fuel injection, right? But if I look at my fuel table and I can work out how much fuel it's theoretically putting in the engine, right? So I had that number, and that sort of made sense. But then I look over at my dyno that's physically measuring fuel flow, and that thing was like through the roof. And I was like, well, that can't be. Like, how could I have this in my table, my air-fuel ratio, that's this wonderful thing that we hope we're going to get, right? And for those to be true and for this to be true, somebody's lying.
Right.
And so I thought, well, shoot, man, like, we're missing this somewhere. And so at the end of the day, you look at, here's what the dyno says, here's what the wideband says, here's what the data logger says, then it's your job as the tuner to start trying to figure out who's telling the truth and who's not telling the truth, or who believes they are.
And we also have always one cylinder is going to run out first.
For sure. Yeah.
And if you're doing one wideband per side, or you're measuring air fuel ratios on an average, sometimes it's hard to find that one guy. And what I was going to say is we learned the hard way after we burned some when they were lean and the others weren't, and so we ended up with 8 wide bands.
Yeah.
And even in the Pro Stock car way back when, we were running 8 wide bands, and we would have, like, the air fuel ratio we would have one of every color for every cylinder going down the racetrack, and some of them would look like that, and I'm like, yeah, but I got a Holley carburetor with 8 jets in it. Why am I getting this? It should look like this according to the book.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's hard to get there.
It's real hard to get there.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, you're trying to get them all to sort of average through there, And so when you talk about a Holley carburetor with 8 jets, we're talking about, well, I got the ability to take each of these fuel injectors and tune one injector like it was 8 one-cylinder engines, right?
That's right.
And so we have this idea that, man, I should be able to go there and just make this thing perfect. And sometimes you scratch your head and go, man, the engine she won't take that. It doesn't like that.
No, and then if you're running a really big cubic inch high RPM V-twin, like we did in NHRA, is the 2 cylinders, I treated them like 2 engines.
Yep.
The rear cylinder had to be tuned to get what it could get, and the front cylinder had to be tuned to get what it could get, and they were not the same.
How much different would those engines be?
5 to 10% fuel.
Wow, that's big.
Yeah, and a lot, and on the dyno it was very little, but on the racetrack, because of the dynamics of the intake air and the speed and everything going on, and also the two cylinders robbing and sharing with each other.
Absolutely.
Through the plenum or the hood scoop.
Yep.
So you see this often when you work on an engine that's got a common plenum, and you think, well, I'm gonna take cylinder number 7 and I'm gonna add 3% more fuel, and you go, well, that's weird because number 3 or 4 or 6 over there, it also got some more fuel. So it must have been talking to each other.
There's
We learned
action
a lot
going
about
on.
that.
Oh, yes, we did.
There's a lot of communication going on
Yes.
in that manifold.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
you know,
very
and
interesting.
you made a good point there. Like, you know, we could tune till our heart's content on the dyno. But
Right.
boy, when you put that thing in the car or the bike and you go
Yes,
down
sir.
the track, you know,
Which
you
one do
also
you
have.
want? I want to win when I'm on the pavement.
Yeah.
I don't care about winning on the dyno. I just want to learn on the dyno and then take everything I learned on the dyno and then put it to the track and get the scoreboard to light up the best numbers.
And did you find that a struggle in your career? Would
Yeah.
you show up at the track with a killer tune-up thinking, I got these guys, and man, what happened? Did you ever have that?
Maybe at first, and the more instrumentation and the more measurement I was able to get, the more confused I got. But at the end of the day,
Data overload.
it was analysis paralysis. As also, you can't even make the next round. I'm studying too much. But it was really great to learn, and all of a sudden, when it started coming to you, it was easy to translate. This. I even heard the person guy say, I got my dyno carburetors and I got my track carburetors. Okay. Now, in the fuel injected prototype motorcycles, we would just have a track map, and then we would have a dyno map, and we would use that to start with, you know, to tune off
Sure.
of.
Yeah.
And everywhere we went, it would want a little something different, of course, everywhere we went. But I wanted to also throw in, we kind of ran over it pretty fast a minute ago, was we're married to this number, this 13.2 or this 12.8 or whatever this air fuel ratio is that we get off the lambdas or the wide bands.
Right.
And that's not exactly what you need. That is a nice target. The time slip and the scoreboard, when it lights up with the number that you need to be number one qualifier, you can go back and check your data and it might be wrong.
Yep.
But that means the data was wrong, not the time
So
slip.
it's funny you say that. I have a good memory of that one time we were racing, and it's back when I was doing racing with the Pro Stock guys, you know, and man, I'll be honest, we were getting our butts kicked. And one of our buddies that, you know, you race against comes over and he was talking about some completely different problem, you know, but happened to be the laptop was open there and he kind of looked over and he goes, what the heck is that? And we looked at it and he goes, man, I could never get my air fuel ratios to look that flat. And I'm like, well, I guess that didn't really matter then, did it? That wasn't the secret. But, you know, it's a piece of the puzzle. So what we do is we start out like when you go buy a puzzle at Walmart and you spread it out on the table, you got all these different things and you can start on wherever corner you want. But by the time you get done, it should look like what the goal was, right?
That's
like
right.
the picture of the box. So, like, you know, I have a school where I teach people to tune, and so I say, look, put the wideband down, put the laptop down, put all the tools down until you establish what the goal is.
That's right.
We can't begin because I don't know when to stop. Right? You can pick at this thing forever, but eventually, like you said, we got to take it and go to the track, and we got to win.
Yeah.
So we try to establish our goals first, and that guides our process of tuning, which again is just an iterative testing session, right? So I'm trying to get it to this goal. The engine's saying, I like this or I don't like that.
Right.
It's talking to me, right? And, you know, I've got all this other correlative data to say the wideband says this, the fuel flow says that, you know, the fuel pressure is doing this. And, you know, we're scratching our head trying to figure out why. But at the end of the day, our goal was, okay, yes, we want the air fuel ratios to look good.
Yeah.
But honestly, we want that to look good with the proper amount of fuel flow. We want the engine to make a ton of power. We want it to be reliable, not blow up. You know, there's a lot of people counting on us.
Yep.
So the goal wasn't necessarily how do I get my air fuel ratio flat.
That's right.
Well, interesting happened this week. So, in trying to get everything done for this show today and tomorrow, we actually dynoed Dad's engine on Tuesday. And we went from the Sunoco E15, the NASCAR fuel, which is unleaded, like 104 octane, and we put in the VP Q16, which we had run in.
We know a little about that.
Right? And it's like, we knew that was probably make some more power. And it's leaded and it's 116 octane. We're like, okay, well, we were running 29 degrees timing. Oh, this should take more. It didn't want more. 29 degrees is what that engine wanted
With that fuel.
for that.
Yeah.
With that, even though there were two different octane fuels,
Yeah.
for that bore size, for that cylinder head, everything, 29 was what it was.
But that goes back to you, George, saying the engine's going to tell you what it wants.
I wanted to add that.
Yeah.
Carbureted, and I hate to keep bringing this up because the world is so fuel injected now, and
Right.
I'm good with that. I love it. This is a typical air fuel ratio going down the track on a carbureted engine.
Okay.
It's lean at low RPMs, rich at high RPMs, lean at low RPMs, rich at high, going through the gears.
Yeah.
And when we take that off and put fuel injection on, and we get this tuned just like this, perfect, it doesn't go faster. So that's telling me something. Maybe this air fuel ratio that's perfect, it might need to be a little bit lean down low, and it might need to be a little bit rich up high. The noise, the story it's telling me is don't make it all about what you think it needs to be. Give it what it wants.
For years, I've said that the mistake that we have made through all this sophistication and technology is that we've kind of turned tuning into a video game. Right now it's about getting that number rather than, let me pick on you, say in the old days.
That's right.
In the old days, you actually had to talk to the engine. You had to look at spark plugs. You had to look at the tailpipe. You had to, you know what I mean? And what you said, what did the time slip tell me?
That's
right?
the boss.
So you didn't care what the air fuel ratio was if it was faster.
Yep.
And so often we have today, with all of our sophistication, turned tuning into this video game of I go to the track and I see some guy with his laptop up there and he's pounding away. I say, hey, what are you doing? He goes, well, on the dyno it was 13 air fuel ratio, but now it's 12.9643, 7 decimal places out there. I'm going, man, that is not where it's at.
No.
So at the end of the day, we have to use all of the tools we have, not just the really slick, sophisticated, squiggly lines.
Yeah, the boss is the performance results, not what we're trying to make it be. And that's a really great a really great starting point. It's like the bar we set. And then if you're going to be married to that setting, you're going to go this fast. But if you want to outrun everybody that's married to that bar, and I hate to keep using that word, but we are stuck with it.
Well, it could be like, for example, with the Q16, right? Look up the data sheet. That the stoichiometric air fuel ratio for that fuel is 13.3.
That's right.
So, okay, that gives you a place to be, right? To start. You know that if I'm, leaner than that, or I'm richer than that, where I need to be. So I want to start on the safe side, so you can get an idea where to start.
Right.
But then you have to listen to what the engine is telling you, like we did on Tuesday, and say, okay, it wants this. Give it that jet. Give it that timing. Then let it run.
You start out saying, I really want this thing to have 30 degrees. And the engine's like, I don't really care what you want. This is what I'm doing. So, at the end of the day, I think the real lesson of tuning, either on the chalkboard or on the racetrack, is that you've got to listen to what the machine is trying to tell you.
It has a megaphone on it yelling at you.
It does. It has a personality of its own. And when you change fuel, you change spark plugs, you change all these different variables, it'll start to talk back to you.
It'll be interesting to watch out the next couple of days of how this process worked as we were tuning on that engine, trying to get it to go.
Right. Yeah. Well, especially to stay tuned for tomorrow, because when we get toward the end of the day tomorrow, it's going to be really good because we had to go into some uncharted territories. We won't give away all the stuff yet, but it was pretty good,
Yeah, well, George, thanks for hanging out a few minutes and talking with us about tuning. So great to stand up here with you.
Yeah,
it is.
All right, so we're going to now go to the next video, which is, again, me and Ben, but because we weren't so sure about whether or not we heard it when we ran it maybe a little bit lean, we decided to do a leak down test. So hang out, watch the video as we do a leak down test on the EPE LS engine. Hey folks, Lake Speed Jr. along with my buddy Ben Strader. Here we are, EFI University. Man, 1,300 horsepower.
She runs pretty good on the dyno, I'll tell you. It was we were all happy with the result. We kind of knew it was going to make a bunch of power, but 1,300 kind of exceeded what we thought it might do. So
you went from 1,000 to 1,300. It's just 300.
Boost fixes everything. We've learned that along the way on this project, right?
Yes. So it's kind of amazing what that little pulley can do.
It really didn't give us much problem either. I mean, we knew we did the first set of pulleys, we ran out of fuel, we only had a single fuel pump, so then we added a second fuel pump, and we just immediately, the engine just sort of came alive, And one thing that was interesting is that when we put the second fuel pump on, I thought, well, maybe it'll make more power on the first go around, maybe we didn't have enough. Nope. It pretty much made exactly the same power within one, I think.
Okay.
So we were like, hey, that's good. Everything was the closed loop control and the O2 sensors.
Did its job.
They were doing their job. So as that fuel pressure was dropping, it was increasing the fuel injector pulse width to give us more time to deliver the fuel needed, even though the pressure was dropping. So that was great. That was a good indicator that everything was working the way we wanted it. But then it was time to sort of wick it up a little bit. So we swapped the pulleys, and man, right away it just came alive. And we
so just the pulley swap was literally 250 horsepower.
Yeah, literally first pull, bang, And so then we tuned and tweaked on it a little bit, added some fuel, took some away, made the timing changes and stuff. And I think 1,317 was the final number, which is pretty impressive for just a little 393-inch LS.
Yes, sir.
So,
that's it.
But like all things, it's really easy to pat yourself on the shoulder and feel great and go, man, I'm wonderful, I'm excellent. And so what we typically like to do is take a step back and go, okay, what do we have? The result we got was great, but could there have been anything better? Is there anything that we would like to know more about that's gone wrong? And so this is the process now where the real work kind of begins.
Right.
So
the fun's over. Now it's back to work.
Yeah, now it's down to put the aprons back on and get dirty, And so one of the things that we like to do is kind of blueprint our engine backwards now.
Right.
We've talked about this before about the reverse blueprinting, and so over the next few days, weeks, maybe even months, we'll be going through evaluating the whole package, right? So the first things are usually obvious. Did anything fail or break? So we did an oil analysis.
Yep.
And what did you see in there?
Oh, it looked perfect. I mean, that was the great news of fuel dilution was spot on once we had the right fuel.
Yeah, that's right.
Everything dialed in right. The very little wear, everything was actually mint. So
that's great.
We obviously got the fuel right, we got the viscosity right, all the parts are correct, it's running good, made 1,300 horsepower. And like you said, it's very easy at that point to just say, pat yourself in the back,
we're good.
We're good,
Yeah.
No need to look any further. But as you said, you need to not lie to yourself.
Yeah. Well, and it's really easy to go, that's good enough, but we like to say around here, good enough just isn't good enough, and so now we're going to start go fishing and say, let's have a really close look. So starting from the top, typically what we'll do is we'll just kind of look around everything with a flashlight, look in the ports, are they dry? Is there oil in the ports? Is there anything like that going on? We see none of that. It's all nice and dry and gray, and so spark plugs are another great indicator that you can look at, right? So then we get into, unbolt the intake and have a look around. Is there any excess material, metals, broken parts, anything, oil in the manifold, that kind of stuff. So we got that off. And now we're at the point where we want to try to do a little bit of cylinder health before we take everything apart. So couple of ways to do that. Guys can do compression tests or they can do leak downs.
Right.
And so we've opted to do a leak down test. So we're going to take you guys through and show you a little bit about the tool, how to use it, how to set it up. But also, for those of you that have been doing that before, you may be familiar with the tool. One of the things that I'll typically do is just go ahead and pull all the rocker arms off now.
Right.
Otherwise, what happens is you're constantly fighting to get the crankshaft at exactly the right spot. So both valves are closed on the overlap, not on the overlap period.
Yeah.
And
trying to get on TDC on ignition stroke, that way you can, everything's closed, you're at the top, and you can check it, and that gives you your leak down, which is, if you're at the racetrack and you're doing this in the car, that's typically how you do it, right? You basically go through firing order and you run through it from TDC and you check it, and that's how I've always done it.
But if you don't have it exactly on TDC, it wants to roll the crank one way or the other, so now you got somebody out here with a big bar trying to hold it. And, and believe it or not, that can even be dangerous if that thing really gets away from you. That bar swings around. So I just pull all the rocker arms off, and that does a couple things. It makes it so that it's fairly irrelevant where we are, because once we put air in that cylinder, it's just going to push that piston to the bottom.
Right.
Now, you could argue that there could be more wear at the top of the cylinder than the bottom. So if you wanted, you could check it at the bottom, and then you could roll that thing around and hold it with a wrench and check it at the top too. But typically, if there's a problem, a major problem in leakage, we're going to know. And aside from that, we're already planning on tearing this thing down, and
of course,
we're going to have the heads off, we're going to profilometer the cylinders, we're going to measure with bore gauges. So, I mean, at this point, we're just making sure there's no major problems.
Right. Well, the reality is, these are 1 millimeter, 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter oil rings.
Yeah.
So for 1,300 horsepower, for most people, that's a thin ring.
That's a really thin ring for that.
Oh, and by the way, we did gas port the ring, and it is gapless. So
that's right.
That top ring has been whittled on quite a bit. So there's not a lot of material.
It's pretty skinny in there.
Relative to even as a standard 1 millimeter ring. So
that's right.
This is a quick and easy way to know before we actually pull the pistons out to know how are those rings holding up? How do they fare with 1,300 horsepower?
Well, I'll tell you what. Show us the tool you brought. We'll talk a little bit about it, and then we'll put it to work.
All right, so this is the leak down gauge. We actually sell these at Total Steels. This is one of these. Now, what's cool about this is it uses your shop air. So you need to have 100 PSI shop air to make it simple.
That's right.
Because what this does, 100 PSI, and then this is 100% leak or 0% leak. So The idea is it's measuring how much air is leaking through the cylinder. Because it knows how much air is coming in, what that pressure is, what's the pressure on the other side.
So basically it's a differential pressure. This is what's going in, this is what's escaping out.
Right.
So now technically you could use this at 50 psi as well.
You could.
But then you'd have to do math, right? You'd
Right.
say, well, if I have 50 psi here and it's only holding 42 psi here, let's see, 42 divided by, you'd get a percentage number.
16.
That's too hard. That's right. Yeah, that's too hard for everybody to do on the fly.
Right.
So to make it easy, if you just put 100 psi in, every 1 psi that's leaking out is 1% linkage.
Exactly.
So that makes it real easy.
Yes,
so,
it does.
So basically, you got two pieces. You got a hose,
Got a hose. Yep. So this goes in the spark plug hole.
and that's a typical like 14 millimeter spark plug.
This
straight
is,
pitch.
yeah. So this one actually comes as a 14 millimeter.
Okay.
We actually do sell ones for other sizes in case you have a different size.
Motorcycles,
Yep.
whatever. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I had to get one of those for the engine I got at my dad's.
Oh yeah.
That I've checked on. Of course, Dad's has got 80 psi shop here, so I have to do the math.
Gotta do, yeah.
And 80 psi is harder to do on 50 psi, by the way.
So all I'm going to do, this got a little O-ring on the end of it, so I'm just going to screw it in the port here where the spark plug would go. And that's the other thing, I like to take all the spark plugs out.
Yes.
Just because it makes turning the engine around easier and you know, makes life a little easier. So as these things come out of the box, there's a little curl in the hose. You got to work it a little bit to get in there. But you don't have to like reef on this thing and torque it because of the O-rings. You just have to get it up there where it's in there tight.
Yep.
Give it a spin. And I recommend that you don't really reef on these because then sometimes it's hard to get them to unwind. It wants to spin that fitting. So
you don't want to do that.
So we're good now, and I'll go ahead and take some shop air, and we'll plug it in. So probably, depending on where the engine is, it may want to roll over one way or the other here. So I'm gonna hold this with my other hand. Okay, and so now as I roll the pressure on here, I'll get it up here to about 100. And let me do this with two hands. Coming up, and I kind of get slow. I like to get it right on 100 there.
Yep.
And man, those total seal rings are working today.
Oh yeah, so that's the advantage of the gapless ring.
Yeah.
So at gapless gas ported top ring, that 100 psi is forcing, because remember, rings are gas activated.
That's right.
And this is just gas pressure. So it's pushing those rings out against the cylinder wall, and it's sealing up to there's zero leak.
Pretty much no leakage. So what would happen is if you had something leaking, whether your rings or whether it was an intake valve or a burned exhaust valve, you would not only see a lower number on this gauge, but you would probably hear it coming somewhere in the engine. So that's when you'd come over here and you could listen to the engine and say, oh, I hear it in the oil pan, that's got to be rings. I hear it in the exhaust, you know, might be an exhaust valve, or I hear it in my intake or whatever. So the gauge becomes a good diagnostic tool when you're doing that. So now what you're going to do is you're just going to go around to each of your cylinders and record or write down what you've got, and then if you do this enough, you'll come up with like what's an acceptable number. Right. And I'll be honest with you, there's no perfect number other than zero. That'd be
that's a nice number.
But what I mean by that is people tend to get really carried away by a leak down number.
Oh yeah.
If I got 3% or 5%, and then all of a sudden I got 8 or 9 or 10%, then I go, whoa, something changed.
Right, and it's no different than the oil analysis.
That's right.
It's whatever is normal for your engine. It's that deviation from that baseline.
Correct.
That's when it's a problem. I mean, I think about Pat Musey when I went over to his shop a couple of years ago when we did one of the videos, and he's talking about nitrous tuning. They do leak down tests after every run on all the cylinders. And they actually write the number down on the rocker cover.
They have a relative number of what.
And they want to see, because if they know that if they miss that tune-up and they hurt the cylinder, they're going to see it.
Yep.
That leak's going to shoot up, then they know that's where the problem is right there.
But getting carried away about what the actual number is, say like on a brand new engine, can lead you down a path of like, oh my gosh, especially if you have a piston with a lot of rock in it, and it's moving around there a bunch. I mean, shoot, you could have a lot of leakage and have nothing actually wrong with the engine, especially if you have some of those really tiny rings that are not gas ported, that are not gapless.
Oh, a perfect example. The engine out at Ronnie Shaver's is a 0.7 millimeter ring.
Yep.
And because we're doing endurance testing and you're running the engine for hours and hours and hours at pretty high water temperatures and oil temperatures, we actually run 32 thou in gap.
It's got a lot of...
That's not a lot of gap for a 4045 bore.
Sure, yeah.
So guess what? It leaks about 6%.
Like crazy when it's new, and you might go, oh my gosh, this is
you would say 6%. No, it doesn't matter.
Nah.
The thing is, every time we check it, it's about that 5 to 6% always. It doesn't really vary from there. So again, it's about having that baseline. This is a tool and its consistency of your process, consistency of the results. Then if you see that change, that's when you know there's a problem.
Well, and something to keep in mind there, you mentioned having a big, huge gap like 32 thousandths, but it's only 32 thousandths when the engine's not running.
Right.
As you get the engine running, it heats up. The whole reason of having that clearance is so those gaps get closer together. So that leak's not going to be there when the thing is running. And you see that in the blow-by meter. So
Exactly.
Anyway, I don't know about you, but that was a pretty cool tool you guys have there. It works great. We'll go around and do the rest of these, and I think it's probably time to tear these heads off. And I think we take this stuff and put it over on our Spintron and find out how good our valve train was doing.
I think so.
Well, let's do that.
Right, stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Engine Performance Expo. We are live in the studio with the first of our big hidden horsepower episodes featuring the first person who was ever on the Hidden Horsepower podcast, Mr. Jason Line. He's a 3-time Pro Stock World Champion, got one in Stock Eliminator, over 50 NHRA National Event wins, and how we got him here, I have no idea. So I'm not even going to ask Lake. Jason, how did we get you here?
You should ask Lake. He bribed me, actually.
It was a bribe, a monetary bribe?
I can be bought, yes. Yep.
Unfortunately, building engines, he needs piston rings. So,
True. Yep, so I have to be nice to Lake.
So is it a positive or a negative? Was it like, hey, we'll give you some if you come, or was it, if you don't come, you won't get them ever again?
Yeah, that was insinuated.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Good job, Lake.
Yeah.
well, I've learned from Hartford a little bit.
Carrot.
You got to play tough ball.
He's
Stick.
got a little Hartford in him, but not that much. So,
Not that lucky.
maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe, yes.
But
Well, that also Mark Cronk was here too, right? So we had to put all the guilt trip on him possible. Between myself and Mark and Matt, we had to do everything we could to get him
Well,
here.
I don't like to drive anymore, so I was hoping that Mark would give me a ride, and that was the whole purpose of it. So, but that didn't work out because turns out I have other engagements this afternoon that I have to go to, so I had to drive myself. So.
Plan B, but it worked
Plan B,
out. You're
yeah.
here.
No,
We
it's fine.
appreciate you being here.
I made it. Yep.
Yeah.
All by myself.
amazing,
Good job.
amazing. So I don't know if I'm talking to a drag racer and a NASCAR guy or a couple of drag racers now, Lake. You've made this big transformation this past year, spending a lot of time at the drag strip, this guy. But I'll talk a little bit about the background, right? He was at Gibbs, you were at Gibbs.
Right.
Talk
We
a
actually
little, talk a
crossed
little
paths
bit.
though, right? He was gone right before I got there, but
Yep.
we all had the same mutual friends and guys like Michael Mucha.
Yeah, I didn't leave because of him.
Okay,
so
that's
just
good
want
to-
that
that's-
known.
thank you
Yeah, I left right at the same time.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, there's more opportunity. I mean,
Right. Yes, we've had some opportunity here in the last.
Well, I
couple
believe that you probably did most of the dyno testing of the original Joe Gibbs oil, actually.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, it was pails and pails and pails of it. It was tedious, and I didn't necessarily like doing it. But Mark, that's what was required.
That was the
of me.
job?
That was the job. There would truckloads of it would show up, and it would be stacked against the walls, and it was very tedious for sure.
Well, talk about one of the things about the tediousness of it, the double flush. Because to me, that was the most tedious, painful part of proper oil testing.
It is the only really right way to test oil. So we would start with a baseline, our base stock oil.
Mm-hmm.
Then we would switch to the first test to oil, test A. And then we would flush it. And then we would do another set of that same oil. And then we would, and that would be the final test. Then we would flush it again, put our original oil back in, make a test.
Mm-hmm.
And flush it again, another set of original oil back in, and then now you're ready to test the next one. And it was amazing how well the numbers would come back. So it was, but it's the only right way to do it. You have to double flush it both directions.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
So when you do an A-B-A test,
Yep.
it is literally like 8 oil changes.
Yep.
It's not 4, it's
Yep.
literally
and
8.
and many pulls. Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of pulls. I mean, it was very time.
Because some friction modifiers took time to come in. Like you wouldn't see it initially. Like the more you pull it, the
Yeah.
better it gets because it takes
Yeah.
time for the chemistry to begin to activate on the surface.
Yeah, so it was. I mean, I would literally do it for a couple of weeks at a time. That's all I would do every day. So, yeah, you get tired of flushing oil. Yeah, the green folks would have hated us, but it is what it is, and that's how you learn.
And it worked.
It absolutely worked for sure. Well, that's you can't if you're going to do it, you got to do it right.
Yeah.
All right, so you've been retired, Like, you didn't like that word.
No,
when
I don't
you
like
were,
that
when everyone was talking about Jason retiring, you kept saying, "Nah, I'm not retiring. I'm kind of quitting. I'm kind of like characterize
I like
it."
quit. My wife didn't like quit. She didn't like that word, but I, just done driving. So yeah, definitely, I can't retire. I'm still pretty young. Not as young as you, Joe, but I'm pretty young. So
How young are you, Jason?
I'm going to be 54 next summer.
Okay.
Yep. So pretty young.
Yes,
Yeah.
according to the new standards of young
Sure,
world, right?
that's right, yep.
54 is the new 37.
Well, my retirement date will be my same as my death certificate. So
well, when you do
Yeah.
something you love, like everybody
that's
in
right,
this
yep.
room, why would you want to stop?
You wouldn't. Yep. So you would not. And just had probably the greatest example of that. I've been fortunate enough to spend a lot of time with Dan Jessel the last year, and he worked until the day it was time to go. Yep.
Which we started off the whole expo talking about Danny a little bit. You are in just an amazing situation. You just kind of alluded to it. We're going to talk about the Equal 8, of course, but share anything you want about Danny, because I think that's on everybody's mind right
Well,
now.
he was a great mind for sure, and I mean, for me, inspirational again to watch him. Like, he was so driven to complete this project and get it done. He was going to do whatever it took to do that, and just a super bright, super generous, good-hearted guy, and it was. I'm grateful that I got the chance to spend some time with him and get to know him.
So that was all this past year.
Yeah. Yep.
Because that was kind of a new thing. 'Cause he how long ago did he start working on the Equal 8?
I'm gonna say it was about 11 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, a long time. He basically spent the last 10 years of his life working on that project. That was labor of love for him for sure. And, he's, like I say, inspirational guy to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
So him and Wayne both, they're just great people.
They are.
Fun to be around, and done a lot for the racing community. And Dan, they both done lots for a lot of folks in the racing world for
Yeah.
sure.
So for those who don't know, why don't you explain what the Equal 8 is? 'Cause we're talking about like we know it all, but
Well,
some people may not
and
know.
first of all, I find it ironic that this stock eliminator guy, who's used to being constricted by factory creations, is now the guy working on a thing that there's nothing like it in the world, and it was purpose built specifically to be perfect.
Maybe we're not as constricted as you think. So, but yeah, no, it was his, basically, I'll say it was a culmination of his life's work, right? And looking at engines and him saying, hey, this is be the best foundation for the perfect engine, perfect race engine. So, he took what he liked about all these different engines he'd seen over the years and his experience, and created the Jessel Equal 8.
So it's a V8.
Yes, equal column valve train. Yes, it is a great foundation, and we're gonna make it a really great engine. So we're gonna bring it to Bonneville next year, and probably a little bit of comp eliminator as well.
Okay. Because it's run in some events already, correct?
Yes, yep, it's been run. Yep, it's been run some. So there's several versions, of course, like anything else. It kept evolving.
Okay.
So I think the final version is now done. So
Right. Okay.
yeah, that's where it's at, and
Because
super
we
cool.
talked to
engine.
Larry Morgan last year at PRI.
Larry
and
ran
it at Indy, right?
Larry ran what we called X1.
X1. Okay.
Yep. The first version. Yep. So yeah, it's a great engine, and when you look at it, I mean, there's a lot of really cool innovations, and again, it's just a culmination of all these different engines and his knowledge, all brought into one package.
Now, you said the equal column valve train. What does that mean?
Well, basically everything is straightened out.
Okay.
So it's sort of
Not a big block Chevy.
It's not a big block Chevy, no. So it's a really cool engine. You'll see more of it in the future. We'll end up doing things that you'll be able to, get a real inside look at all of it.
We should come and do a video on that, by the way.
Okay, that's.
I got to see pressure.
That's it, more
now,
media
right?
for Jason,
my
more
favorite
media.
thing. You need to talk to Wayne about that. So,
Okay, I will, yeah.
Okay, but what is the ultimate goal? Right, like to prove that the concept works, or to make a whole bunch of them and sell them to people, or what is the goal?
Eventually, we'll sell them. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, that's kind of the plan. We're going to just make it as good as we can make it, and of course, everybody puts their own twist on things. So again, his goal was to have just the best foundation you could have to build your race engine. So there's certainly latitude to do different things if you want. So that's where it's at.
The block that was on display in the Jessel booth at PRI. So what iteration is that one? Because I studied it in detail for about 15 minutes on the end of the day Saturday, and it was impressive.
Yeah, I think that was X2. I think
X2.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It was obviously you could tell.
There's very little differences between them. The first one had the rear thrust. The version 1, the final version, has a center thrust.
Center thrust, okay.
Yeah, so.
But it's all billet. Billet block, billet heads.
Yep.
What are you doing for manifold in that? Is it going to be individual runners? Is it going to be common plenum? What are we doing?
It's going to have 2 4-barrels on it for now.
2 4-barrels,
Yeah,
okay.
2 dominators, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Going carbureted.
I'm kind of a carburetor guy.
He's a carb. I was just going to say, like carburetors or fuel injection. I think I know,
Yeah.
at least for now.
Yeah, for now. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. Who could end up with a power adder on it. Who knows? So,
Do what you want to.
yeah, you can do whatever you want. But the point is to have a good foundation to build an engine to your needs, to whatever it is you want to do with it.
Because RPM on that thing is pretty much sky's the limit, right?
You can run it pretty high, yep.
Yeah.
High as you want to run it.
Which that can be perfect for Bonneville.
So, for anything.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
As
So-
high as you want to run it. Like can you give us a range?
Until it runs out of air, of course. I mean, but from a mechanical standpoint, the engine will be very durable. Yep. If you want to run to 11,000, run to 11,000.
Excellent.
So could it be a pro stock engine, or is that illegal?
It would not be legal.
Okay.
Yep.
Speaking of pro stock, do you miss it?
I missed some of the people. Yep. Missed some of that.
Don't miss driving?
No.
Really?
No, I did it long enough. Yep. Yeah, let somebody new take over.
Well, that's also true.
Yeah.
And great people have taken over.
Yeah,
Think
that's
about
right,
Dallas
yeah.
Glenn, Rookie of the Year, race
Yeah.
wins, Kyle Koretsky, the guys who have come in to fill that role.
Let the young guys do it, yeah. You don't want to overstay your welcome.
No, that's a great piece of wisdom to a lot of people out there, because then how do you replenish the energy?
Right.
Like, you hang on there till the very, no offense to anybody, but you hang on to the very last second.
That's right. I had my run. It was great. I wouldn't trade it for anything. It was appreciate everything. Ken Black, all he was able to offer me and let me do. I mean, it was fantastic. I mean, I got no regrets whatsoever.
Yeah, but when the moment happens that the cell phone rings, and there's some sort of weird situation where you might need to be called into duty, like happened last year. I think it was Reading, right? Like
Yep.
one of the drivers, I think it was Derek Kramer, got into
Yeah.
the COVID. And I heard you were the first call. And you said no.
Yeah, no.
Did you answer the phone?
Not at first, no. But because I didn't know what he wanted, but it was Michael Heiner. Michael's done 1 or 2 good things in his life. He introduced me to my wife. So,
there you go.
Okay.
There you go, Michael Heiner.
I'm sort of indebted to him no matter what. But I don't. When I look at the phone, I see Michael. I say, depends on the mood, right? so I said this day I was like, not answering it, right? But then he kept texting, and he just went into the name calling, and so finally, I figured I better answer the phone. So, but no, I don't need to drive again.
Now, did you have something else you had to do that day, or you just didn't want to drive?
I had work to do.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So no, I
And Tanner Gray ended up coming back and doing that deal, which saved their bacon. It was kind of a good story for the NHRA, one way or
he
another.
didn't do a very good job either.
That's what he said.
Yeah, no, he didn't. So that would have been me. So
Do you think that would have been you? Like you would have been rusty?
I think I could have done a better job than Tanner.
Wow. There you go.
No, I don't know that, but honestly, I don't have any interest. My son would like to drive for sure someday, but for me, it was turn the page on to the next thing. So it was great, and but nothing lasts forever.
What about the Buick?
Still like the Buick. Yeah, still enjoy that. Still enjoy working on it, and I only got out one time this year with it, but maybe next year, maybe a couple more times. Maybe we'll see.
Did you get that 9-second AT slip?
Actually, I ran it in B stock at Reading, and I went 985 with it up there. So yeah.
What was that? Like the Dutch or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, the Dutch Classic. I always wanted to go, and there's always a good reason not to go. And we're getting older, and of course, as people around you start passing away, you realize it's time to start fulfilling some of those things.
Yeah. Don't wait.
No, I didn't wait. I had to go to Jessel anyway, and I spent a few days with Danny and Wayne up there and the rest of the Jessel crew. So it worked out really good. So left the trailer at Kyle's there at Reading, and come back and stay at the race, and we had a great time.
Yeah, I don't know that everybody knows and understands. They know Jason from his time at Gibbs, and they know Jason from his time at KB running Pro Stock. But this guy, former Stock Eliminator world champion, but he is a Buick guy. He is not with the mainstream. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, right. Like different stuff, right?
So what I'm hearing, I think, this underlying tone is you're really an engine guy that happened to do some driving.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I was not a race car driver. I was a dyno guy that got to drive a race car. So yeah, yep.
Well, don't you credit your big pop, your big moment to kind of going against the grain with the purchase of a dyno, right? Like everybody was doing one thing. There was the one that everybody was getting, and you're like, I'm going to go in a different direction.
Yes.
And that is how you were able to be successful.
It's a crazy story, but I met a guy at a gas station in Forest Lake, Minnesota. And,
this is an interesting story.
Yeah, a lot of stories.
Yeah, okay.
This
Guy
could go
at a
any-
gas station.
Any direction, folks.
So anyway, the guy, his name is John Rademacher, and he worked for Superflow at the time. He was hauling a Superflow trailer, so I went over and talked to him. He was getting gas, I was getting gas, and I said, hey, I'd like to buy a flow bench and a dyno. And he's like, okay. So anyway, I took his number, or maybe he took mine, whatever, and that was the end of it. Well, fast forward about, I guess, a year and a half later, it was Christmas Day. I'll never forget this. Christmas Day, we had done the normal Christmas thing in the morning. In the afternoon, we were out in the shop working on something. So phone rings, and it's this guy, John Rademacher. Of course, I forgot his name, right? Because I really just met him for a few minutes. And he goes, I was looking through my National Drag shirt. He goes, and I'm turning the page, and there's this kid. He won Stock Eliminator. I met that kid at a gas station in Forest Lake. He remembered me, so he got my number and called me, and we've been friends ever since. He owns a company called Product Engineering. They do fuel pumps and fuel systems, and I've had his fuel system on my Buick since the mid-'90s. So, yep, still talk to him.
Wow.
And that's the guy that got you into the dyno
Yeah,
world.
so anyway, so I guess the point of the story was
The story just died there for a second. Good job, Lake.
I forgot.
I learned a few things to hang out with you, Jeff.
I'm old. So anyway, so we started talking about dynos. I said, hey, I'm going to buy a dyno. And he goes, what are you going to buy? I said, Superflow. I didn't even know anything else existed, right? So he goes, oh, no, you can't buy that. You got to buy a DTS. I was like, really? So I never heard him. So anyway, he hooked me onto the DTS thing, and I had a great relationship with those folks. And of course, Gibbs ended up buying DTS, which is how I got my start there.
So explain for people who don't know what made the DTS dyno different than what we knew from the old 901. Because later today we're going to have a dyno session roundtable, and you and Mark are going to be part of it.
I may not be here for that.
We're keeping you here for that. Then you can go after that. We'll let you free after that. But we've got some old 901 dyno sheets from my dad's engine that you helped me understand the mystery of this summer.
Well, things evolve, right? Things change. And of course, all I knew is I was renting dyno time from a guy in the Minneapolis area, and he was a good guy, and but the things didn't make sense to me. And of course, sometimes when you're young, you want to oversimplify things, and it just didn't make sense, and the data didn't sort of correlate with what I thought I saw on the racetrack. And of course, that still happens to this day.
Yeah.
But as you get older and more info, you solve some of the mysteries, And at that time, long story short, the Superflows at that time did not have a heat compensating strain gauge. So the hotter the strain gauge got, the more power the engine made. Of course, it would skew the numbers, and the only thing worse than no data is bad data.
Send you the wrong direction.
Yeah. So anyway, so it was frustrating to me because it didn't make sense. So anyway, at the time, I really didn't know what was different between a DTS and a Superflow. I just knew that, hey, this guy, I looked up to him, I respected him. He was a smart guy. He was friends with Warren, and so I said, well, I'm going to take his advice, and I ended up buying one. So one of the best things I ever did, probably.
They also had different control on the servos, correct?
Yeah,
Is that part of it too?
They did it different. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are different. Yes.
Yeah.
I think it can function well hydraulically both ways. I don't know if there's a right or wrong way specifically, but both are good dynos. But at the time, again, they both evolved a long ways since then. So, and of course, eventually Superflow ended up buying DTS out.
Right.
And solved the problem.
And solved one problem.
And solved the problem.
Might have created some more, but solved the problem.
Exactly.
Yep.
So Pro Stock, you had such a great career. You're a fixture in the sport for a long time. we just joked about carburetors versus fuel injection, and that was kind of like where I don't know if lost interest is the right way to say it, but we've got a lot of competitors out there. We got a lot of fresh blood, partly because of what you just said. But what do you think about where it is? Like, you're not involved right now, and so you're a good person to ask. I don't want you to
experience both, right?
I'm probably the wrong one to ask.
Well, no, but I think that's interesting. I know you're not going to destroy the category that you ran for a while, but it's known that you like wide open development.
Yeah, I don't particularly care for the current rules package per se, but it's not about me. It's about what's good for the class. So if it was about me, we'd have done something different probably. But I gave my 2 cents, and I told them what I thought, but doesn't matter what I think. So again, I think the appeal was for a lot of folks was the fact that it was 500 cubic inches and have a nice day. Don't use nitrous, obviously, as some of the folks found out, but I think that was the appeal. So you had a lot of latitude to do what you wanted to do, and now that's not the same anymore. It's different. It doesn't mean it's wrong, but it's different, and it's not necessarily appealing to me personally. So.
Well, I guess probably one of the things about Equal 8 that is appealing is that you get something different where you have more latitude to do things.
We can do whatever we want.
A place like Bonneville's like, this is here's different cubic inch displacement groups, different power adder groups. Have a nice day. Go do the best you can.
Right.
And the time slip doesn't lie. Either you went faster or you didn't.
That's the cool thing about Bonneville. It's really the last true form of hot rodding because there's no money involved.
Right.
So people are there for the love. That's what they're there for, and they're for the love and the mechanical challenge of it. Depending on what it's something different appeals to everybody. But
you've been a few times, haven't you?
Yes. Yep.
So I've been twice just to spectate, to watch.
I've driven once.
You've driven once, okay.
Yeah. I think it was 10 or 11 years ago.
And that was Wayne's truck?
Wayne's truck, yep.
What engine was in it when you did that?
It actually had a Pro Stock engine in it. I think it was an old Greg Stanfield engine that Jessel had redone, and it was fuel injected. It was fun. It was cool.
So what was it like driving the truck up there? I mean, Jimmy Barton is going to be here tomorrow, and
Jimmy's here. I saw him.
Is he already here? Okay, fantastic. Yeah. So he's told me some stories about it's way more driving than you think it would be.
Jimmy's a little wilder than I am. So I was trying to make sure I didn't wreck anything. I was trying to be very ginger with the whole project, and I just didn't want to spin it out and do something stupid and wreck it for the next guy, wreck it for Wayne. So I was very safe. I was probably a little timid in my driving. Jimmy is not so timid in any way, shape, or form. So,
not anything.
But yeah, it was really cool. Of course, it lasts a long time, right? So you're sitting there and the engine's running at wide open throttle, and it's like all I'm thinking is about the mechanical stuff. I just hope it stays together, right?
Yeah.
So I just remember patting the dash when it was all finished, like, we made it, because it's a long time at wide open throttle. And
how long is it run?
I don't remember exactly.
It's like minutes though, right?
Yeah, it's probably, I mean, once you get, it doesn't accelerate very fast, of course, so it takes a while. But once you get up to speed, obviously, then the back half of the run, goes by in a hurry. So, but the biggest thing is to, just trying to pay attention to see how it feels to make sure that it's not, because when it starts to spin out, it's going to happen quickly.
You don't want to do that. No, and I've seen the little short wheelbase ones doing their flat spins out there, and that looks evil.
Oh yeah, no, you can get yourself in trouble for sure. But
how fast did you go?
I went I think the record ended up being 225. I think I went to high 230s as the exit speed. So yeah,
it's cool. 3,600 pound truck, or is it heavier than that?
I think it's more like about a 6,500 pound truck. Yeah, it's heavy. Yeah. It might be a little heavier than that even, depending on Wayne knows the track. He knows all that stuff, and so he'll load it up with enough weight to
get grip.
Yeah.
Because it spins the tires, right?
Oh, of course,
It's like slipping the whole time.
Yeah, it's always a certain percentage of slippage, of course. You're on salt. So it's kind of like being in northern Minnesota and driving on an icy road in the middle of winter.
Yeah, I can't relate to that at all. I have no idea what you're talking about, being from Florida. No thanks. No thanks. But that's what makes you a good Pro Stock racer, and that's what makes you a good Bonneville racer, is that experience of not really being connected.
Well, it probably can't hurt. Yeah, probably can't hurt, so...
So what else interests you out there? You're working on the Equal 8, you're going to Bonneville, so that's going to take a lot of your time. But when you think car stuff, motorsports, What do you watch? What do you check out? What are you interested in? What do you read about?
I haven't watched a lot. My boy likes every kind of racing there is. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's got an engine, he likes it. So he's been watching Formula One. So I've kind of paid a little bit of attention to that. But really anything I like. I don't really watch a lot. So
You're a doer.
Yeah, I guess I'm not. I'm definitely not a big watcher. But
Do you listen to podcasts though?
I really don't. But maybe I should start.
The Formula One Beyond the Grid podcast.
Okay.
I think you could enjoy that. I really like it. I've gotten hooked on it. It's something you can do when you're working and everything else is kind of background noise.
I need to. Charlie Westcott, he constantly is telling me, he'll send me a link to a podcast, and I need to get a little bit better at watching and listening to that stuff, because I think there's some good information out there.
There's a podcast called Hidden Horsepower. It's pretty good too. You should listen to that.
I've heard of it. Yeah, you got some seedy folks on that show.
Yeah, some questionable characters.
Yeah, so I don't know, but I'll check it out.
Okay.
Now, don't you have a nickname for Lake?
Lack of Speed Junior. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Lack of Speed.
Yeah. Everyone in a NASCAR shop has a nickname.
Right.
So he wasn't even working there, and he gave me a nickname.
It just sort of hit me.
It worked though.
Yeah.
I like it.
Oh my God, no, it's great.
I wear it with honor. My nickname came from Jason Lyne.
I tell everyone, I know Lack of Speed Junior.
Your name is Lake Speed, and you all of a sudden become Lack of Speed.
Well, my dad is Lake Speed. He's fast. Obviously, I'm not, because I'm not a race car driver, so the lack of speed makes sense.
There's a reason he got the name.
Exactly.
Yeah. It wasn't unfounded.
No.
So you mentioned your son Jack a couple of times. I know Jack, and he's a hardworking kid, right? Like,
Yep.
And one of those that give me hope for the future. Like, hey man, for every 10 kids, there's probably 2 like Jack who are out there ready to roll up their sleeves and go to work. So what is I know what he wants to drive.
He does.
What do you want to happen with Jack? Do you want him to be a driver? You want him to be a drag racer? You want him to go to work in a shop? He's capable.
Him to be a productive member of society. So as long as he's that, I'll be happy no matter what he does. So, but he's very much into CNC stuff. So he's drawing and making parts, and he's had some good help from.
He should have come up here with you for it.
Well,
no, then Jason couldn't have left right away.
But I tell his mother, he can skip school because he doesn't do anything while he's there anyway. So he might as well not be there. But yeah, he's not enamored with school at all. But he likes making parts and pieces. And he does really good. He's my son. I'm probably a little biased, but he really does a good job, and he's got serious interest in it. So, and again, Wayne and Danny have given him lots of opportunities making parts for the equal age.
Awesome.
He's writing tool paths and doing all this stuff now, and they're helping him. So he's got some really good mentors, and I hope he can make a career out of it.
That's awesome. Well, that's what the whole Engine Performance Expo is about. It's about education and teaching, and so we should probably go ahead and go to the next video and let you get out of here. Well, not get off the set for a moment, not leave the building yet, because we got to come back for the Dyno Roundtable in a little bit. But before that, we're going to have another video.
Many of you know Engine Pro as the place to go when you need engine parts for that engine build. But today we're very pleased to announce that the Engine Pro organization and the AM Group have formed the Engine Pro program. Along with our supplier partners, we're building a program that's designed to help you as a local shop. The AM Group is a leader in the automotive aftermarket in building services and resources for local shops, and we're very pleased to add machine shops and engine builders to our portfolio. The Engine Pro program is designed not only to help you build engines, but also to build your business. One of the things we're going to do is build a new cataloging experience for you. We know it's important that you be able to find the parts you need quickly and accurately for those engine builds. So we're going to build a new cataloging experience as well as help you find parts on the national level that you need to finish those engines. We believe that education is an important part of how you build your own experience, your own capabilities, as well as that of young people coming into your team. The AM Group has been a partner of Rottler and the Engine Performance Expo for 3 years. We're going to build on that capability and our experience here to build new resources for you in terms of understanding what's available in the marketplace, new products, as well as building skills. We also believe that marketing your business is a very important part of what you do. But shops tell us that they don't have the time and they don't have the skills, and we understand. So we built a suite of resources and services that are available to you at no charge that will help you tell your community what you do and identify that you are there and make your business more findable. Beyond that, there'll be savings. Our credit card program, Aftermarket Payments, is fantastic. We have a program with Skechers where we'll be able to give you 30% off retail when you buy Skechers work shoes online. We have hotel discounts, car rental discounts, and many more things that will be offered in the program. This program is built around one thing. We want to be your partner in success. We want to see local shops succeed. To learn more about the Engine Pro program, go to enginepro.com/program.
Engine Pro is excited to announce Aftermarket Payments, the card and payments processing program built by this industry to save shops money. Card payment processing is an important part of your business, but if you feel like you're paying too much, well, chances are you are. AAM, the group behind the Engine Pro program, built aftermarket payments just for shops and installers of automotive aftermarket services. We've used our group purchasing volume to cut fees, and we've created a clean, simple program designed to give you the best in services at the lowest cost to you. Want a really easy card program to use and understand? Our standard program offers qualifying shops 2.5% plus 10-cent transaction fees on card-present transactions and lots of no's. No startup fees, no PCI fee, no equipment fee, no authorization fees, no monthly fees, no annual fees, and no fees other than your transactions. Plus, you get the very best Equinox equipment, next day deposits, and fantastic service from PayJunction. Perhaps you want to consider cash discounting. We're finding that more and more shops wish to pass the cost of accepting cards to the customer. Aftermarket Payments has the absolute lowest cost cash discounting program available. This program option offers qualifying shops 3% plus 10-cent transaction fees on card-present transactions and all of the same no's and great benefits of the standard plan. With cash discounting, your customers pay the 3% credit card fees and you just pay the 10 cents transaction fee. Imagine that, a program where every card-present sale costs you just 10 cents. And of course, we have options that support e-commerce sales too. Want to learn more? Go to aftermarketpayments.com.
Hey folks, Lake Speed Jr. here at EFI University. And you know, one of the cool tools we like to use to investigate the health of the engine, because you know, it's pretty easy just to feel confident that the motor is running great as long as it is making good power and seems to be running fine. But you know us, we like to dig a little bit deeper. That's why we like to do things like used oil analysis. You know, you can do that health check of the engine by taking that blood sample, if you will. You know, motor oil is the lifeblood of your engine, and just like you go to the doctor and get a checkup and they draw your blood and they run the analysis on your blood to check your health, we can do the same thing with the engine oil. Of course, we can also do something like a leak down check or a compression check to kind of see the health of that cylinder. But there's other areas in the engine that you might want to visually see what's going on, so they can give you a better picture, right? So you can take all of these tools and add it together to get the clarity of understanding what's actually happening inside that engine. And sometimes it's maybe just for confidence, so you know what's going on, or it can be for problem solving. So one of the great tools for problem solving and investigation is a borescope. Now this is one that I really like because it's a Bluetooth one to your phone, right? So you can see, right, whatever I'm showing here is what you see with the borescope. So what we're going to do is, hey, we're going to look at this little engine here and kind of give you a couple examples of how you can use this borescope. One of the other things I like about this one is not only does it set up, take a picture, but it can also record a video. So if you need to, you can take a video of what you're seeing in the engine and then send it to somebody else so they can see. Because it's awful difficult sometimes to communicate these things with words. When, hey, what's that old saying? A picture's worth 1,000 words? Well, I think a video might be worth 10,000 words. So here, let's see what we can find looking inside this Hammerhead Hemi LS. So you heard me right? This is a Hammerhead head, so it's a Hemi style head for an LS. So one of the things we can do is look right down the exhaust port. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to hit record on the phone. That way it's recording what we're showing you. Hey, you can see myself right there. Then we can do is we can go down this port, right? We can see what's going on. Now, one of the other things you have on this is the ability to change the light. So right now the light's off. I can turn that up and I can turn my light on. That way I get better visibility.
So I can go right down this port. I can look inside. There's my valve. Intake valve looking good. Now let's go around the back side and let's peek in the exhaust port. All right, we can go up that exhaust port, and that's a way you can kind of see, hey, what's going on with my valve job, right? Have any oil in here or anything else? And other thing, if the valve is open, guess what? I can go down into the cylinder and I can see what's going on. In this case, here I can go up the cylinder from the bottom and we can see what's going on inside that cylinder. I can look at my valves from the bottom. It's kind of cool to see that. And you can even see the cylinder bore. You can even see the crosshatch in the cylinder bore. So that's a way to inspect the cylinder bore and see what's going on. The other handy thing for this, like I said, not just cylinder bores and things like that. I can also go in here and look at my cam bearings, right? Because you know that first cam bearing, you can see that one pretty easy. What about that last one down there, one of those middle ones? Well, here's an easy way to feed in this camera and then take a look and see, hey, what's going on with that cam bearing? You know, how's it looking? All right, I can see if there's any big chunks missing, anything like that. And then I can also check that appearance. All right, is the coating wearing off? Is there any kind of scuffing, anything going on? So again, it's a really handy tool to see things, and it's very flexible too, right? So I want to change the angle on it. I can change it like that, go right back in, and now I can see down on that surface even better. All right, so there's a great look right there at that bearing surface, looking good. Right, I can go check another bearing right here. How's that one look? It's looking great. So again, these are just some pretty handy dandy tool that you can use to basically look around about anything inside the engine to get that visual inspection, to kind of marry that visual inspection up with the oil analysis, compare that with the compression or leak down test. All those points of data create that more clear, better picture of the health of your engine. That way you can either have the confidence to know, I can go to the racetrack with this engine, I can go on this drive, I can go do whatever I want to try to accomplish, I can do that. Or wait, do I need to take corrective action beforehand? So inspection tools, bore scopes are a great one, leak down testing, oil analysis, all of these are the tools that are easily available at your disposal, and they all cost less than $100 to do, and they can give you lots of great information. So hope you enjoyed this video. Thanks for watching.
YouTube. Put your comments in the chat section, by the way, guys. There's going to be some opportunity for some Q&A. We see your comments right here, and of course, share the show. Click the bell. We got Ben, we got Lake, and this is something that is so interesting to me. We're about to get into because oil analysis, right? That is in your wheelhouse.
That is.
But you've educated us over the past couple of years about it. That you can find out what's going on inside your engine long before maybe you find out in the worst possible way.
Oh, exactly. We've already gone through a couple of videos now where we've done a bore scope on the engine. We've done the leak down test on the engine. We're trying to see, is the engine okay? And that's a lot of work because the engine's got to come out of the car. You got to take it all apart and you got to do all that. Man, wouldn't it just be a whole lot easier to be able to know without doing all that?
If we could like x-ray the engine, right?
Right.
And so, Joe, I loved it right before we started. You're like, oh, oil analysis is one of my favorite things. I know a little bit about this one, and it's one of those things where it's like, the oil analysis is such an easy thing to do, and it's a shame more people don't do it, but it's a way that you get to like x-ray the engine. Let me see what's going on inside without taking it all apart and tearing it up,
Right.
So I guess we walk through, where does it start? You sample.
Well, yeah, you take the sample bottle, right? And it's pretty much easy if you have the engine running, and it's always best to have the engine warmed up. In fact, when you get one of the oil analysis kits, there's going to be an instruction sheet that tells you what to do. It's really simple. It's one sheet of paper, written in English.
So let's make it real clear. Why do we care that I just finished running the engine? Why can't I come back after a month and sample my oil?
Well, you want it to be representative, because if all the wear metals have settled to the bottom of the oil pan, and let's say you take a sample this straight from the bottom of the oil pan, Well, it might give you a false positive. It could be too high than what it really is.
We want all that mixed together and be real sample. You know, you might have dirt that's been, you know, you're out on the Baja 500 or something, and you've been sucking dirt through the seals. Well, if all that sits on the bottom and you do your oil sample, you go, oh, it looks great. But it might not be what you actually have in there.
Right, you want it to be representative. So by running the engine, getting it warmed up, taking a representative sample, now the cool part is this then goes to the lab. Then the lab does all the really fun stuff. Like really one of the coolest things about oil analysis is one of the tests to do the wear metals, we literally burn the oil.
Oh, really? That's pretty cool.
It's like you burn it in a plasma. And because when it incinerates everything in it, the base oil, all the additives, all the wear metals, each of them emit their own spectrum of light.
Aha.
So a spectrometer is actually reading all of that wavelengths of light, each individual one, the intensity of it, then we can know what's going on. Because literally, take these little pieces right here. So you got one that's like a brass bronze material, you got this DLC coated material, and you've got this steel material. Well, it will actually see the wear of each individual material because this is going to have some copper in it, where this one doesn't. And because this one being DLC carbon coated, you won't see iron or copper in it, but you could see other things. So
I always thought it was cool that when you get your report, you see all these individual metals, and I wondered, like, how do they separate them out? How do they know that? Well, it makes sense. You literally separate them all, and you look at them under the light, and you can see which one's which.
When you burn it, they spit all the different wavelength lights come out. You can see it. So we measure things like viscosity. We measure fuel dilution, and that was when we did this same segment last year when we built the Engine Performance Expo LS. We knew that we had chose the wrong fuel, and guess what? Pretty much sure right off the bat, we had like 3.5% fuel dilution because that fuel wasn't the right distillation curve for the temperature we were running it. But then once we went to the correct fuel, it corrected itself.
So that's interesting because another thing that you do when you fill out the form to do your oil analysis is tell me, you know, what kind of oil it was, what sort of engine is this, but also how long has this oil been running? Right. So if you saw a bunch of fuel dilution and the guy said, well, the engine only did, you know, half an hour on my dyno, you'd go, you might need to look at your tune-up or your fuel choice, right? So the oil analysis is so much more than just, is my engine blown up? You know what I mean? Like you can learn so much more about what's happened to that engine if you also know application, environment, you know, running temperature, that kind of stuff. So it's important when you take your sample that you also fill in all the data about what am I looking at? Where'd the sample come from?
Yeah, context. It gives you, this is going to give you data. The sample form gives you context. And when you put that together, it paints a really powerful picture of what's going on. So we actually have in front of us the report from this year's version of the Engine Performance Expo LS. So
it's our report card.
This is our report card. So we definitely made more boost. We made more power. We won't tell you those numbers now. You got to stay tuned and keep watching to get
dangling the carrot.
Well, you have to. So
master of the tease. This guy is amazing.
But what's really kind of cool to see is that we made, you know, a lot more runs this year. And as we went along, you know, these are a lot of the naturally aspirated runs, and we see we made more runs with more power. And we saw things coming along that, you know, obviously the high water mark is going to be break-in. That's where you're going to see the most amount of wear. So that kind of gives a reference point of what we're looking at. So, but that was obviously NA. When you're running the engine on boost, you're loading it more. We're seeing more stuff going on. So
one of the things I like what you got going on here, Lake, is not only do you have all that data that you're talking about, but you have the historical data as a trend here as well. And you can look at the dates. It goes, well, you know, this was... so sorry, I'm backwards here. So this was 11/11, this was 11/12, then it was in March, and then it was March 1st, March 3rd. Every time you ran the engine, you did a sample.
Right.
So now you've got this trend analysis. So you might look at this and go, okay, my number of iron is 35. Well, is 35 good or bad? Well, I don't know. Let's see what it had been doing.
That's the key.
Pretty cool.
The trend analysis is going to give you that real clear picture. Like this last time we ran it, well, the copper was at 17. Okay, but that's really not bad because we can see that with the trend, that's right in line. Knowing we made more runs under more load, that's actually telling you right in line. And of course, with more boost, we put more fuel through it. So we're seeing that iron. Of course, that little higher level of iron right there at 35 parts per million with boost compared to the 28 naturally aspirated tells me we needed more RVK on the surface finish.
So now it's sort of post-mortem analysis, if you will, of all this effort that I spent with my hone trying to get the perfect texture. How do I know that was right? Was it right because my buddy Ed Keebler or Lake told me it was right, or is it right because the data shows me it was right?
Well, what's great about this, it tells me there's opportunity to be better.
Sure.
Right? It runs good. It runs great, actually.
Yeah, I'd say so.
So, but there's more room to improve this on the table, and this is telling us we can tweak it and we can tune it. One great thing is we know the viscosity of the oil is actually correct for the application, because we can look at all the bearing materials and we're totally good.
We're not using up that stuff, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Which
is really good to know, right? They looked great last time. We're not seeing anything of that. The additive package is good. The viscosity is good. The fuel dilution is actually really quite good for what we're doing. So we have the right fuel. We've got a good tune-up. All those things are working. So that's what's really great about this. Like you said, report card or health check, whatever you want to call it, we can know.
And you have shared in the past that this is something, it might seem new to people out there who are just like putting together a project, but the highest levels of motorsports and Formula One in particular, this is something that is happening on a regular basis over the course of a race weekend.
Yeah,
this is technology that is kind of being disseminated through anybody who wants it now, thanks to what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
That was part of the formula of success at the highest levels of race.
Well, sorry, I mean to cut you up there, but you think about some of this feels like to those of us in the motorsport industry, like this cutting edge, leading edge technology, but really it's been around forever. What's happened is various companies like Speed Diagnostics have brought it to a level of now we can all access it. So the regular engine builder, hobbyist, guy, all the way up through the professionals motorsports, now it's accessible. So now there's more tools available than you used to have. I mean, used to be you took the engine apart and you went, I don't know, seems all right, put it back together and try again.
Yeah.
Now it's literally like having your report card from X-ray from the engine. I think it's super cool.
Yeah, and like you said, Formula One, they literally have a mobile lab that goes to the racetrack, and they have people that do the analysis at the racetrack. This same trend analysis Ben's talking about, they do it. In fact, they know what each part of the engine's made out of.
Wild.
And
so like for us, where it's like dyno days, right? For them, it's like, oh, that was qualifying, and this was, middle of the race.
Right.
Like, that's wild.
And they're using that data to make a decision whether or not that gearbox should be changed, that engine should be changed. Is it worth the grid penalty?
Wow.
Let's do it. I mean, that's what they're doing. They're doing it all the time. And like I said, the real origin of it, like I said, it sounds new and fancy, but it really goes back to World War II. It goes back to aviation. Aviation is where this all began, and then it evolved from there.
They needed to make sure that airplane was going to make it all the way across the ocean, right, and land on the other side. So this kind of stuff was really important.
Yeah.
At least to the pilot.
Right. And now we've like you said, we've made it easy. With Speed Diagnostics, it's a kit you can buy that comes with everything. So it's prepaid. I mean, you've got a mailer to send the thing back to the lab. It's got the instruction sheets. It comes with the sample bottle. You get your report. You get all this information. But you also get these other 2 pages of the report that explain everything on there. So if you're new to it, it's
you don't
not
have to be a lab technician to understand this and get value out of it.
No, I mean, I always say that, if you can navigate a stoplight, you can use one of these reports because everything's color-coded. But then you've got all of these things. And the other last piece of this information is, so Speed Diagnostics is now partnered with Total Seal so that you can actually purchase these kits from Total Seal. You can
Again, making it more accessible. That's super awesome.
And, I think about all the people out there, whether you're a bracket racer, you just go out and make laps. If you're a drag and drive guy, you're going on these long trips, right? You come back. Is everything okay? How do we know? Well, you can run a diagnostic test. Absolutely amazing. Well, I think it's great. I love learning more about it each time. And for those of you out there, go to the web, find out more information. And we keep rolling along. We got a lot of people out there watching on YouTube. Our next video coming up, a little more about making horsepower as we delve into some cylinder heads and things like that. So let's throw it to the next video and keep on trucking here at the Engine Performance Expo. Hi there, Dan from Mali. I'm here at the Engine Expo talking to Billy Fisher, works at Straub Technologies. Billy, the cylinder head expert here.
No.
So me and Billy go back working the NASCAR days. So Billy, tell us a little bit about some of your background to get here.
Well, I first started back in the 80s with the little teams and all that and everything, and it was hard to do development work and all that. That's what we had to do it all by hand.
Now,
there was no
those are the
CNC
days.
machines
Yeah.
and nothing, so we had to do them all by hand. And then as I got older, went down to Yates, Childress's. I worked at Childress for 7-8 years. I did all the qualifying cylinder heads for the 31 car, plus I did a lot of R&D work for GM.
Yep.
So the R5 head and all that stuff and the intake manifolds.
Yeah.
So when I wasn't doing qualifying heads, I had to go over there and start doing R&D work and development. And I developed the head for Everham or Mopar. The one head, the last head they had of the year, I designed the cylinder head port for that.
Yeah.
And then I worked for Yates with Dan here for 4 or 5 years.
We had some good stories, but we're not going to talk about those on here. But yeah, so Billy, I'm talking about cylinder heads, and you know, everybody's want more power. What we're talking about here, and the common thing people talk about porting cylinder heads. So I'm going to come to you because you know a lot. So basically, let's talk about some do's and don'ts with the cylinder head. Of when you're looking at a cylinder head, what's some of the do's and don'ts that you would recommend to people? What you should or shouldn't do?
Basically, a port will tell you what it means. Bigger ain't always better.
Bigger's not better.
We've learned that. Bigger is not always better. Unless you put a huffer on it to take up the big difference. Bigger ain't always better for aspirated motors.
Right, okay.
Naturally aspirated motors.
Okay.
You don't want to make your seat ring too big.
Okay.
You don't want to make your bowl too big.
Okay. And what happens if things
the air
just get
dies down?
It dies down, so you
it
lose
doesn't have
velocity?
no speed, no velocity. It just becomes a stagnant port.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
And then you don't get any volume of air.
Don't get no volume. Your coefficient numbers go way down.
Okay.
And basically, if you can find a coefficient number off of a head, if you got a 1020 Superflow or anything like that, the computerized one like we use, and it had the coefficient numbers, you can put a head on there and see like a 409 CFM versus a 380. The coefficient number means the airspeed, the volume's moving fast.
Okay, so you're putting more fuel in with...
Because the air's moving faster.
Very good, yes. Okay, so how do we achieve
gets too big, it gets stagnant.
So is there a ratio of what you're looking for on a
usually about 80%.
80%?
80% of the seat ring area. Do the bowls, you blow, I can tell you where to blow out and all that, but you have to basically put on a flow bench to figure out the one wall needs to be straight.
Okay.
The other wall that comes around, you can blow it out on the side here a little bit, so that as the fuel comes in, it does this number, which the port will help it pull it out and swirl effect.
Right, swirl effect. Okay. So when the air's coming in here, so does the air need something to hang on to?
Air usually runs around 6 degrees radius. What I learned with the old the funnel fountain manifolds, you remember them?
Yes, sir.
4 Venturis with the tube going all the way to the bottom and the funnel fountain, you suck the fuel out of it and go in there for the restrictor plate deal.
Yeah, that was interesting times.
Yeah. So basically, it was about a 6 degree to 6.5 degree radius on the Venturi. We call them Venturis that you put the 4 in the corners.
Okay.
With the big tube sticking down the bottom that filled up with fuel, and then it funnel fountained out because it sucked it into the manifold.
Okay. Very cool. So if you work on your seats, you're working on getting your 80%, you get some reduction here, and as far as how do you get all the, you get all this swirl and so forth, so how do we get the exhaust out? What's the optimum for getting?
Basically the same. A lot of area you need to work around is right here.
Okay.
Just right past the seat ring on the short side. There's 2 side walls. Because this is actually a Venturi, so as you're pushing it out, the air's going down and then it has to go out.
Right, okay. So you want to squeeze it down in there and then
let it go fly out.
Okay. And is that kind of the same ratio that you're looking for?
Pretty much same.
Okay. Okay.
But the cross-sectional area across the valve guide, or on the opposite side of the valve guide here, this area is what you blow out to help it form and go out.
Okay.
That's what I learned. And a lot of it has to do, as your chamber, you need this chamber to run directly with the top of the seat ring. Like, and even not down here like this, but kind of like a nice steady flow.
Right, right. So you're getting air in and out here because we're looking at the chamber, so we're going to keep it there. So valve angles, have you seen a lot of this flow with valve
angles are very critical. Like big block Chevrolets, the standard was 45. 50 to 52 works real good on them. A lot of your LS, 50 to 52 works real good on them.
Okay.
You know, in Cup, we were up to 55-degree seat angles.
Yeah, took a little bit to get there, but
that's about as far as you want to go before they weld the valve to the seat. 60 degrees, we tried it, but it welded the valve to the seat and didn't do real good.
Yeah.
So we backed it off 5 degrees, and it works out perfect.
Yeah.
And you got to remember too, your valve angle kind of plays in where your RPM range is.
Okay.
So the like a 30 degree, like the old Oldsmobiles and Pontiacs and all that, were 30-degree seats. They weren't a lot of RPM motors.
Okay.
The high RPM motors, you run about a 55, 52, 50-degree seat.
So you're changing valve angles as RPMs is going up.
Yeah, because it picks it up upstairs.
Okay.
23-degree heads don't like a 50-degree seat angle. 18-degree with the raised port in them and a big long short side, usually likes a 50, 55-degree seat angle.
Because you get more RPMs.
Yeah. Well, the short side has a lot to do with it. It ain't like the old Fords of a line of sight or the old big block 24-degree heads, which is basically a line of sight deal.
Right.
So anything over 52 kind of doesn't work real well.
I understand. Okay.
So that's what you got to look at too on your port.
Yeah. So we talked about this going. You mentioned short side a couple times. So what's the trick on a short side that gives it some optimum?
Short side is where the air hangs.
Yeah.
Okay? If you got turbulence in your port or something like that, usually you'll take it out of the roof to kill the turbulence.
Okay. So turbulence. Did you explain
That's
turbulence?
where it starts to spit back at you in the port.
Okay.
So what it means is it's going in there, it's hitting off the back wall, it has nothing to hang on to, so just bouncing off the wall and coming back at you.
Okay.
So your short side and your top roof are not in a correct, aren't the right way angles and aren't got the right pitch to it, basically. So when you start to do that, the fastest way I figured out how to fix that, and it might not work for everybody, but it works for me.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to say that up front. What works for me might not work for you, and what works for you might not work for me.
Because there's a lot of different combinations out there.
I find that if I take out of the top of the roof around a valve guide and raise it up a little bit and straight on back, it takes the turbulence out. Your numbers will come back a little bit, but you still have to figure out your short side to make the big numbers.
Okay, so trying to keep the air as clean running through there, keep turbulence, because when you're flowing air on a flow bench, you can hear turbulence, right?
Oh yeah, it's spitting at you.
It's just not happy.
No.
So likewise, it's going to the engine, same thing, making the engine not happy.
Right.
So bigger is not always better. You mentioned that earlier.
Bigger is not always better.
Very, very good. Okay.
Unless you got a huffer on top of it.
There we go. Then that's a game changer,
That's
right?
a game
Yeah,
changer.
absolutely.
Put a huffer on it, you can do what you want.
Yeah.
Makes its own atmosphere.
So we're looking at the chamber here and short side. So if you don't mind here, we're gonna kind of look. So what's the as you come into on you got nice radiuses coming in here and can you explain what's happening here as air is coming in here? What does it like to see?
You usually put a wand in there to find out where the air comes in there and starts to push to one side or loads to one side of the wall. So the walls dictate how the air moves, basically.
Okay.
So if you got a wand doing this number and it's trying to push the air over that way, that means that the air wants to go over here. I really don't know how to explain it, to be honest with you. But one wall that has to be straight has to hang on to the air.
Okay.
And it actually pushes the air over to the other side to make the port flow right.
Okay. All right.
So that's why I say, one wall I like to keep straight, maybe a little bit blowed out on, one side. Not when I say blowed out, not real big. On the other side, as the air comes this way, because it's trying to push the air over here, I blow it out so it does this number, comes out of the thing.
Right, because you're as you mentioned earlier, you're in smaller down here, so you got a larger volume here that you're having to squeeze down to a smaller area to pick up velocity to get it into the chamber.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, so radiuses and so forth.
You know, that's a matter of preference to everybody,
Sure.
but I've learned that the bigger the radius, 3/4 inch radius or whatever, I just use a hypothetical number from a 1/2 inch to 3/4. The bigger the radius, they seem to make more power than the tight. Where everybody used to be real tight in here, we'd go in there and mark it out like the gasket, put a 3/8 burr in there and then tighten that thing up so that thing almost looked like that.
Right.
And now you want them to look more round.
More round, okay.
For some reason, the air actually works better when it's bigger, rounded, more ports.
So you mentioned gaskets, right? So now we're moving up here to the system a little bit more. You have a gasket. So when I originally got this head, the ports were considerably smaller. How do you know where you want to put that whole location? Or if I have a stock head that I ran and I want to take it out and port it, where?
Well, your gasket's going to line up off your center of your bolt holes.
Right.
All right. Some of the gaskets don't always match up perfect.
Okay.
From the bottom or the top.
Okay.
Or the sides here. It'll be tight on one side and have a mile over here on the other side that you got to grind out. So
makes your job hard, right?
It makes it a lot harder. Especially if you go to gasket match it.
There you go.
Because you can't go all the way down because you're only about 1 inch in and you got to taper everything into it to make it work. So basically what I do is I get the gasket over there and I line it up the best I can over the holes, try to center it the best I can over the port and go from there.
Okay. All right. So we got the head done and we're going to bolt this manifold on there, but now how do we get the manifold to line up to the head with a gasket in between?
Good question. Best thing to do is to come in here and dike them.
Okay.
Right here and here. And what you're going to do is you're going to draw your lines up here off of this.
Right. Straight off the edge of the port.
Straight off the edge of the port.
Okay.
Straight across the roof.
This is after your head's done?
Yeah, after the head's done. Straight off the port to the side here because the manifold don't come out to here.
Right. Sure.
So you do it on both sides. Everything. So then you take your manifold and you put dicum on this part of it. Let me I didn't want that to come off when I was holding it. So what you're going to do is you're going to dicum this part of the manifold.
Okay.
All right. And then as you lay this thing up there like this, you already got your lines. So your manifold's bolted and you center it up where you need to. And then you transfer that line onto the manifold here and across this side here.
Okay. So it's obviously very important you use the right block.
The right block,
right
the
deck.
Yeah,
everything
whatever
right.
it's going
head gasket, everything that needs to be on
right.
Yeah. Oh, very good.
So that's basically the easiest way to do it. A lot of people, and I understand it, just put the gasket up there and gasket match it to and say it's good.
Right.
You can do it that way. You can cut the manifold to make it fit, you know, like, but that's the best way to do it. That way you get everything lined up.
Yeah. I remember some of the days when we used to roll heads and change this whole facing and angles didn't line up, and there's a lot of machining
a lot
and
of welding, a lot of machining, a lot of rollover fixtures.
Those were the fun, the hard days, weren't they?
That's where your 18-degree cylinder head came from. The 23-degree head that we welded 1/2 inch or better on it from the intake side to nothing on the face to the exhaust side, and it was a 32cc chamber small block Chevrolet because we had to compete with the Fords with the C3 head, and that was the only way we could do it, and that's how we made the 18-degree chamber. How we made the 18-degree head now.
What we called the rollover.
Yeah, which was the rollover head, but it actually we rolled it over to 18 degrees. And that's how we came up with it.
Yep. So those are little tricks from the NASCAR side that we did years ago to get to where
you are now today with cylinder heads.
Very good. So
when you didn't have nothing to work with, you had to make whatever you had work with.
Yeah.
I mean, there's days, like you said, we can get into storage where we cut the center divider back all the way to here and made it like a razor blade. It didn't work.
we tried a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, that was on cast iron cylinder heads.
Yeah, very true. So when the manifold, we can elaborate just a little bit. So, you know, you kind of got the same thing going on here with the manifold as it comes into the plenum. It's turning what would be considered to the short side here. So is same concept of what you're trying to do.
Radiuses make the big difference in everything. If you got a straight thing like this, you're gonna get air going by.
Right.
You got it to where the air comes in and can have something to hook to.
Yeah.
It's gonna turn. You know, a lot of the SB2 manifolds that we did and all, this side was down low and this was up high.
Right.
You know, how we pulled them up like this C351
Yeah,
manifold.
it wasn't just a straight across.
No, this was raised up here.
Yeah.
You know, all that. This, and everybody thinks sharper's better. Not.
So
you need a blunt nose down here on your divider to get the air to turn right.
Yeah. So the big thing is, takeaway is, you need smooth transitions,
Right.
big radius stuff that the air can hang on to keep it moving. So it doesn't just jump out in space and just bigger than
It's
better.
just sitting there. It'll go there and have nowhere to go.
Right. Right. Very true.
You know. And if it's just sitting there, you got a big puddle of fuel here and you got nothing making no power.
Very true, because you have to keep the fuel atomized. So you know, then you come back to the finish of what you're trying to do with your ports. You know, is some people are like slick, some people are rough.
You know, we tried them all ways.
Yes, and
didn't find the difference between polishing them like a piece of jewelry or leaving them with like a finished burr that's not real rough. You used them big 5 flutes to dig out a lot of stuff.
Yes.
And then go back over it with a 12 flute or something like that and smooth it out. You didn't really make that much difference.
It doesn't care.
Doesn't care. As long as the transition, like you was fixing to say, is there, it's gonna work.
Give it something to hang on to.
But just don't make it look like a cobbed up stuff. I mean, at least, you know.
We want to look presentable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
We want happy air.
Right.
There you go. Very good. Anything else you just
if you got snap gauges or something, try to make the ports as equal. The biggest thing, a lot of people make a port that's real big one and then they think they got the other one and you go and snap gauge it's off by 300 thousandths.
That's a huge difference.
Yeah, because then you got one port that's taking all the fuel and one port that's getting lean that ain't getting no fuel.
Right. Right.
So biggest thing is take your time, pair of snap gauges, make them all the same as you can, and that's manifolds, and that's this bowl area down in here, the cross-sectional area by the guide.
Right.
Make all that the same. If you make all that the same on all the ports, it's basically the motor's gonna be the same.
Be the same. Make all your cylinders balance the same.
Everything balances out.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you just go in here and match it and just start grinding and sit back here and look, oh, that looks, yeah, that's the same thing. I guarantee you take a snap gauge and stick it in here,
right?
You'll be off 100, 300 thousandths, and that's going to make a bunch.
So as many years you're doing this, are you still using snap gauges?
Right there, brother.
There you go. There you go. Spoken from a professional expert who's been doing it for years, still using your basic snap gauge.
Actually, I go to, believe it or not, the easiest way to do it is like go to Harbor Freight or something, and what do you call them? Compasses or whatever they are, you know? What do you call them things? Man, I'm out of school. I've been out of school for 45
You know the tool,
years.
though. You know the tool.
Yeah, it's what you know when they got the points and you can open them up.
Or you open it up and get a measurement off of it.
Yeah. So what I do is I go in there and I heat them up and bend the gauges out.
There you go.
Bend the ends out, tighten up, and then I run my down through there to make the ports all the same.
There you go.
There's no lie in there.
The truth is there.
It's either going to go in, or it's not.
Yes.
And it's going to be the same, or it's not.
Right. Right.
So, yeah, what do you call them things, man? Protractors. There you go.
Very
Get you them, bend the tips, make them square, grind them flat on each end, nice little flat, or you can leave them pointed. It don't matter. But you can walk in there from here down there, and you can, in so many. Say you go a ½ inch in, take that port, make that ½ inch in this side the same way. Then go down another ½ inch or an inch. But use that as your tool, your guide.
Right.
Basically, that is your guide.
Right. Very good. So we're talking about keeping these consistent. So we're going to jump back here. So how do you keep your chambers so your compression ratio stays the same between all the cylinders?
Well, you have to pour them after each time.
Okay.
So after I get done grinding one, I'll come up with what I want. Then I'll go over there and start laying the other one out. And I'll grind it, and then I'll have to go and pour it and make sure it's the same.
Okay.
If I'm doing them all by hand. Now, you know, if it's a CNC machine, you just do one. the way you want it.
Sure.
And then you have them and it becomes equal. But if you're doing it by yourself, you have to pour each chamber. Okay. And then you have to go back and look at, well, did I pull it out right here? Or do I pull it out here?
Okay.
Or behind the spark plug? You know, you have to, you really don't want to screw with this too much. This side, if you screw too much with it, it gets real thin. Everybody used to undercut these real bad. That's where you got the Bernelling of the head gasket beating in there.
Right.
The old Felpro head gaskets with the stainless steel would beat in there because it bounces up and down.
Right.
You think you got that head torque there. You think you got the head torque, it don't.
Correct.
And you know the old small blocks where we had to pull water out of here and put water in it to keep this cool, so it didn't do that.
Those two exhaust valves together were
so
just
when you
not
get
happy.
it too thin, like the old Ford heads, when you had to put the dog bone in here for seats, because you pulled so much out of the short side to get, because they like the line of sight, it was real soft and it would beat the seat in the head.
Right. Oh, very good.
So,
awesome.
Just it's trial and error. It's trial and error today.
There you go.
What works today for me might not work for tomorrow.
It's a changing world. A lot of engines are changed, and understanding that engine and what makes that engine happy. We're RPMs. You're looking for torque. You're looking for horsepower.
And you know, these ports have been around for a long time. And you think you've already hit every angle, every scenario, every this and that, but I promise you haven't.
It's all the same till it's not.
Well, and I'm going to get off track here a little bit. Don't mean to be off track, but your camshaft design has a lot to do with how that port acts.
Oh yeah.
Because when I was doing stuff up there at Childress's, one head would work good. We had a basic motor, and that basic motor, we had our basic head, the basic motor, and we run everything across it. We knew what it made with the basic head design and basic.
Okay.
So same camshaft, same everything, and you had to make the next head better than what we had. Well, we did that sometimes, and the head was junk, so they would put it upstairs. Well, all of a sudden they come back with a camshaft change design, stick the head back on, and all of a sudden the head works.
You became a hero all of a sudden.
Yeah, you went from a zero to a hero.
I like those days.
So
the hero part, not the zero part.
No, the zero's a lot, man. There's more than the heroes, I can promise you. But anyways, that camshaft has a lot to do with the cylinder head design too. When they ask you flow numbers, it's for a reason. It's not just to see if you got a good head or make fun of you or anything like that. It's because you got to get the combination right. You got to have the right cam for the right port, because you could have exhaust that's real shitty, so you're going to need a lot of duration, or you can have where the intake and exhaust are real balanced together, close. Then you don't need a big spread on the cam.
Yeah, so knowing what the cylinder head helps determine what camshaft, or vice versa.
So when people ask you for flow numbers, it's for a reason. It's not just to make fun of you. You think that they're going to tell you, oh, you don't know what you're doing, your head sucks. No, it's so you can get the right combination.
Right.
And how many camshafts did we go through in cup days to find one that
How many a week?
How many a week?
Yes.
So it's a whole combination package.
Right, sure. Absolutely.
Like I said, what works for you might not work for me, and what works for me might not work for you.
Understand that.
But as long as we can skin that cat, we're okay.
There we go. Very good. Very good.
That's all that matters.
Anything else you...
Make sure your valve heights are the same.
Valve heights, right? So...
Make sure your valve heights. You don't want different valve heights. That's going to change your compression ratio. Not much, not little. I mean, a couple. Probably won't notice it, but you know, valve heights are very critical to the push rod geometry and all that. So you got to make sure that your valve heights are equally the same within 5,000ths.
There you go.
If you can keep it all within 5,000ths, you're good.
Keep the engine balanced the best you can. Size of the ports, volume, valve job, how it's laid in there.
Yep.
Very good. All right. Well, Billy,
don't be afraid to take metal out.
Don't be afraid to take metal out.
You're gonna get dirty.
There you go. All right.
So don't be afraid.
Well,
it ain't rocket science. It's just, you know, you got to go. Somebody had to learn somewhere.
That's exactly right.
I had to figure it out how to do it sometime.
So case and story is not everything is a success.
No.
You learn by trial and error.
Yes.
There's no great formula that says do
No.
this and that works. You know, stay out of the water.
Stay out of the water.
Stay out of the water.
That's a good thing.
And if you see a little, if you're doing aluminum and you see the little dot, don't keep grinding on that,
No.
and get rid of that dot, because that dot is getting
water. That's porosity.
Yeah, exactly.
You're
You're a little too
screwed.
thin.
Yeah.
I remember those days. I thought I'd grind some black spot out, and my black spot just got bigger, and
Then you're like, what do
I
I
needed
do
help.
now?
Yeah, exactly. So very cool.
And if you can't weld, you're screwed.
That's why I had a guy.
I had a guy too. And he still does it for all the guys.
I know him. I know him well.
Yeah.
So, very good. All right. Well, I appreciate it, Billy. Thank you
thank
for your
you.
time.
Hope somebody learned something.
Hope you guys learned something on this. You know, what some of the do's and don'ts of cylinder head porting, port matching. So I do appreciate the time. Thank you very much. Back to the Engine Performance Expo. What a great video dealing with cylinder heads, making that horsepower. And now we're going to transition into a roundtable discussion about how to find that horsepower is in on the dyno. Lake, got Mark Cronquist, we got Ben, John Kazi jumping in, Jason Line. We pulled him back. He was out the door. We just dragged him right back in. And I have the best seat in the house for a great conversation. Guys, it already started. They're talking about, you know, when and how, and don't make one more pull. That's what that's what, like, one more pull is the worst word you can say. But this is pretty amazing. And the engine that we're going to discuss, or at least one of them, is your dad's.
Right, so this kind of whole thing came up this summer, actually, when I saw Jason. We were at KB, we were honing Dad's block, that it was down so much on power from what Dad had thought it was. When we actually were able to find the dyno sheets, Rick Fred over at RF Engines had worked for Bob Cronin, knew where all the files were, so we actually found the original dyno sheets. And you know, I've hung around Ben enough that I know you got to do some math on this stuff. So I started looking at the dyno sheets, and I'm like, something doesn't quite add up. And then I saw Jason at KB, and he's like, oh, I know exactly what it was. And
Did I say exactly?
I don't know if you said exactly. I'm paraphrasing for you, Jason.
It could be.
It could be, right. So, and you kind of mentioned it in the hidden horsepower segment earlier about the strain gauge and the lack of temperature compensation in the old days with those dynos, and how that may have given people a false reading. So expand on that a little bit, if you don't
It
mind.
definitely happened back then. I learned this from the self-proclaimed greatest dyno operator in the world.
I am. I was.
Self-proclaimed or the greatest?
Both.
Well, back in the day, my brother and I, he had a 428 Cobra Jet Ford, and the headers on the Ford went real close together in the back. So we did a cam braking on the engine, and by the time we were done with the cam brake and made a few pulls, and the engine picked up like 30 horse, which would be, you know, the engine was maybe a 500 horse engine at the time. It was such a large percentage, it was like, you know, 30 horse. It was massive, right? So we're all excited. Of course, we want to believe it, right? Because
Right.
you want to believe. So we go to the track, and it's a solid 2/10 slower, right? It ran terrible. So we talked to all of our expert friends and people who, you know, we respect in the industry, and they say, you know, just because it makes more power doesn't mean it'll accelerate and blah, blah, blah. So, which none of that stuff really made any sense to me. So years later, we took the same engine. We had a different kind of dyno back then, and we trusted this dyno. So we took the same engine and we did the test in reverse, and instead it lost 30 horse. So, which made sense. It correlated with the racetrack, but it was. And then Mark taught me later on, it was all to do with the fact that, you know, the hotter this engine, the strain gauge got, the more power the engine made. And because the header was right next to the strain gauge, you know, the longer we did the cam braking for, if we'd ran another 20 minutes, it might have made 50 horse. You know, who knows? But anyway, that was the gist of it. So it was a good lesson learned. So
When you told me that, the light bulb went on my head, because I remember looking at all the dyno sheets. I'm like, oh, they went from the dyno headers way out here to the race headers back here, and they did, you know, 15 something different pulls just on headers, different tri-wise and all that. And I'm like, oh, all of this is just making it hotter and hotter and hotter. So how do we go from 656 on the fourth pull with old Molly rings, which it was broken in then, to 722? That's a big gain. I'm not buying that.
That's a great day, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, as somebody who's testing, right, we sort of want to believe sometimes. And what you really got to do is want to know the truth, and sometimes it takes a while for it to come out.
It seems to be a lot easier when you're testing an engine that you didn't build, though, right?
You're much more skeptical then, right?
Absolutely.
Well, but when you gain, it's like you're the hero.
absolutely.
Look what I did
Yeah.
here. I came to the conclusion we never have bad dyno days. We always have good dyno days. The motors always make more power. It's good. Usually when they lose power, it's bad. You know what I mean? It's bad, but it's like everybody, the dyno's off today. No, it usually isn't. It's usually a day when it shows more. There's something usually wrong with it on those days.
Well, I worked for a guy that would bitch and piss and moan if the engine was off 1 or 2 horse. You had to keep working on it and you get it back there. So 2 horse, that was a trailer rider.
Are you looking at me?
I'm pretty sure that's what he was getting at.
Well,
Yes.
some of the older dynos, all your power is taken off a little aluminum link that's about this long. It's a little strain gauge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where all the torque comes from. Well, it's aluminum, and aluminum stretches as it gets hot.
Right.
So it'll keep adding to it. And we were guilty of the same thing. We'd run big engines, and the absorber would boil a little water and stuff because it really wasn't quite good enough for what we were doing. And so it'd get hot. And we'd make a dyno pull, we'd make another one. But by the end, we'd go home late at night, and we were really looking good.
Oh, yeah.
And
Come in the next morning, it wasn't, right?
Exactly. You come in the next morning,
Yes.
it was 30 or 40 worse, and
Yeah.
we didn't do anything. Well, what's wrong? Well, what was wrong was it kept getting hotter and hotter from this thing because it's making heat. And that heat went into that thing, but that's not an issue today because all that stuff's compensated for.
So,
it's
Mark,
done a
what's
different
the,
way.
What's the story where you learned that?
Learn what?
You found out about this, right? So Jason said you told him about it. So when did that happen to you that you had to go fishing for it?
And we just did the same thing what John just said. We'd come in and go. We'd end the night making, a cup motor at that time was probably making 750 or something. Come in next morning, it's making 730, and you're like, okay, well, what's different with the tune? Well, then we started buying air systems that the temperature was the same every day, and then we bought this system to do the humidity the same every day, and we're like, okay, how can it be 20 out? Well, then you just start looking at it, and I think one time we actually put the weights on the dyno one time when it was hot. Went, okay, why is these off?
can't
now?
be right,
It's-
yeah.
Then I was like, measure that thing, and then you start moving it or changing the material or doing something or buying a different dyno that doesn't have it that way. And I think all dyno companies got better and smarter as they got older and said,
Yeah,
well,
they've
we
all
can't
evolved,
do this.
yeah.
And, everybody evolved. But I'm pretty sure it was the same thing like John said. You're the king of the hero when you leave at nighttime, but you come in the next morning when the weather's cooler and the dyno's cooler, you're thinking, oh yeah, this is going to be good. And what's wrong now? And then you wear a half a day trying to get that back.
like a knife in the gut.
Exactly. So.
Yeah, I think next thing you know, you're thinking about taking the engine apart to figure out what's wrong with it.
Well, it's frustrating because you want it to make sense.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't make sense, you got to come up with some excuse or a reason. And at times we've come up with a lot of good ones.
You get a little bit cynical, don't you think? Like I know for me anyway, like I tend to question everything. If I make huge power, I'm like, I don't know, is that real? What can I find that may have did that? Or obviously the other way, you're like, man, stupid dyno. It's like everybody wants to blame the dyno,
Right.
But I think what happens is you just get really cynical and you just don't trust anything. Everything.
Well, I think that's the right way to be, though. I think if you really, again, you just kind of want to know the truth. That's
Yeah,
what you gotta
I
do.
tell people all the time, like nobody doubts the accuracy of my dyno more than me.
Yeah.
No matter what, I'm calling John all the time, going, "Do you think this makes sense?"
Well, the other thing we always get into is, and Mark will agree with me on this. Everybody's dyno reads different.
Yes.
Like, I don't care where you go. This one's higher. This one's lower. Whether one's right or wrong, it's a big, huge debate. It doesn't matter.
Right.
But
It doesn't
as
matter
long as
in the
your
big
caliper
picture.
is the same every day, then that's
Yep.
how you can go forward.
Yep, absolutely. How many times have you seen guys drag engines around to different shops, and go?
We did it when I worked for Mark. We had the key partners. We brought them to every single cup shop, and there was
cup
massive
shops who
difference.
have good dynos, good air systems,
Yes.
good everything.
There's still
there
a
was,
huge
I think,
difference.
25 horsepower
Man.
difference between 4 cup shops.
Yep.
Wow. Well, and that tells you right then. Trust your dyno.
Yeah.
Don't listen to what other people say they make, unless you know what I mean. It's just dyno numbers are just like the digital calipers or whatever. You just want them to repeat every single day.
And that's hard for a guy like me because I like everything to be logical and make
Yeah.
sense. Like you said earlier, I've hung around with Ben enough to know it's math, and that's what I do. I look at the dyno sheet and go, does everything add up? Like literally, mathematically, does it all add up? Well, the problem is that formula might not work on your dyno or
Well,
or
everybody
John's
uses
or-
different friction numbers.
Sure.
And some use inertia correlation, some
Yeah.
don't. So you have a lot of other factors. And then, if you are using inertia, have you really done the math on the mass or really tested it? And
Yep.
again, back in the day when I worked for Mark, we pulled them backwards and forwards and steady stated them until the number lined up, and we knew the inertia correlation was correct. So,
Well,
but you're not going to do that on a Pro Stock engine.
You wear everything out, yeah. But even like you look at like how people do weather compensation, right? You got your weather station, that's great, but like a Superflow, they take the friction out, then they do the weather correction,
Sure.
and then they put the friction back in. Like,
It's fuzzy math.
Yeah, there's some different ways to do
Yep.
each of these little.
And the higher the correction is that day, the more that gets added in.
100%.
And
Oh, yeah.
totally,
100%.
totally
Yeah.
get.
Yeah.
John, we were talking, was like a year or so ago, I had one on my dyno, and it was really humid, and I was going, man, this thing sucks, what's going on? And I think you told me, why don't you just take it off the dyno and go run the thing and go race, So,
Well, unfortunately,
You don't get humid.
no, yeah, in Arizona, it's very rare. So.
Yeah, and of course the correction factors, it's not made for every single engine. It's different. So
Nope.
They all don't react the same to the same weather changes. So you have to interject a little common sense at some point.
I'm short on that though, so I got to call my buddies, So no, but like you make a good point. The weather station for the dyno really is there to correct for the density of air, but we can't necessarily draw a straight line conclusion that the air density changes the combustion process the same way. And so all of a sudden you've got this one size fits all dyno correction factor that isn't really one size fits all.
No.
The one thing we don't, and I don't remember if Jason was there one time, but like, we got very expensive dynos, how good is the air that you're actually putting in there, oxygen wise, unfortunately at one time in our life at Joe Gibbs Racing, the Varsol tanks were around the corner, and swear to God, I'm hand on the Bible, that the day they changed Varsol that we'd lose power. Every single time they came and cleaned it, you could smell it in the air, and we'd make less power.
And who got yelled at, Joe?
This guy. So what happened when the pollen came in the spring and all the cars were yellow?
We actually called the news people and asked them how to measure that, because we questioned that. It was like, why is it? Fortunately, my life, I built the same motors. I built hundreds of them, exactly the same, and we can dyno. And like Jason says, I put 2 horsepower, was a truck rider, because we were that good that we could build 10 of them that were the same.
Yep.
And 2 horsepower was off for us because Mr. Gibbs let me do that way. But it was like when the weather changes, like, again, we have great dynos today, and I'll tell you, January ain't the same as June. It ain't the same. And we have every correction factor, we have everything, all this high tech, this and that. It's how good's the air today. Drag racers, do you make better runs with trees next to the drag strip?
There's certain places that are always faster. Yeah.
Right. There's some things we can't measure, and you have to be able to just say, this is what it is.
I think you told me this. You said, you start out in spring on the dyno, and by fall, the air's all worn out.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? When winter comes back, it comes right back. When new fresh air comes in.
In August, our air is worn out.
Yes.
It's not going to make any power in August.
Oh, yeah. No
matter
we're
what
the
you
same
do.
way. October, November, that power comes right back up.
Right back.
So our goal is, like, when we build motors and we're changing things, if we can maintain the same, because my life's different than a lot of people's. Like drag racers, you guys make bigger gains because you can do more things. With all NASCAR rules is, if we can keep the motors running the same through the summer, we know when we get to winter, we're going to see that 2 or 3 that we thought we gained.
But theoretically, so is everybody else, right? Like,
that's what everybody's trying to do. But if you lose it and then you just come back, those changes weren't good.
I think in drag racing, what was interesting is like where John lives, and Warren Johnson lived there also. You'd get in those kind of conditions where it's super humid, right? Those guys would excel. They would run better.
Yes.
They have to live with it all year.
Yeah.
Because they built the engine unknowingly around these certain constants.
Yeah,
would you say the same
get
for
away
Denver?
with more.
Yeah.
Would you say the same for Denver?
I don't know that. Maybe. I'd say yeah. I mean, we'll pick on V Gaines. He's not here,
that's
so
what I was thinking about,
he probably ran better there than anywhere else. So yeah.
I was going to say, Roy lives up here in the mountain, and he did pretty good at Denver.
Yeah.
But he told us the story about why that happened last year. So,
well, Roy cheated though.
Doug Easton, my shop foreman, he gets mad at me when we test in the wintertime. He goes, "These gains never work in the summer."
Yeah.
He said we should always test in the summertime.
Yeah, I think if you're just aware of it, then at least you have the opportunity to. Self-deception is the most dangerous thing there is. So as long as you don't practice that, I think in the end you'll go forward.
Totally agree.
well, that's why Dad doesn't trust the dynos. Like the other day we ran this, all right, we're not gonna say what the number is, but he was like, everybody's like, this is awesome, we really did great. And he's like, that's cool, let's put it in the car, I'll tell you if it's any good or not. So he's like, he's like, he doesn't trust him.
But he also came from an era where dynos weren't that trustworthy.
Yeah, it's hard to once you lose that trust, very difficult to get it back. But when he puts his foot down the first time, he's going to know it's better.
Yeah. He'll feel that.
He'll feel that. I promise you.
This kind of power in today's numbers is probably considerably better than.
Yep. Absolutely. So
takeaways for people at home who are trying to raise their game, obviously eliminate all variables, right, as best as you can, which is impossible to eliminate all of them, but like you guys just ticked off like 10, right? Rapid pollen. I know when you go to Charlotte in the spring race, like there's pollen, and humidity. The cars aren't going to run. Humidity, all of these things. Do your best to eliminate variables. You mentioned that, the dyno headers versus like every one of those things can factor into your test.
My biggest thing there is for a guy that's building a motor and taking it somewhere dyno, go to the same place every time. Don't, I didn't make power here. Don't go to 5 different shops. Pick one and just go there because, again, every dyno is different.
The other thing, too, is like how many times you see a guy put an engine on the dyno with a goofy set of headers that looks nothing at all like what you're going to run in the car. It's like you can't really translate that.
Well, there is times where you're forced to dyno with a dyno header. Sometimes they won't fit on the dyno.
Fuel, making sure you're using the same fuel you're going to run at the track and it's not old or something like that. It's representative, because that could be a big difference.
Yeah, Joe, it really comes back to consistency, right? Like represent what we're actually trying to do out there on the racetrack and be consistent about it.
And if you're really trying to evaluate the engine, you're just eliminating as many variables as you can eliminate.
Absolutely.
Easier said than done, but
you got to bang your headers on the ground before you put them on, right? Get all the rest.
Absolutely. Most popular video we've ever done at the Engine Performance Expo, and everyone's heart attack moment when John taps the mild steel headers in the ground and all the dust comes out.
They got a pound later.
All goes up in the motor.
Yeah. So the deal is, Joe, is be skeptical and be consistent and try not to pat yourself on the back, because man, that'll hurt you. I promise.
I had a crew chief who used to tell me, "Don't believe everything you think."
That's the same crew chief you told you wanted to run the shock dyno because you wanted to run a dyno that they trusted?
No, different venue. But yes, I do remember that.
It's okay to name names.
Yeah, everybody trusts the shock dyno. Nobody trusts the engine dyno.
Put the engine on the shock dyno. It'll be great.
Yeah, exactly.
We're at some racetrack and we weren't running as fast as we thought we should run, and he was, well, this is better. And the crew chief was like, that dyno, I don't trust that dyno. And Jason, he was running my dyno at the time. He goes, well, I want to learn how to run the shock dyno. He goes, why is that? He says, at least I run a dyno that you trust now.
That's right.
Because anything Ryan Crook said was gospel, right?
It was on Ronnie Crook's team, so we can go there.
We won't mention his name. What?
No.
Yeah. So John, what are your have tos and don't dos on the dyno?
Well, you got to be careful looking at that big number. You're looking at that big number. If you know this, everybody knows this, but you take away from down in here at the bottom and you put up at the very end of it, you get that big number up. The car always runs worse.
It's kind of like choosing camshafts, right?
Yeah. Anything you do, at least dyno-wise, anything you do that the power stays the same, but you made it bigger in any way, it'll run worse.
100%.
Last year,
cams,
when you talked, you mentioned something you had learned from maybe it was Leonard Wood or the guys about that 100 or 300 or 400 RPM before the lowest RPM you're going to see.
Right.
How critical that was.
Yeah, at least that's the way they used to think. I probably still that way, but Leonard Wood told me if you pulled that thing down to 5,500 in the corner, and you didn't do anything but hurt the power at 40 or 5,000, 500 below, the least it's ever going to see. If you hurt the power down there to add somewhere else, the car run worse, even though it never gets that low.
Yeah, that's interesting, but
see, I think it makes sense.
That might be more for
because
track,
like in a round track off the corner, like getting everything going again. And I'm just total layman on this situation, but like at just seems to make sense.
I feel like that's like if you got a big engine on the dyno, like you start the dyno pull and the tune-up's not good and it's a little rough or whatever, they don't ever get better during the dyno pull. Is that what you see? I mean, I don't see them recover.
They don't recover.
It's somehow, it's like if you open the throttle and it's rough, you might as well just close the throttle.
I do remember one time when we had a little bit better engine package and it made a little bit more power up high, and we gave it to Bobby Labonte. Do you remember this? We gave it to Bobby, and he ran it in practice and said, it's not that good. So we took it back. Mark told me to re-dyno it, so we re-dynoed it. It was within like a horse or two of the last time. We put it in Tony Stewart's car for Richmond, and Tony won. Tony, that was his first race win. Bobby finished second, and Bobby said, it did sound pretty good from behind.
So you said something earlier I want to talk about real quick, Jason, is that it didn't make sense to you when people said, well, they can make more power, they just don't run good on the track. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen one that was really, really good on the dyno as a dog on the track?
I think if the test is really done right,
legitimately, yeah,
then no. But Mark might tell you otherwise.
We had a cylinder head guy at Joe Gibbs's that he did a valve job on the exhaust side, and it was definitely better, like majorly better. And we went to the racetrack and we ran 25th and 28th. And Mr. Gibbs is just like, what's wrong? I go, man, but when we came back, the intake ports were black. We had more exhaust going up the intake port. The dyno does not do off gas. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah,
we're talking circle track off gas, not drag racing. I would think drag racing, if that dyno strain gauge shows more, you should run better on the racetrack. I would think.
Again, but yes. to John's point, if you give up 5 down here to gain 10 up there, it's a loss.
I would say if you legitimately thought it was better in the way we're talking about it, it should go faster down the track.
And I don't know if we were doing it when you were at Joe Gibbs, but like we have a number at this RPM.
Yes. Trust me, it's still planted in my head. How does it come on the page?
Yes. But that's a number. If we made more power, we still made number at that page when it came on. Like 500 after it came on the page, 5,500, 6,000. That is where we set camshafts at. That's where we did all that stuff at. So.
Well, I even heard that too. Robbie White, good buddy of mine that lives down in Knoxville, Tennessee, does a lot of the late model, that crate stuff that was a hydraulic lifter. A lot of guys were trying to run a heavier oil to keep the lifter from collapsing at the end of the straightaway. He's like, the problem is, when you get off the throttle, it doesn't recover as fast. The lighter viscosity oil made that higher number at the very end of the pull, but off throttle, it recovers faster. So that low number was going to be better when you went back to it and it would run better. So it's the little things, right?
Yeah. Well, there's different nuances for whether it's drag racing or circle track. How the engine is performing, and the test we're doing is not really a dynamic test. They can do it because they have an active dyno, but the rest of us can't do that. Where our tool is somewhat limited. So that's where I think experience and a little common sense has to kind of come in.
And again, the old famous statement is read the motor after you take it apart.
We
pulled that first race we went to with that exhaust valve job, and we pulled the carburetors off and went, there's something wrong here. When your intake manifold's black, that's not good.
All right, before we wrap this up, because we could do this one all day, and we got a great video with Ben coming up, going to do some Spintron work, but dyno nightmare stories. There's got to be a great one from each of you, just like where things went totally.
It's a horror story. When it catches on fire, it's not good.
That's why people can't look away from a train wreck, right? We got to increase the entertainment value. So, Mark, you want to share that? John, get one ready.
We've had 2 really bad ones at Joe Gibbs Racing. One of them, our engineers were doing oil tank testing, and we had a GoPro in there measuring. Watching oil flow through the oil line, trying to get rid of air in the oil tank, which I don't care. This is my above dynoing. The longer the oil's in the oil tank, the more air gets out of the oil. Plain and simple as that. But on the video, you could see the vent cap was never taken off on this new oil tank. And you watched the line, and were you? No, you weren't there.
I was.
He backed off the gas. And the pressure of the oil tank got so big that the oil pressure went up to like 150 pounds. But where that clear piece of hose was, it blew apart. And on the video, I wish I'd known you were going to ask this out about the video. On the video, the line is whipping at the very end of the video with an orange flame coming out of it. And the good thing is it was spraying the front of the dyno that Jason actually built for us. Spraying the front of the dyno, nothing happened to the dyno. except for the front part of the building, because the hose was spraying at the front of the dyno. Second one is always make sure your float bowl screws are tight when you do carburetor testing, because that one was a big flame, and the people that filled the oxygen or the acetylene or the bottles that put out the fire extinguisher bottle, they didn't fill it. They somehow something got plugged and we hit the big button and it didn't, and it just about burned down Joe Gibbs' race.
That's bad.
That was a bad one.
Yikes.
Yeah.
John, you got one?
Oh, we about burnt our place down one night, but I'll be quick. But we were doing a 500-inch dyno for Tony Gillig, and going to crank it, it just banged, blew the top of the plenum off, blew the carburetors off, and carburetors flipped over sideways, and they're upside down. They were on fire. And all that fuel was going on the floor. It busted one of the oil lines on the dyno, or water lines, I mean. So there was water on the floor. So then there was water with fuel on top of it, and it was burning pretty good.
Ooh.
And we couldn't get it out. And our one guy that was there, Bob Gillig, ran out, and they had their race car trailer there. He ran outside, crawled up over the race car, got their fire extinguisher, because none of ours worked.
Oh.
We had fire extinguisher everywhere. None of them worked.
There's a good tip for everybody out there. A nice little tip. Check your fire extinguishers.
Yeah, they were there, but they were all hard in the bottom, you know, all the dry chemical. But we have halon and stuff now, but you need good fire extinguishers.
Jason, what about you? You've never had any kind of problem on the dyno, right? No.
I've had so many that you couldn't possibly have me pinpoint one. There's a lot of them. I've never burned the building down, so that's good, but there's been a lot of them. They used to give me a hard time when I was at Gibbs, because we wrecked a lot of them on the AVL. When
The one time we were doing balancer testing without a bolt in the front, the balancer came off and it bounced around the room, and I cannot tell you how long a balancer will sit there and spin on the floor.
Long time.
And it will wear the paint off. It will sit there and spin for a long time. After it hit that toolbox, that wall, and landed on the floor, it sat there and spun for
I got a pretty good video of a crank trigger that ended up in the ceiling a couple weeks ago that came off, and it was buzzsawing around the room like that. So
yikes.
Yeah, it was crazy.
You gotta be careful for sure.
Gotta be careful. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Amazing stuff. Jason, thank you for your participation here at the Engine Performance Expo. We're gonna keep on rolling though. Ben, next video, you on the Spintron.
Megastar. I'm happy to talk about it.
Well, throw to the video.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk about what happens when you make your valve train better.
Exactly.
Okay guys, so we have all of the engine components rigged up to the Spintron that we ran actually on the dyno. Now traditionally we usually do it the other way around. We like to Spintron our stuff and make sure it's all good and then run it on the dyno, but because of the way the program went down, that's what we got. We had an engine, we ran it, and we ran all the way to the RPM where it was misfiring on the dyno, and I was pretty sure it was misfiring because the valves were floating. But today we're going to run it up to about 8,500 or so and verify that. And so we'll run this thing, and then we'll take a look at the data and analyze from there and see if we're right. So here we go. Okay. And sure enough, we could see it even in real time before we go back to analyze it. We can see that it was for sure lofting over the nose and bouncing off the seat. So we'll zoom in here and have a look here in just a second. Okay, so we're going to go through and take a little analysis here of what we see. What we're looking at here with this purple trace is our valve motion at 700 RPM, just so we have a place to start from. And then you can see that as we ramp up here on the dyno, it's not really dyno, it's the Spintron, but we simulate our dyno run here. I can zoom in a little bit and drag this over to kind of fill our screen. We ramp from that 700 mark all the way up to about 8,000 RPM. So what we did was we made the starting valve trace here kind of our standard, our zero, if you will, and use that as a reference. So as we go up in RPM, we start to see a number of things happening. Notice that we see a little bit less lift here at the start of the run. That's from the compressive deflection, the bending of the push rod, the rocker arm, the bolts that are holding the rocker arms into the cylinder head, and so on and so forth. Anything in the system that's moving and not transmitting the camshaft information to the valve is because of that bending and deflection. But what happens is at some point, all that energy gets stored like in a diving board, and it comes back, and you can see we're now starting to toss the valve higher than the camshaft is asking us to. That's what we call lift or loft. And so that's what I'm showing here with this blue line, is the maximum lift that we saw in any given place during the run. So you can see here it starts out at about 629.89. So let's call that 630 thou lift. And it basically hovers around that 630 mark, 629, 635, 628. You know, you have a little bit of data scatter there, but for the most part, 630 lift, right up until the time we get to about 5,200 RPM. Then all of a sudden we start to see it gain a little bit more lift, and it comes to a peak here at about 6,000 RPM. We're getting about 8 thou of loft there from this compressive bending and deflection, and then it goes back down. By 6,800, it's happy again. But notice, all of a sudden, like a light switch, things are starting to go bad. As we add more RPM, you get more deflection and bending, and we get more acceleration and velocity going up the curve here. So all of a sudden, we start getting a ton of loft over the nose. And that's not good, because what happens is we get all this extra lift and it comes back down, and it wants to crash here as the valve comes back to the seat. And I'll just rearrange this lift so you can see it a little better. There you go. And now we can see it hits the seat and comes right back off. And that's not good, because that's all during our compression phase when the piston's trying to help us make power. Here we go. So now you can see it comes down, slams onto the seat. Next thing you know, it's bouncing right back open. We're getting about 12, a little more than 12, about 15 thousandths of actual bounce off the seat there. So that's not really good for making power, as that compression ratio is trying to build pressure in the cylinder, and we got the valve hanging back open. Not really a good thing. So pretty clear that it was in fact out of control. So it's nice to have that validation. But now what we got to do is we got to go fix it. So we're going to play around with the rocker setup, the push rods, how much lash is in the system, probably even change the shape of the cam lobe a little bit, because you know how I feel about RPM. If some is good, more is better. So we're going to see if we can find some. All right, so we're doing a little experiment here in measuring the deflection, or the amount of bending or loss that we're getting in our system. So what we did is we ran the engine and found the maximum RPM that we could or should be running it based on the data that tells us when they're getting so much loft and so much bounce that the engine wouldn't run well anymore. And that turned out to be about 8150 or 8200, which corresponds nicely to what we saw on the dyno, and we thought or suspected it might actually be floating the valves because of the way it was running and misfiring. So it corresponds really nicely to that. So since we know that there's bending and deflection in the system, what we decided to do is order new push rods of the identical length, however, of a heavier wall thickness. We're hoping that a lot of the loss in the system is the bending of the push rod on the opening and closing side. So what we did is we ran the engine to collect that data, and we compared the amount of duration the camshaft has at the same spot. So for example, at 50 thou lift on the lobe, or roughly 90 at the valve. And we can see right now that from 1000 RPM to 8100 or 8400, right in there where it was bouncing really bad, we're losing about 5 degrees of actual duration from our camshaft. So what we're hoping to see is that we run the engine with a heavier, stiffer push rod, and we get some of that back. The push rod may not be the only place the system's actually losing, but if we can find some of it, we'll be happy, and that'll be a good thing. So come along and we'll give it a shot. Here we go. All right, so the first thing that I noticed is it was still bouncing pretty well there at 84, 8500, but notwithstanding that, let's come over here and look at what our duration was at our measured spot, which was 90 thou of valve lift. The reason we picked 90 thou is it has a 1.8 rocker ratio. So 50 thou is that they typically publish the duration numbers for our cam card, so 50 times 1.8 would be 90. So what we had before, let me find our spot here. What we have here is 250 degrees exactly compared to 248.4. So picked up about 1.6 extra degrees of duration. Our camshaft got bigger because our loss got smaller at 1000. Actually, that's at 334 RPM. So now what I'm going to do is move over here to the top at 8420, 8410, it looks like. Find that same spot. So what we had last time was 248.4. And what we have this time, it looks like, believe it or not, we actually have less again. 245.7. For whatever reason, our duration actually got less. So I don't know what that means yet. Maybe our stiffer push rod transferred the bending to somewhere else in the system. But clearly, even if I pick another little spot at the same RPM here on a different cycle, let's see if that works out to be about the same. Go down and find our 90 point. And yep, 245. Very small changes here. 245.6. So definitely, now what we're going to do is we did the A, now we've done the B, so we want to go back to A and make sure that all makes sense and does what we think it did. But if that is the case, then what it means is the push rod really wasn't the culprit. We just made that part of the system stronger, which transferred the energy somewhere else in the system. So we're going to learn. Stay tuned. Well, all right, guys, we've learned a ton today. We really have been searching and trying to be as fair as we could to the data, doing runs in the A configuration and then switching to B and then going back to A, just to make sure that what we're seeing is true and valid. And, you know, we really thought by putting a heavier wall push rod in this thing, it was going to diminish a bunch of that deflection on the opening side and then maybe help the bounce on the backside. But no matter what we did, it did not respond to the push rod change. We tried with more lash and less lash and heavier wall push rods and thinner wall push rods, and that just isn't where the problem is. And so we're going to keep digging and try to hunt down where the biggest problems areas are. And when we find out, we're going to learn, and when we learn, then you learn. So stick around and we'll get back to you when we learn more.
All right, welcome back, Engine Performance Expo viewers. We're here, whiteboard again, Billy and Ben. We did a valve train talk last year, right? I think we did 3 questions with Billy and Ben, and we took like half an hour.
Yeah, we were pitching you softballs. You remember
Yeah,
that?
I remember that teed up, right.
Right, so this time we came back and we gave you a whiteboard, because I know you love a good whiteboard session.
Yeah, it keeps me where I'm not going to
Ricky Bobby.
Yeah.
Don't notate my hand.
Right.
Right.
So.
Okay, so we were just watching the video when we spin-troned the Engine Performance Expo LS, and you know, once we sorted out through the fuel pump and fuel regulator issue, the next limit we found was...
It was an RPM limit, right? Like I remember, just like always, you get into this thing, you go, man, this thing acts like it has a limiter. Well, it does. It's just not a rev limiter.
Mechanical rev limiter.
It was predetermined. So we took that thing all apart and we put it all on the Spintron, and then it was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, you know.
The golden arches are happening.
Yeah.
Well, when you measure the duration of the bounce at 50, that's a bad.
I always say when the valve closes and it bounces and the bounce gets its own cam card, you're in trouble. You know. So you know, we set about trying to fix that, you know, and so part of it is identifying what is happening. That's putting it on the Spintron, measuring it, and then part of it is, well, what do we do about it? You know, and so we messed around for a while. But what are some of the more common reasons for the bounce and ways to fix it, Billy?
Well, I mean, one of the things you have, you know, it's almost like, you know, when we were in school, they used to like take tuning forks and show how if you have 2 tuning forks that are the same frequency, you hit one and you put it up next to the other one, it'll excite the other tuning fork. So everything in the valve train is frequency based. You know, we think about it being normal. How much load is it have? They'll call it spring pressure. It's not really pressure. Hey, you know, it's okay. You'll talk about how much spring load it has, things like that. And people wonder why I'm not terribly worried about that. You know, I'll talk about rates and things like that, and I'll talk about stiffness, but they're all frequency based. So if you can imagine that the one tuning fork, you know, the speaker here is the camshaft.
Right.
And then the valve train system and then the valve spring itself all work as a tuning fork. And if you play the wrong note here, you will, I'm not going to use that word. You're going to excite this system.
You're going to ruin the whole symphony.
Right. You're going to, you know, more cowbell's not always the best way forward. So, yeah, that's the whole thing, is that what goes on is you've asked the system to respond in a way it cannot follow. And so it just, and it'll flip like a light switch. You know, you will think that the power shut off. It'll be on the dyno and all of a sudden it'll drop 500 horsepower.
Oh, it is amazing how instantaneous it is. Like, it'll go from being really happy to really unhappily, like in an instant.
Right.
You know, when you see a dyno curve like normal, when you see that thing coming up and they do that, man, it's an indicator that something happened, something went wrong in a hurry.
If you took your peak to take your deal, and you look 1,000 below peak RPM, so you've got your peak, you've got 1,000 RPM here.
Yep.
You should be able to go 1,000 RPM above in most applications that aren't rev limited.
Yep.
And then you look at this one versus this one and how much difference there is.
Yeah, this curve is a pretty standard pattern, isn't it?
It really is. And really the difference is, if it's well tuned about the peak, the difference, normally it will be lower on this side than that side. So you look over here and here, and you subtract, okay, well, how much was this lower than that one? That's proportional to your friction if the airflow is all the same.
That's right.
And that'll go back to your cylinder pressure thing. We can actually see, even though the engine's making peak power here, the cylinder peak power is higher, but the friction's coming in. So if this curve is weird shape, one of two things is always going on. So if it drops like a rock over here, either A, your friction got crazy, or B, something that caused combustion stopped.
Yep.
Now, that could have been like a rev limiter, that's a spark plug. But valve train, if it stops moving, if you hit a sonic choke, it'll do it.
Sure.
If you choke the exhaust, it will do it. But the valve stops opening and closing, or it closes multiple times, it will just shut this thing off.
I think George Bryce likes to say it's hard to make power when the valves are open. And if that valve is back open again, you're going to struggle to make power.
You've got to catch it. You know, the first thing you were talking about volumetric efficiency, that's how much air you move.
That's right.
But then you start looking at, well, how much of it did I actually catch?
What did I actually use?
Right, and that's one of the things, like you look at the, like your Plex system, I bet it shows how much mass is captured in the cylinder.
Yeah.
You know, and we talked about that the other day, right?
We did, and so going back to your drawing of this curve here, I think in the last session we were sitting around talking about stuff that happens on the dyno, right? And one of the things that kind of came up as we were all just kind of, you know, sitting around was, man, you'll be running an engine and it's doing its thing, and all of a sudden you didn't really change anything, but it'll dump a bunch of power. And I looked over at John Cos and I said, you know, you once told me that about one day too late when I blew one up, you know. so if all of a sudden your curve doesn't do what it theoretically should do, right? So we know that after this peak power here, like, eventually our volumetric efficiency is dropping off, but it's at the same time our friction's going up.
Right.
So that's why all these engines have very similar shape curves. The numbers might be bigger, but the shape is gonna be pretty predictable. So all of a sudden, we go over here and it did this. If I'm pretty sure it's not locking a bearing up and blowing up, I gotta start looking at, did my tune-up change? Did the valve train get unhappy? And so sometimes that's how we identify this stuff.
Right, when it does bad, and we had a dyno operator at Comp for years and years. Whenever he'd see a pull that didn't look right, he would just take the engine off the dyno. And me being ADD, I'm like, why are you stopping? I want to get information.
Do it again,
do it again, let's see if it loses more.
Yeah.
And he would take it off, and he meticulously, Nick Blank, he would take it off and he would meticulously take everything apart. And he'd find like a bad spring. He'd find like a ringland that got knocked out. He'd find a bearing that got hurt. One time he even found a cracked crank. So you imagine the crank was cracked and it was pinching the bearing because it was flexing. And I don't know if there was 10 more cycles that thing would have gone.
Catastrophic.
If he had gone and made one more pull, it would have been just done. But that's the thing, you're right. Something happened if it lost power. That wasn't accidental. That wasn't, you know, if that curve shape happens, changes.
And so on our EPE engine, that's exactly what happened. Like, we'd been running the thing, we were going, what, 7,000, 7,500, whatever, you know. And so, but you could see because of the boost, so we did it naturally aspirated and it had a curve. Then we added this Pro Charger with boost, and it's like, man, the higher you go in RPM, the more the thing just keeps going.
Yeah, the compressor map looks great.
Yeah, so you're like, well, let's just do more RPM. Well, all of a sudden we ran into this brick wall of like, it don't matter what you got for boost, this thing just dumps over. And that's when we were like, we need to get this thing on the Spintron and see what's happening. And then clearly it was the same RPM on the Spintron that it was mad, was the same RPM it dumped a bunch of power. And you're like, well, okay, that's telling a story.
And it's a little bit interesting on a boosted application. You'll see that, people think they have to offset the boost with spring load.
Sure.
You don't have to do all of it. It's really the pressure differential intake valve closing.
Yep.
But, if you're running 30 pounds of boost versus running no boost, you will see that little bit of pressure because at high RPM, you're closing the intake perfectly somewhere between peak torque and peak power. Past peak power, you're actually closing it late.
Yep.
So there is more pressure in the port than the chamber. So you may not have to put another 100 pounds on the seat, but you might need another 5, 10, 15, or at the same RPM, that thing, say it went off at 7,000 without boost, it might start turning off at 6,800 with boost.
Yeah, so some of that's a variable depending on your ports, your inlet system and your cam timing and all that. But I want to make sure we clarify that statement because that is a big point of conversation in the industry. So when we think about, the cylinder, I guess I'll draw, we're at bottom dead center and our piston's in there, right? So our, and that valve is still open at bottom dead center. So so we're often having conversations about how much lift do I have at bottom dead center.
Right.
Everybody talks about how much lift I have at top dead center, but not everybody's focused on what's going on down there. And,
TDC lift's important because you try to violate the space-time continuum.
That's right.
There's a piston there, there's a valve there.
Yep.
They can't be at the same side. So every engine builder knows that. But that BDC lift, like you said, is probably equally as important as the TDC lift.
Yeah, and here's why. So we got our piston down here at bottom dead center. Now, there's no mechanical motivation. We're not changing the cylinder volume anymore to create a difference in pressure and draw that air in and convince it to come in. But what's happening is now we've got this whole column of air that
has
we've got
mass and inertia.
Yeah, we got it in motion, so that object that's in motion now wants to
Stay
in motion. So by holding the valve open there, it gives us an opportunity to continue filling the cylinder.
Right.
Now that will happen until there's a change in the differential pressure where this side becomes greater than this side. Well, then that flow is going to stop. So Billy, from a camshaft guy, you're always talking about forget about lobe separation and centerline angles. The engine doesn't care about that. What it cares about is the events, and specifically that intake valve closing event matters because we want to get it closed right at the time when that differential becomes zero, right? When they're equal.
And it's a little bit different that. So if we drew that up, so we put like you said, we put your P1 in your port, and that's PI, and PC, that's the pressure in this cylinder. And you would think that we want to close this exactly, we want to open and close this door right when PI equals PC, right?
Yep.
So you think,
That
sorry for the
sounds
math
reasonable.
guys. The only reason you don't want that is there's two things going on. One, even when the pressure, that's the force between the molecules.
The motivation.
There's already momentum in here that you talked about. It's got mass. When you have P1 equal P2, it's just in free flow. Whatever velocity it's at, it will stay at that velocity of P1 equal P2.
So you got a little more time.
You close it too early if you did that.
Actually, the P cylinder needs to be greater than P1
to stop
by
the
enough
flow.
to actually stop the momentum. Now you go, hey, okay, well, I'm just going to have a radar gun. I'm going to put my little Barney Fife over here. He's going to have his radar gun. He's going to be looking in here and going, how fast are you going?
Yeah.
And when velocity hits zero,
stops.
we close the thing.
That's right. Yeah.
Now you think, hey, that's right. Almost. And it feels like there's a little more to the story because while this valve is because of your rod to stroke ratio, we think that the piston's coming up and down sinusoidally. But the shorter your rod, longer the stroke. If you look in here, you have a degree when you turn it, it looks like something broke, right? You're turning the motor and you look at it, it moves away from top dead center quickly, then it gets to bottom dead center, it just stops.
Really slowly.
And that's because of this rod to stroke ratio over here. You've got your rod and you've got your stroke, and it's sitting here at this bottom, so the center of the pivot's up here, it's got the stroke down here, and it's down here, and it's turning. They both, this length and this length kind of sit there, and at the bottom, it just sort of sits there and dwells at the bottom.
Yep.
So because of that, that's when you're getting so much filling. You've got all this going on here. The more I can keep this door open right here at bottom dead center, the more I can not block the port at bottom dead center, the easier it's to fill while it's on camping out down here.
Yeah.
While we're relying on this differential pressure, right?
Right. So if I waited until this velocity stopped here and did it, I probably had my door closed more here. what you really want isn't the last air molecule in. It's however many air molecules you burp out this way after PC was greater than P1 and the velocity goes to 0. How many more could I get by having the door open a little bit earlier?
Yeah.
And so it's really thinking about how to think of this valve as a door.
Yep.
How wide can I have the door open when it's filling at BDC?
But to go all the way back to the reason we started this conversation, if you think about that in that context now, whether we argue over the little bit of,
it's still not at BDC.
That's right.
The question is it when PC goes greater than P1,
wherever
or
that
is when the port velocity, does it hit 0?
Right.
But in either of these cases, our valve spring doesn't know what's happening there. It doesn't know that you have boost, right? That just takes P1 and PC, both elevates them. Right. So I don't necessarily go, oh, I got 30 pounds of boost, so I need 30 pounds more valve spring.
No, I did it one time on a tractor, and so I was messing around with this guy who had a tractor, and he had it was way bigger than a Coke can, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at that valve, and I'm like, well, how much boost do you run? And he's like, oh, about 160 pounds. And me being a math guy, I go, well, power squared, well, you need about a 900 pound on the seat valve spring. And he goes, well, I've got about 52. And I'm like, and this thing runs? Yeah, it runs just fine. And you're just like going, well, hold on. And that's when you start realizing that if you close the intake when there's more pressure in the port, then there's a cylinder, you're just trying to restrict power.
That's right.
You're slamming the door on air and fuel molecules that want to get in here and burn, create pressure, and move the vehicle.
So when we look at combustion pressure, it actually tells you, it guides you. Your job would be so much easier if everybody that called you to help them pick a cam could tell you what was happening in the cylinder.
Absolutely.
Right? You would know exactly when you want to get that valve open and closed, and unfortunately that's not that easy to do. So we rely on some of this data here. What does the curve look like?
I think that's a really interesting piece. I'm not sure how many people would know to say, okay, what's my peak power RPM?
Right.
Go 1,000 RPM short of that.
Right.
What's that number? I should be the same number, 1,000 RPM on the other side.
Minus the friction. So
I tell everybody the 10% rule.
Right, exactly. I was going to say 500 horsepower motor. If this one's 50 less, you have probably got something goofy going on.
Yeah. So I say, take wherever peak torque was, and then where peak power is. That distance is going to be pretty predictable. The distance after peak power, how much it falls off, is pretty predictable. We have really good trends to measure, templates to measure the engine's performance. And if I come to you with that, you can really help go, all right, here's what you need to be doing.
Right.
Camshaft.
And especially if somebody could change lash or move the cam around. Like on a pro stock motor, you talk about degree in a cam, they put the cam where it fits.
Yeah.
You don't move it, if you move it 4 degrees forward, the intake valve hits.
It'll crash.
If you move 4 degrees later, the exhaust valve head gets knocked off and it kills the engine.
Yep.
It goes where it goes. But in a lot of engines, you can go in and we talked about Danny Jessel. You can advance and retard the cam with the belt drive really quickly. Yeah. But if you can do lash and you can do moving the cam, you can all of a sudden see how this moves. Yeah. And the engine is going to respond. Remember, we talked about valve timing, but this event, this intake valve closing, it's going to be the event that dictates most of the things. When you see these cam phasers, they're moving one event absolutely the wrong way, like a single cam phaser, like it's in an GM LT motor. It moves exhaust opening the wrong direction.
Okay.
Just so you can get the intake to go where you want.
Because the intake's so important that the overlap triangle is moved sort of the wrong way, but not terribly bad. But it's moved the wrong way a little bit.
But you're not disturbing the one that's the most important.
The exhaust valves move absolutely the wrong way, but the intake is what you're chasing. So when you look about phasers, they're chasing that intake valve closing.
Yeah, and so ultimately the shape of what you get for a curve here really depends on getting this right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then if you change this port length, you change this port geometry, you're changing the velocity, you're changing when these pressures
time and distance.
Right.
So, well, of course, the key thing is you want that to happen when you decide it to happen. And if you don't have good valve train system stiffness, it may not be giving you the timing that you're thinking of.
Well, here's one for you. Like you used to run that flight school, and you had people come in. One of my buddies, Thomas Griffin, one of my best friends, he lands a plane, And he's getting his pilot's license, and the instructor looks over and goes, "Which one of those do you want to call the landing?"
Ding, ding. Yep. I think you could do a lot of work trying to tell somebody what cams you have to put in, but if they got a valve train that lets it go all over the place and doesn't follow that.
I mean, if it does this little thing where it goes up, down, up, down, up, down, up, like which one of these IVCs is IVC? It's not IVC, it's IVCs.
Plural.
We need to have one of those.
So obviously one of the pieces of the puzzles is making sure your valve train is stiff. And in the next video, we're going to walk through a little bit of how to very inexpensively and quickly measure total valve train system stiffness.
Right, yeah, you did. You basically walked through the process of how to quickly, easily measure valve train system stiffness. That's hard to say, by the way.
Yeah, let's go check it out. All right, everybody, so what we're going to do is we want to set up and do a little test that we didn't have time to do back when it was on the engine stand. And so what we're going to do is try and find out what is the total system stiffness. Now, this is a real easy test that you can do at home without a lot of fancy gear or equipment or anything like that. What we've done is we have the rocker arms installed on the engine, lash set, all that kind of stuff. We got our push rod lengths where we want them. But we've taken the spring and replaced it with the typical flow bench checking spring. The reason we want to do that is we're going to put our dial indicator out here on the retainer like we have it now. And you want to make sure your retainer is pretty well parallel and straight in line with the valve. And we're going to roll this thing around, and what we're going to do is find out how much lift it gets. Now, the benefit of doing it this way is that all of your deficiencies or inaccuracies or all the precision that you put into it all rolled into one is really what you're going to get for the actual net valve lift, or we're going to call this gross valve lift, because what we're going to do is after we finish this, we're going to take this off, then we're going to put the real spring on, and what you'll see is that you're going to get less lift with the real spring than we have with the checking spring. And that's because of the bending and the deflection in our system, which can be a combination of the rocker itself, the way the rocker bolts on the head, the push rod, the lifter, all these different things add up to some losses in the system. So to do this, we set it up. I'm going to go ahead, I have my dial indicator zeroed, I'm going to roll it around, and we're just going to count the lift that it has. Then we'll stop, we'll take the rockers off, we'll put the real springs back on, and we'll get another measurement. So for example, I'll use some simple numbers. Let's say that my springs have 1,000 pounds of force, and I put my checking spring in, I get 1 inch of lift. So I put my real springs in. With that 1,000 pounds of force bending my system, let's say that my 1 inch of lift loses 50,000. So now I've only got 950. Well, I lost 50 thousandths of an inch for 1,000 pounds of pressure, which if you take your 1,000 and divide it by the 0.050, would give you a total system stiffness of 20,000 pounds per inch. So if 1,000 pounds will bend my system 50 thousandths of an inch, then 20,000 pounds would bend it an entire inch. So that's where that rating comes from. And it allows us to compare the stiffness of various parts of our system. Whether we want to change to a bigger push rod or a different bolt to hold the rocker down, or a whole rocker system all in like we're going to do here in a little bit. We're going to do this test with our Harlan Sharp rockers that we've been running our engine with. We've got tons of dyno time. We've done a bunch of spintron time. And then what we're going to do is going to change all this over to the new Comp BSR shaft mount rocker system that uses a stock rocker arm on a common shaft that gives you a really low moment of inertia, a really lightweight, stiff rocker on a really stiff sort of bar shaft trunnion type deal. We'll do this test over and compare the two systems, and then we'll see if that translates into more RPM for us. So let's go ahead and see what we got here. So I'm going to roll this around at 0, and I'm just going to start cranking this thing around, and I'm going to go slow enough that I can count here once it starts. Okay, here we go. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 20, 30, and a little bit, about 38 or 39 there. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my pen, get this thing all the way back down here. I'm going to take my pen, just to remind myself that I had 639. Just put that here. Now we're going to take a break and stop. I'll put the real springs back on it. We'll do the test over, and we'll see what the loss is and calculate our total system stiffness. Okay, so we're back to try this again. So now what we have is the Comp BSR shaft mount rockers, and we're also using the 3-piece adjustable push rods that we can put shims and stuff in. That's because on the factory rocker, there are no adjusters. So when you have a hydraulic camshaft, you would use the push rod length to set your preload, but here to set lash, we don't have any way to do that without the shims in there. So we got this mocked up pretty good, and I wanted to make sure that we got the lash really close to how we had it before so that we didn't affect our lift. So for now, again, we have our checking spring back in there. Just gonna roll this around and we'll know what we have, and then we'll do the same thing again when we check with the real spring. So here we go. I'm gonna bring this around. And as we get going here, I'll count slowly. Okay, here we go. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 10, and a little bit less, about 15, maybe 6, 18 or so. Let's make sure it comes back. And there we go, back to 0. So we got 618 here. That's most likely just a difference in the geometries and the setup between the two rockers. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm just going to compare the amount of lift we have with this spring to the amount of lift that we get with the real spring, and we'll see what we get. Okay, in order to do this total system stiffness test, we also need to know what the force is being generated to do all that bending and compression that we talked about on the engine. So we're going to go ahead and measure our spring. Now, the first thing that we did is we took the spring, we set it in the engine with our installed height gauge here, and you just put this in place of where the spring goes, and you can wind it up until it's tight against the locks and you can get a reading. We did that. We got inch 800 was the installed height. Now, the other thing that we have to do when we have a dual spring like this and we have a retainer with a step is we got to measure the thickness of that step, because that's what's compressing, that's what's effectively setting the install height for that inner spring. And on this spring, it's 75 thousandths of an inch. So we typed that in our software here, and basically now I'm going to use the retainer, and I'm going to set it over here. I'm going to press go, and we're going to go ahead and pull. Okay, now I've set this up for the installed height to be inch 800 and our open height to be inch 160, which would give us right at 640 lift. And you can see this is a pretty healthy spring. It's got 262 pounds on the seat, 746 open with 640 lift. And then our bind compression there would have 846. So that's basically 200 more. This thing's currently set up at 206 from coil bind on that particular cylinder. Now, in reality, I wouldn't think 206 is the ideal number, but this particular spring fits in there good. It seems to be working. And so later on, maybe we'll attack that and see if we can find a better solution. But now what we'll do is we'll set it up how it was and we'll run the engine. But before we do that, we're going to finish our calculations. So we now know that we had 746 pounds that was causing that bending and deflection at that rate. So we're going to go have a look. We'll get back to you.
All right, so we're back. We've been talking valve train for about 30 or 40 minutes now.
Yeah.
So why not get together all the best minds about valve train? And we already discussed Scooter has the most experience in valve train in the group and has paid for probably more valve train research than anybody else.
I don't know that I have any experience in the valve train, but I have experience in how to pay for it and how to go find the toys and the tools and the people and the projects and find people like Mark that come in with all these crazy, wild, how do we make it work thing, and just we throw it in a pot and shake it up and make it work.
Done that for a lot of years, haven't we?
It's worked out pretty good.
I was going to say, we've been talking 30, 40 minutes valve train. I think it's been 30 or 40 years, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been.
That's kind of important, apparently, right?
Yes.
Getting those valve timing events is kind of important.
I made a career out of it, so at least people think it is. So,
You know what's funny though? When you get to talking about the valve timing events, that's almost the end of the process.
Oh, yes.
People forget about how it starts with the steel and with the diameters and with the general size and shape. And we've probably done more bad idea things with just trying to develop different types of steels.
People don't realize that to make a camshaft, just to make the camshaft, you have to know how much that thing's going to change after it gets heat treated.
Yeah.
So you have to put that in there, and then, you know, because I send a print and say, here's my print. Well, that doesn't help. He has to then go figure out.
That's right.
Like you said, from the start, it starts out of, it's major, you know, work and stuff, even from the start, you know.
Somebody was telling me just this morning that they were making a cam. It was making one for Warren, I think. And he had the print. So he went over there and he machined the cam exactly like the print, sent it and got it heat treated and put it in, and Warren said, you messed this up. It's wrong. Well, the cam grew 55 thousandths.
Yes.
About 40 is normal, so yeah.
And, you know, and we being dummies, we weren't smart enough to go ask somebody, so we just did it and learned and kind of got it that way. But
then you had dummies like me say, well, let's make out this material, and it started all over again.
That's right. And it grew 80 thousandths instead of 50.
Right.
But eventually we made alliances with different companies and steel mills, and Billy and I spent more time in Pittsburgh in steel mills than I'd like to know. You learn how to make tool steel, and you learn all these things before you get to the problem, and then it makes life a lot easier.
I think, well, the metallurgy part of this is an interesting place to begin, actually.
Yep.
Talk about that story of that evolution, because from the old cast cams to the tool steel, there's many steps on that process, right?
That's exactly what I was just about to say, is like, so we spent a lot of time the last few days talking about the old days, right? And so you didn't have all this back then. When it first started out, what did you do? Did you just regrind the ones they have, or how did you even?
You know, when we started out, nobody had any idea what was going on, that the valves were pounding each other to death, and it was very typical to break cams, the Chevrolet cams, between the 15th and 16th lobe.
Yep.
And everybody said, well, you know, it's because that's further away, because you got a gear on there. So they start squeezing the cam bearings together to make it less of a span, and we didn't know. And then they said, well, you must have been detonating the engine.
That's the great excuse for everything.
Detonation is the COVID of engine
nobody
building,
knew
right?
that the lifters are dancing around on there so bad and pounding on it like a sledgehammer, and just broke. So
remember that text you sent me the other day about that was really bad on a 50 millimeter small block Chevrolet camcorder.
Really
bad.
Yeah. I sent him a picture of one, like, oh, that's not supposed to look like that, is it?
No. And we race that stuff all the time. We had no idea that's what it was doing.
One year, I don't remember what the year was, at Riverside, Earnhardt was leading the race, and would have won his 8th championship had he won that race. And they broke a cam. And at the time, you could still work on the engines. That had to be brutal, to pull the engine out and change the cam and go back and finish the race. But they did. And hell, when we were doing the dirt races at Concord way back, I made a little tool on a long piece of wire to go in and snare that last lobe and pull it out, change it without ever even pulling the motor out. You broke so many of them. And so I'm sitting in my office the day after that Riverside race, or I'm not sitting there, I'm about headed in. And I round the corner and I look, and there's Eddie Lanier and Richard Childress. They got those two pieces of cam and said, this shit can't happen again. And I'm thinking, wow, you know, so that's when we started looking at the 50 millimeter thing. The
big block Chevy, yeah.
1968, 100 thousandths larger. And we had to have castings made and all that stuff, but we tried things. We took the cam and bored a hole, like almost a 1/2 inch hole this deep in the back of the cam core, and reamed it and made a special fit bolt to go in there and try and compress that last part of the cam. And that was a bad idea. I mean, there's all kinds of bad ideas.
You know, that worked great. The threads uphill of that probably weren't the best idea we ever had.
You know, the salvation of it was the tool steel, and you had to do the lifter and the cam at the same time to get it to work. And it just, again, we had to go way upstream of our normal comfort zone on products. And just had to learn that way.
Well, you were talking about the hammering, you know, and I don't know how much you remember this, but it's one time we decided we wanted to know how much load was on that push rod.
Oh.
So we got over there and we polished a push rod and we glued some strain gauges in it. And we ran back out of the Spintron after we had it.
Yep.
We're going to go, okay, we're going to measure this load. Now, so Thomas turns on the motor and I just see out of the corner of my eye this zip. And it was the wire from the strain gauge, because this was a flat tap it, so it's spinning the lifter and spinning the push rod. Thomas looked at. We went in there, so we pull out the valve cover, and pull off the plate over the valley, and we look in there, and all our wire has shoved up in here. So then we have to go drill a push rod to put a pin through it.
Yep.
And and you think, okay, this is going to be easy, but it's carbonitrided.
Yeah.
It took us like a couple of weeks to get a pin through this push rod. Then we had to glue a JB Weld, a little bar that this pin rides up and down to keep it. So then we finally got this push rod with the strain gauge on it.
Yep.
And we come in, so we do the test, and then we see the number, and we go back and put the push rod on a press to make sure. Well, we can't get that number on the press. So we're trying to calibrate it, because every time we got around 2,500 pounds, the push rod went, it just collapsed on you. But we were measuring 3,500 pounds on the engine, and we're both going here. Well, it breaks before 3,500 pounds, and you're going, well, what's happening? Well, the push rod's failing bending. So what was actually happening is, it's like Fred Sanford, for those of y'all who are old enough, it was putting so much load on it that it tried to fail. But before it could bend enough to fail, the load went away. Then it's like, I'm coming home, Elizabeth. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm
Yeah.
coming home, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
And it's like, and you're thinking about how many this is doing it 1,000,000 times in a race.
The impact load.
Every push rod was trying to fail 1,000,000 times in the race. And you start looking at loads and where all it's going, it was just absolutely nuts. And we had no idea,
Everybody at that time, and this was before Billy came along, before the Spintrons, before any of that stuff, we're just blindfolded walking through a minefield.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't have any idea. I mean, you break a cam, broke another cam. Break a spring, damn, those springs aren't any good. I broke another spring. And we had no idea. And the Spintron, there was a company, K-Tech, it's still up there in Detroit. It did a lot of GM work, and they had an Optron, which was a very crude way of measuring valve motion. Optically, it was very expensive and very crude, but it was all we had, and it was a step up. But I think what it did, it just peeled the curtain back behind the wizard, where you can look back there and say, holy shit, there's a lot more going on back here than I thought. And then Bob Fox did the first Spintron, and we had the second one at Comp. And it just started from there, and it reinvented entire engine world, really.
I must say, and I know you guys talked about it earlier, Danny Jessel and Bob Fox were probably the two biggest. Yeah. Bob Fox with the Spintron. I don't have a Spintron now. I wouldn't even above and beyond that one, but that was such an eye opener that we learned so much from that.
Yep.
And knowing that stuff, and like Danny Jessel and the belt drive was such a huge, to me, was a huge thing. We talked about breaking all these cam cores. We had a chain, and then it depended on what balancer you were running. If you could, it all tied together so much that you got to take your hat off to them two guys that they changed, and you guys too. But that Spintron, when it came out, that was the biggest eye opener of what was really going. And been like you sent me that text the other day. Go, oh, this ain't good. I go, oh yeah, I've seen that before. It's like when you're bad, it at least tells you, hey, you're bad.
It does.
I think for me, the Spintron was this eye opener of we had this section earlier talking about, we spent all this time trying to pick the right valve events, and then we have a valve train that won't get us there.
Right. Well,
but we didn't really know that.
It's sometimes what's on paper, what's designed, is a long way away from what's really happening.
Right.
And many years ago, we talked about, don't worry about what happens at the lobe. Let's worry about what happens at the valve and work backwards. And that kind of changed a lot of the sizing and a lot of the different the ways that we chose cams.
And going back to the vent thing, and it's not, every motor's not the same. I remember last year I asked you the comment, is there any time you can't shut the intake valve? My whole life, what I do is high-end stuff. I can't shut the intake valve soon enough. And I think maybe you told me, you ain't going to do that to this Pontiac blah, blah, blah motor. I go, okay, well, I didn't know that because, I mean, everything I do, I can't shut the thing soon enough, you know? I put smaller lobes in, you separate and you do all this stuff. I want that thing to shut sooner to make more compression. You know, it's like, you know, and then I think you told me.
CFM for cubic inch.
Yes,
yeah.
you know, it's right.
It's funny because I tell this story all the time. I one time thought, you know, I have this cool idea. I could build this spreadsheet, and if you give me the CFM and the engine size and the, you know, all the RPM and everything, we could kind of predict how much duration it would take, you know, on the intake valve. And I thought that was the coolest thing ever. The only problem is it didn't work.
Right.
And it never worked. It was always broken, and I was kind of mad about it. And I just thought, one day I'm going to get Billy to fix my math and figure out what's wrong. Well, then I got a Spintron. And I realized that what had really been happening is when I said it didn't work, what I meant was what I ended up putting in the engine to make it run good was never what my spreadsheet said it should be. My spreadsheet was always just way smaller than I knew you really had to have. I didn't know why that happened until I got a Spintron. All of a sudden, you could see that my 280-degree camshaft was really a 265-degree camshaft. I just didn't know that.
Yes.
And so all of a sudden, it was like, wow, now it's at least closer. I mean, you're never going to do it with a spreadsheet. We knew that. But, boy, it was eye-opening to see. The Spintron was the X-ray, the window looking behind the curtain of like, holy cow, here's what I thought was happening, and here's what's, well, at least what we think is happening now, right?
Yes. Well, and you know what Mark's saying of going to another higher level equipment, and you start to tie in cylinder pressure and all the other things with it.
Yes.
You know, in 5 years there'll be another discussion here about.
Boy, we were idiots back in 2023, weren't we?
We
You know,
were so dumb back then.
That's right, and that's what makes this whole industry so cool.
Yeah.
Is we're able to reinvent ourselves all the time, and there isn't. And you may remember the guy. Old man, Freddie Smith's dad. Freddie was a dirt track racer from way back. And his dad was one of the original Holman Moody guys. Built engines at Holman Moody. And one day, we're in his shop, and he's got an old shop, a dirt floor, really old school place. And he says, you're the cam man. He said, what cam do I put in that engine? And I told him what I thought. Nope. He just shook his head, nope. And kept going. And I said, well, if you're so smart, you tell me what to put in there. He said, the best cam for that engine is the one that you'll do tomorrow. Because tomorrow you should, if you're doing your job, you'll be smarter tomorrow than you are today. And if we apply that, start talking about years and decades and generations, and you think about how far we've come, there's a lot of people along the road that have made the Danny Jessels and the Dick Maskins and the Bob Foxes and the people who made such tremendous contributions to enabling us to change. And in another 5 years, it'll be the same thing.
Yeah.
It'll be new names.
It's kind of neat to have a format like this, though, where a lot of that information is getting trickled down. Because if you think about, like, your whole career, Mark, has been keeping secrets, right?
Yes,
like,
whole
we're
career.
working hard to figure out all this
I
stuff.
didn't even tell him stuff we were doing. You know what I mean? He's one designing the cam. You know, you're like, okay, don't tell him that, you know. Or,
But to be able for you now to come and sit here and Scooters, man, if you ride around with him in the truck for a couple of days, you pick up a lot of nuggets, you know. But we need a way to get that out there so we can grow the industry.
it's like what you were saying earlier, that you know, what your spreadsheet said. It's probably, I go back to 1985, where we were on a 268, 272 camshaft.
Yeah.
That 268 lobe, we're running a way smaller today. We are with higher RPMs and higher everything. But I bet you if we had the measuring device back then, well, I bet we're bigger today with a 10 degree smaller intake lobe. You know what I mean? Because now we got bigger push rods, we got better rocker arms, we got all this stuff.
We spent all our time making lighter push rods, lighter rocker arms.
I remember the first time back in the 80s, I took a 5/16 push rod out that was hitting the side of the head and put a 3/8 in there and didn't touch.
Yeah.
How do you do that? Well, that 5/8, that 5/16
He's in there doing
was
the
going
whole
in there
thing.
dancing, hitting the side of the port.
Yep.
You put a 3/8 in there, and I'll be gosh, you know what, a 7/16 fit in there too. Without, you know, you could just run it a lot closer than you thought you had to.
I have a very vivid memory of a huge light bulb moment. We talk about Danny Jessel, and I remember way back years ago, he was giving a presentation at ATC, and I remember him telling this story about walking around the pits, and they were doing something, and he said, well, we got this idea, we'd put these big push rods and make it stiffer. Well, the thing went slower. And it was because we didn't realize that we just made the camshaft too big for the car.
Absolutely.
You know? And it was like, man, my whole world changed in that one sentence, you know.
Well, it goes right back to your spreadsheet. And that says why your spreadsheet, it was a dynamic spreadsheet and you didn't know it.
I didn't know that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it doesn't matter what you told the valve to do. It matters what the, I was blessed enough to raise 5 kids, me and my wife, and it didn't matter what you told them to do. It mattered what they did.
For sure.
And somebody had to tell them something a little, to get them to do this, you might have to tell them something just a little bit different.
And each kid probably took a little different approach.
Absolutely. Every engine takes a different approach. Every kid.
I don't understand how you call comp cams and you say, I want this cam, and they pick a cam for you, and they're good enough to do that, but there's so much that, you know, okay, yeah, I got a big block camshaft the other day from you, and the first thing, is it stock valve train? Yes, okay. You know, it's like, no, I'm gonna put a half-inch push rod in there. It's probably gonna change, and that's why people talk, oh, I put this cam and I put that cam in there. It's almost back to that dyno thing and back to that pair of calipers.
Yep, and then
it's what you do with your engine, and
then it's what you hook the engine up to. Automatic, manual, heavy car, light car. You know, they have a tough job.
Yeah. So it's all that wisdom, right? And that's the whole point of having the Engine Performance Expo, is that we can share that wisdom. So as a industry, we all get collectively smarter through not keeping it to ourselves anymore, which is why we have roundtables like this and why we make videos, and we're probably overdue for a time to go to a video. So let's go ahead and move to that next video. Hey folks, Lake Speed Jr. I'm here at EFI University, and we're doing the teardown on the Engine Performance Expo engine. And man, if you watched any of those episodes, Gary Stennett and Steve Williams came in and talked about their fogging spray called Fog It. Perfect name, by the way. And the whole idea was to have this fogging spray to prevent corrosion in the cylinders when the engine was sitting. So, especially with oxygenated fuels, it can be a bit of an issue. So, this engine's been shut down for maybe a month or so, and you would think that in a month it couldn't possibly have any rust in it. But when we dropped the pan today and pulled it apart, of course we were running an oxygenated fuel. Sure enough, there was a little bit of discoloration, some corrosion, a little bit of rust in the cylinders. And so what we're going to do right now is we're going to take the profilometer and we're going to measure these cylinders. We're going to actually measure the same cylinder in a spot that basically looks brand new. You can see the crosshatch angle. It looks like a normal honed, shiny cylinder. And we're going to check the surface finish of that, and then we're going to compare that to the surface finish of one of these darker discolored areas. So right now over here in this cylinder, I have it already located in one of those darker, more corroded areas. So let's go ahead and push the button, and then we'll let the profilometer tell us what it sees. You can probably see that a little bit on the camera. If not, I'll B-roll it over it. Don't worry about it. Of that cylinder trace. And what you're seeing already are these irregularities. And that's the key, is that because if there's any kind of corrosion, it's going to create these little peaks and valleys, and not the peaks and valleys that we want, that you've created from the honing process. These are very irregular shapes, and you can see, oh, this one looks like someone took a dump truck and backed over that cylinder. It is so bad. So, and you can see right off the bat, the RA is 23, the RK is 58, the RVK is 80, and the RPK is 21. And again, you look at the cylinder trace, and it is all over the map. You got all kinds of crazy peaks and valleys, really ugly. So now we're going to use our handy dandy tool that Brad Lagman made. All we have to do is release the tension, rotate it down here to an area that looks really nice and good, and we will compare the two. We're going to hit start on our handy dandy profilometer, and let's see what we can find out. So far, looking real consistent and good. You know, the scale is 200 micro inches. And that's the key, is that if it starts to get really irregular, it's going to jump off that scale. I mean, the reality is it's just changed that surface quite dramatically. Has it killed the surface? Well, that's not completely killed it, but it is definitely less than desirable to have a finish looking like that. And the whole change is just the fact that there was some corrosion from the engine sitting literally 2 months. Wish we had some of Gary and Steve's fog it when we had the engine on the dyno so we could actually have fogged it down. So definitely next time we're going to do that. But we figured you might want to kind of see, when you see some corrosion like that, if you can see it, the profilometer can definitely see it. Definitely change the surface finish. Something to keep in mind. Hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching.
Nothing like watching Lake Speed go to town with a profilometer.
You know, I have my fun, right? I have my toys I like to play with. But you know, I couldn't help but think when I was tearing the engine down, I was like, man, I wish I had some fog at that moment in time, because I was thinking back at that moment to last year when you and Steve were here in those pictures. What I was seeing in that bore was exactly what those pictures you had shown. I'm like, man, if we had known about fog it when we took the engine off the dyno, we would never have had that, but I wouldn't have had that experience, and we wouldn't be able to have you now.
Gary Stinnett joining us, the innovator of Foggit, and watching the video looks so much like the photographs that he brought last year, like improper storage. In your case, it was 20 years of just sitting. I think the engine was going to be in a museum, you know, just like a collectible thing. But there's a right way and a wrong way to do this. You're going to put your engine away. There's a right way and a wrong way, and the innovation of Foggit. But there's a whole process, Gary. Why don't you talk a little bit about some of the things that you've seen that kind of drove you to invent Foggit?
Well, I heard a saying once that said, out of frustration comes innovation.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that great?
Yes. Good.
So we were frustrated after, you know, I've been building engines 42 years and seeing the same thing you guys saw. You tear them down and there's rust, different degrees, different styles, whether it was caused from ethanol or methanol or just storage, improper storage. So we started working. We tried all the normal brands you see out there, storage oils that are made for marine use. They're too thick, or they're not, they're not good on spark plugs. They foul the plugs or whatever. So we just worked. And Steve and I worked together on this, and over the last 3 or 4 years, developed a formula that worked. And so we brought it to market last year here and debuted it. It's been going great. We have dealers everywhere. But the proper way is when you get done with the engine, whether it's each night, each weekend, month, or a year, however long, you need to fog it. If you're at the track, you can just simply open the throttle blades, whether it's fuel injected or carbureted, and have somebody spin the engine over for you while spraying it down through the carburetor for 8 or 10 seconds.
Okay.
And that's fairly effective, but the best way is if you can remove the spark plugs and go right into the spark plug hole, or off the dyno. When we ship engines every week, we pull the headers off to put it in a crate.
Right.
We'll just bump it over till the exhaust valve's open and shoot it right in the cylinder. And I got a flashlight in one hand and the Foggit in the other, and you can see in there and spray it. That's probably the best way. But any way you can get it. I have guys that say, like, I'm alone, I have nobody to help me with. So they either just do it with it running and spray down there. It still works. It's just not as effective, and it takes more product to do that. Of course, we'd like to sell more product, so that works too. But
so hold it for like 4 or 5 seconds.
Like 8 seconds.
8 seconds. Okay.
Yeah. And there's some creative guys. It's fun to be involved in this and have people call you up with all the different uses and different styles. One guy taught me something. He says, I rigged up a foot switch to the starter button so I can do it alone. I'm like, why didn't we think of that? Think how nice that'd be to run in valves. You just plug that in, put your foot down there, bump, 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 run a valve. Bump it over and spray it with your foot and hold the throttle open, spray it down through there. The last engine I built for one of my race cars is I drilled and tapped in the front of the intake manifold, and I put a ball cock valve. So just open the ball cock valve. Many guys use those on alcohol cars for lean outs. Well, just shoot it right in there while spinning it over. You don't got to hold the carburetor open. So there's different ways of applying it, but it will not foul the spark plugs. So in case in point, my car at the U.S. Nationals, my Superstock car, went 10.020 the very first day. I fogged it that night. The next morning went 10.01 with a 9. I fogged it that night. The next morning went 10.01 with a 9. It does not hurt horsepower. It doesn't foul the plugs. It starts great. We put an accelerant in there so it fires off in the morning first thing, and doesn't hurt horsepower a bit.
You guys just launched a YouTube channel, so for those of you out there watching on YouTube as you are, we appreciate likes and comments and clicking the bell and all that stuff. Swing on over to Gary's, Fog It, and they're doing a lot of informative stuff, just you showing how it's done. We'd spend a lot of other people's money here this weekend, right? Like cylinder heads and the cylinder finish and all of these different things. And when you get it done, you've dropped X amount of dollars, whatever it is. Why would you not want to protect it?
Well, that's so important to get the good cylinder finish, to get good ring seat. We've already seen how incredibly important it is. Why let corrosion kill it? You got to protect it. And this is cheap insurance. I mean, I bought 3 cans for my dad for Christmas. Yeah. You know, that was a Christmas present for Dad because we do the vintage go-kart stuff, which is methanol. Yeah. And, you know, fogging those things down and flushing them is so critical. I mean, we can't even run the ethanol blended pump fuel in the flush fuel for that, because it'll kill the carburetor. Right. So they're so sensitive with all the ethanol in the fuel, which is another issue by itself. But this is a great product. I mean, I've already started using it. Like you said, the other examples, I know Keith Jones used it on his hedge trimmer or something. It's amazing. You know?
Well, that's been the other fun part. And because what do we do as usually in the performance industry? We try to make things do other things. Right. Yeah. I got it. Well, every day, guys call me. Every day, they call me. He goes, you know what? That's the best bug and tar remover I ever used. Or so they call up, and the gun crowd is loving it. It cleans guns better than anything. So it's really a multi-purpose product besides just a fogging oil.
Yeah. And from a competition standpoint, you know, 4-time world champion, Super Comp, and the way that style of racing works is, you know, you'll run, some will say like first round every day, right? Like you might run a round or two today and then put it away for the night and then a round or two tomorrow. But if you unload differently, you're going to eliminate variables. What you just described, the consistency, you put it away, and when you come back tomorrow, it's going to be the same as it was. Whereas the condensation machine that is a trailer, at the end of the night, when you go to fire that thing up, whether it be the plugs are fouled, it seems to be such a worthy addition to the whole competition racing engine situation.
With engines today costing a race engine of almost any kind, a minimum is probably $30,000 and up over $100,000. Yeah. Why would you not want to care for that? I mean, it's kind of like brushing your teeth, right?
Absolutely.
Right? And what fluoride was invented in 1955 and for toothpaste that made it much better. Well, we just came out with something that's much better than using a common household product or just pouring transmission fluid down your carburetor.
Well, I know for years John Kazi was telling us we need something like this, so thank you for making it. I'm glad it's going well for you. Fogit.com, go buy some. You need it. I tell you, it's fantastic.
Yeah, certainly. And I'm excited, and I'm excited Gary's back, of course. 2 expos in a row, of course, and getting ready to head back out on the NHRA Tour this year.
Yes.
What's your plan?
I'm going to probably run a late summer schedule of that. Kind of really interested in the big money bracket racing stuff, and we're really busy at work, and we're really busy with Foggit. So I'll probably run from July on NHRA stuff.
Good deal.
Excellent, excellent.
We got a new video coming up from one of our favorite pair of guys.
Yeah, speaking of NHRA drag racing and Total Seal. Yeah, bringing in the family, so to speak. Little Matt Hartford, Eddie Granaccia got in on that?
Yeah, got Eddie and Matt together.
Unbelievable. Gary, thank you very much. We'll see you out there. Of course, we'll throw it to the next video. You're going to like Hartford. You're going to love Eddie. Hey, folks, welcome back to the Engine Performance Expo. Got a treat for you. Matt Hartford, Eddie Granaccia. Am I saying that right? I'm terrible.
Very good.
I'm not good.
I couldn't say it right to 8th grade, so I'm good.
That's good. I love Italian food, but I can't pronounce any Italian words.
I love all kinds of food.
All right, I can tell you one too. But anyways, totally different story. Why we're here, you guys have raced both carburetors and EFI in Pro Stock, and you guys were telling me today something that I thought fairly interesting, is that with that change, it also had an effect on something that was not part of the engine, or
at least not inside the engine, but it is connected to the engine. So Eddie, tell us about what this thing next to you is and what the hell has been going on with these things since EFI came in.
This is our clutch, and every pro stock car has one. Everybody runs maybe a different configuration, different brand. But the net of what we're getting at here is that over the years, I'm a carburetor guy.
Right.
Carburetors are the most intelligent things going. This laptop that Matt usually puts the screws to me with this, when something doesn't go right, I say it's mad fuel or something like that, which has a big effect on how the car reacts and how the clutch reacts right through the run.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you used this phrase earlier, so correct me when I say it wrong. The carburetor just gave the engine what it asked for.
Correct.
With the laptop,
intake stroke, it was pulling through the carburetor what it needed. That's all it could pull through.
Took care of itself.
Signal through the carburetor.
Right.
Now, I'm telling the engine how much fuel it's going to take, whether it wants it or not. So therefore, if I put too much fuel in there and I kill the power of the engine, all of a sudden his clutch tune-up's way off. Then we come back after the run and he complains at me. He does that anyway. But he complains that my fuel curve ruined his clutch setup. It's never his clutch setup screwed up my fuel curve, let's be clear.
Right. It's only a one-way street.
But so think about it.
There are fingers on that, though.
There are, and they're all pointing at the driver, too.
All 6 of them.
So you think about it, the carburetor, though, like Eddie said, most intelligent thing on the engine. You know, if it needed X amount of fuel, if it needed 530 pounds an hour of fuel at 10,500, it took 530 pounds of fuel. When you go to Denver, don't even change a jet. It takes 430 pounds an hour of fuel. It corrected itself no matter where you went. If I put in the Denver tune-up in Sonoma, the next thing we'd be doing is KB would be putting pistons in the
right,
because we'd have it burn up.
Yeah.
So we have to tell the engine exactly how much fuel, where it's going to get the fuel, when it's going to get the fuel. Where the carburetor handled it all, and I never messed with his clutch tune-up.
So that's interesting because we talk about all the time at the Engine Expo how interrelated parts of the engine are. That it's not just individual parts; they all live in a system. And what you're telling me is, in your type of racing, it's not just the engine, it's also the clutch. You think outside the bell housing, essentially, and get to this.
Yeah, it's definitely the EFI era has been easier in a lot of ways, but it's been a lot harder in many other ways. So what it's done is it's taken a lot of the old school carburetor guys and turned them into EFI guys, which they said they probably never do,
right.
But they've gotten really good at it. I mean, if you look at the class as a whole right now, it's the most competitive class we've had in the history of the sport. You know, you're winning and losing by 1/2000th of a second every run, and typically if you win or lose, it's who got their leg off that clutch first.
Right.
And how it reacts has a lot to do with what fuel we put in there, at what RPM, what it sees the tire after the fuel moves the car.
So you really have to think really big picture, not just what's the optimum tune-up for the engine. You really have to think about how that's going to impact what you have for clutch setup based on the track conditions and weather conditions.
Correct. I mean,
you guys all run within a couple hundreds of each other?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mind-blowing.
But it's it's hats off to the guys who can take what they know about the entire package of the car and figure out how to put a laptop and a clutch together and still make it come up onto the chip clean, get off the chip clean, and get through low gear. That's probably the hardest part is coming off the chip and getting to the point where the clutch locks up. So call it from rough numbers 6,500 to 8,500. That range, when you let go of the clutch pedal, you leave at 6,500, getting up to 8,500, how the engine reacts as the clutch is starting to clamp onto it, that is the most critical part of probably the tune-up.
Okay, that makes sense. I think to my go-kart stuff, we have centrifugal clutches. And it's getting the right slip so that it comes up right and catches and doesn't lug, but also doesn't spin the tires off either, right? You have good acceleration. Same thing.
Yeah, one wrong keystroke with this, if we're leaving at 6,500, one wrong keystroke, when I let go of the clutch, the engine will suck back to 5,800. And then we left at 5,800 versus 6,500 before it starts going up. That'll cost you 300-400s in ET just for something like that. Wow. So it's extremely critical that these two components work together.
You know what? I think I'm going to leave the carburetor on the old vintage go-kart, not put EFI on. Sorry, Ben Schrader.
Well, what's on your Mercedes?
It is definitely a carburetor, right? It's mechanical injection, actually. It's super old, right? It's a diesel, yeah. Old mechanical injection. Well, cool. Hope you guys enjoyed this segment. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for more.
Expo 2023. How great was that? Hartford, Eddie, Lake gets in there, of course, and just great to see you guys out there at the racetrack. We'll be back doing that soon. But now we've got something that this is becoming one of my favorite parts of the Engine Performance Expo, because it's kind of like we bring the brain trust out here. We got Charles Navarro, we got Chris Straub, of course, Scooter, Randy Neal making his first appearance, of course, David Bianchi. These guys are like captains of industry in the engine performance world. We're going to talk a little bit about their take on the economy, like where are things at right now. Last year, the call was pretty much generally positive, I think, and over the course of the season, that proved out to be true, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. Chris, we're in your place. You guys host us here for the Engine Performance Expo. You were very bullish last year. Like, I was actually surprised walking out here. You're like, my business is good, my customers are good, they want what they want, and they're ready to get it. And did that prove true for the remainder of the year?
Yes, it did. Again, blessed with another record year last year. I have been a little bit worried about the economic indicators, and of course listing the news that we might be going in a little bit of downturn. But the first week of 2023, I mean, we set a weekly record for sales and stuff. So I have to go back to, the Roaring 20s came out of the Spanish flu pandemic. I still think people after COVID were fed up with what we've had to put up with for 2 years, and they're going to do what they're going to do type deal. So the money is still being spent. Spent a little time with my banker the other day. They said, yeah, mortgages, they've kind of tapered off, but businesses are borrowing money and people are spending money and stuff. So I'm kind of I'm not an optimist, not a pessimist, I'm a realist, but in reality, things are looking pretty good so far.
That's great to hear.
Well, I know supply chain was a big challenge throughout the pandemic, and that was probably the thing that was the specter that was looming over the industry last year, was how much was supply chain going to affect things. And I know, Charles, you made some significant capital investments to try to change your supply chain scenario. So talk about that for a minute.
So we manufacture cylinders and sleeve blocks, but we can't sell those parts if the customer can't get everything else they need to be able to build the engine. So we were looking at 1 year, 1.5 years of purchasing and ordering that well in advance, because lead times were it was taking us 42 weeks to get head gaskets, just to give an example. And we had to plan for that. And thankfully lead times have come back down, but what we're still seeing, a lot of the OEM components, that there's still shortages here and there. Like we ran out of lifters, of all things, for a modern water-cooled engine. You'd think, how hard could it be to make a lifter, 10,000 of them at a time? No, and timing chains, things that are critical. You can't build an engine without lifters or without a timing chain. So we're still seeing that. But the customers, it was a record year for us last year, and so far January has been our best 2 weeks that we've ever had. So we're seeing the exact same things. Met with our banker, went over everything. They're wanting to lend money. They want to work with us, and however way they can. So we're seeing all the same things.
That is exciting. Randy, what about you? First of all, I want to just get you in the game here. First of all, welcome back. Good to see you. What has been your experience?
Out of control. That's the best way I'm going to define it. And that is, everybody had a certain pessimistic idea. Coming out of COVID, none of us knew what to do. We were watching raw material costs go stupid on us. Availability was just nuts. Any businessman doesn't like to be in an environment of non-control. And if you don't have some reasonable target numbers that you can validate, well, it's a nervous position. It'll put a knot in your stomach. Listen, I'm the most surprised guy in the room, because if there's a recession, they forgot to tell me, because everybody is just headed our way. Our business is fantastic. We dedicated to capital investment, which I think is the key. Raw material issues. Look, we have 1.5 years of done inventory sitting there because we took the bull by the horn and said we're going to get caught with our pants down. So it's a struggle at one point, but it's a blessing right now, because the customer calls us up and says, hey, I'm interested in a machine. And I keep it very simple. You got money? Yeah, I'll send you a machine. Done. Now, I'm not having any slowdowns whatsoever. None, nada. So I think there's a great opportunity right now. I would like to tell you it's a perfect science, but I'll go with luck. Let's put it in that perspective. And I think everybody here is the benefactor of a very surprised economy.
Yeah.
Well, racers want to race.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been saying it for a couple of years. COVID was the best thing that ever happened to the racing industry, because the attitude at the racetrack pre-COVID, especially from the circle track group I've been around, they were tired, they were worn out. They've been doing the same thing forever, and people started to kind of fall off because they just gotten tired of it. But taking racing away from them made them more hungry. I'm as guilty as anybody else. Is that I wanted to go back to the racetrack with my dad and go vintage racing so bad, because there'd been so much time off. You couldn't do it. You wanted to go, and it was just great to go back to the racetrack. That you miss those people. You don't. They always say you never really appreciate something until it's gone.
Right.
I think COVID did a little bit of that, and maybe that's what's going on. Maybe there are other factors outside of our racing and performance enthusiast economy that may be tapering, but our group, like you said, has that roaring 20s mindset. I'm going to go racing. I'm going to build my project car. I'm going to do whatever it takes to move my business forward, modernize my equipment, do what I got to do to continue forward long run. I think that's what we're seeing. Again, I could be totally wrong, but I feel like that's what's happening.
One of the best parts about the Engine Performance Expo, and I really wish everybody behind the scenes there could be a part of like what we did last night, Scooter. We had a meal, we all got together, we all hung out at one of Chris's favorite places, and Scooter and I were having a great conversation about like the want to do this, the passion to get out there, the feeling of, I've got to be involved with this. You told a story about sleeping in the trunk of a car at your first drag race because you didn't have money to do it. People are going to find a way to do the things that make them happy. And going fast, building cars, being in that culture. There are families that's the core of what they do, and they're going to do it. What has your experience been, Scooter?
I agree with everything everybody said. That COVID's been good. Everybody worked on their cars. They're ready to go. What scares me, a couple of things, is there was an infusion of money into our customer base like it'll never be seen again in the history of the world.
Right.
And they're spending that money. And that's not a real thing. That's not something we can base our lives on going forward, because it's likely to not happen again.
Right.
And at the same time that's starting to dry up, interest rates are beginning to creep up. And it hasn't gotten to the point yet where it stings, but it could be. And those of us who are old enough to have bought a house at 18% interest can remember that that's a big difference. Or buying a car and having to pay 7, 8, 9% interest for a car, it changes things. And I don't worry, but I'm concerned that we're riding this wave right now of after COVID and wanting to get out and anxious and enthusiastic, and we're paid by COVID relief money. That's fueling the fire. And this thing is up and running, and people are going and buying and doing. But on the other side of that, if you look a little bit further, if the COVID money slows down, which it will, if the interest rate sneaks up, which it will, is this going to be strong enough to sustain through that time that's going to come on the other side? And, it's so sad that we're all kind of wired to the political aspects of the country, and that could change in 2 years, and it could be the end of this thing going down that I'm talking about, where it keeps going up, or it could be the other way around, where it goes off the cliff. Charles and I were talking last night about, we're both hooked on Fox Business, and you start watching the business of things and thinking about not today, but what's 4 or 5 years out. It is it's just something to think about. I'm extremely bullish about today. I think we've got 2 or 3 years to ride this bullish thing out at least. But we really need to be watching to make sure that we're not heading down something that if it looks like it's going to go off, we just need to start preparing for it and circle the wagons before it happens.
Well, we definitely have to have racetracks, and we've got to have enthusiasts.
Yep.
We got to have racetracks, we got to have enthusiasts, we got to have places to do this amazing hobby that we have, and we got to have people to do it. David, what about you? You're kind of in an interesting situation because you guys go into a shop and you ask people to make a CapEx investment that is large, but you're going to give them the most cutting edge technology they can have. And I would imagine that's a purchase that they're going to make and have and use for 10 years or more. How has it been for Rottler?
No question that automation is important, and people are looking at how to run their businesses going forward to attain their business goals without more overhead, et cetera. But, from a manufacturing standpoint, I'm going to lean on what Scooter said, and I think it's a real important point. The inflationary climate and paying attention to it. So our business over the last 3 years is up 65%, which for Rottler is huge. As we look forward, we're very, very bullish. Our 1, 3, 5 year plan all looks good. We've diversified across all of the different markets that we serve. Feel very strong about high performance and engine rebuilding in general due to some other factors. But the reality is, we're buying parts, we're issuing purchase orders, and those parts aren't arriving for 6 months. If there's a snap in the supply chain, we may build a machine and it's missing a motor or a ball screw. That machine sits. At Rottler, that turns into 30 machines that sit for a $200 part. So watching the inventory and watching these things is important. Then comes the inflation component, and I think this is important for just everybody in this room. You have a product that's going out that you took an order for a year ago. You have your cost of goods climbing, and your price is a year old. So the pricing, so you're selling the product at what would feel like a discount, but your cost of goods have gone up. So the bottom line is less than maybe you anticipated despite the volume. And that is the inflationary climate combined with supply chain issues. Right. And I think everybody has to watch that, especially engine builders. It's the same situation. I hear it all the time. Chris, you're talking about a guy can't get a lifter, right? Right. Such a simple part. Yep. But it, devastate that whole $30,000 engine or whatever it is.
That we'd get it right after Christmas. If that shop's flooded, I have no idea when I'm going to get that part. So the everyday user, when we tell them on the phone, I have no idea. When that thing hits my dock, I can tell you when you're going to get it. But if you want me to lie to you, I'll give you the proverbial 2 weeks. But we just don't know. Stuff like that is happening right now, and we have no control over it.
There's a lot of areas that are out of control. I mean, during the last year and a half, I've thought about you, Scooter, so many times. Like, the oil business has been hammered.
Unbelievable.
I mean, everybody else's bad situation, theirs is times 10.
There was a fire at one of the Lubrizol plants that makes the additive. Well, they just said, hey, it's not worth rebuilding. We're just going to close it down. Yep. You guys go somewhere else. And then there was a flood. Another one washed out, and they had to replace that one because it was some critical stuff. But some of these products are through all this other no fault of anybody, but they're going to go to no end of life stuff where we just got to go do something else.
Right. Yeah. And that's just where the audience watching the industry just needs to know these are the volatile times we live in.
Right.
This is all behind the scenes.
Yep.
All these things happen. It has nothing to do with that guy's engine at a racetrack.
Yeah.
But it has to do with all the things that we have to do to get it there.
To make it work.
Who supplied the neon for computer chips? 50% of the world's neon. You know where that came from? Ukraine. You think Ukraine is shipping neon for computer chips right now? That's part of our problem. We sitting here have no control over that situation. None.
On that note, though, and it's interesting you bring that up because that's something that I've been watching and very interested in. Not to diminish any of this stuff, but Scooter mentions 18% interest rates. That's when my parents bought a house. Isn't there always something, though? At some point when you look back, like, okay, the pandemic, before that, financial crisis of 2007, before that, September 11th, before that, and you guys could add your version of that. And this community, and I think America in general, what makes it what it is the ability to figure it out, to figure out a way around it. Like, okay, they're closing the plant. What can we do to get around that? Would you agree with that statement? That like that's why we are what we are in America, and I think racers are like the most American of all, able to improvise, adapt, overcome, get around the challenge of the day, whatever it is, as big as it is. And I think September 11th was the one that shocked me the most. Like, oh my gosh, the world is stopping. No, it's not. We'll figure it out. And we did.
And I think you're right, and we will, and that's what makes the high performance and the racing industry so cool to work in, is because we collectively figure it out. We just go forward.
We are an industry of modification, so we're good at modifying.
I think the statement is hold my beer.
That's the racer version of we're resilient, right? So if you're the Wall Street Journal, you're resilient. If the racer says it, hold my beer.
Hold my beer.
I'll make that happen later.
But I think that's why it's good to have these kind of roundtables, because it's good for everyone to share off each other's experience, but it's also good to let the audience and the viewers know what's going on, so they have a better expectation of when you say it's 2 weeks or I don't know, they understand why. You know, it's an important thing. So I say that's why we're here at the Engine Performance Expo, but we're not done.
Oh no,
we have a lot to go still.
We've got a lot to go, but again, this is always one of my favorite parts, because I know whether or not to get a second job. And thanks, guys. I can stay on this one. That is great stuff. I appreciate it. And everybody seemed generally bullish with concerns, thoughts, things to prepare for. But that is good. What we're going to do right now is prepare for the next video.
Exactly.
So we're going to keep it on trucking here at the Engine Performance Expo 2023. Still a long way to go. Remember, if you're out there on YouTube, subscribe, click the bell, share, tell your friends, check out our next video.
Welcome back, Engine Performance Expo viewers. You know this guy, end gap. It's a question we get all the time. What should the end gaps be? So who better to ask than the guy who gapped the rings? Actually, I gapped the rings, but I did what you told me to do when we put together the Engine Performance Expo LS. So stay tuned. We're going to get into all the details of end gap. Okay, Jimmy, end gap. I mean, like we said, it is the most frequently asked question. And now there is a chart that comes with all the rings that says what you should do, but I know there's more to the story, so help us out.
Well, that's a guidance point. The top end gap is set basically whether it's a normally aspirated motor or it's a power adder motor, or what type of power adder motor.
Yeah, boost, nitrous makes a difference.
And what type of piston's in it.
That's right, because a hyper-eutectic piston is going to be hotter because it holds so much more heat.
Yes, and they recommend a much higher ring gap, and if you're using that piston, you've got to go by what they recommend.
Exactly.
Other than that, it's based purely on experience. That chart is a guideline, and you need to go by it, but always remember, looser won't get you in trouble, tighter will.
And that's the question we get, right, is how tight should it be? People tend to, I would say, in my experience, they overthink tightness. They try to make it too tight because they're worried that if they give up a couple thousandths of end gap, they're going to give up 3 or 4 CFM of blow by, and I don't see it in my experience.
I don't see it either, and I've run them all the way down to where I could actually see the grind marks on the opposite side of the ring. Mm-hmm. And a few times in the past 40 years, I've actually butted a ring and destroyed a cylinder.
Right, and that's never good.
You find out where the limit is,
mm-hmm.
and you back up from there. But I mean,
I said, a little extra gap doesn't really kill you.
Extra gap will not kill you. I mean, it's just like getting a bearing clearance too tight. It's the same as a ring. If you get it too tight, it's going to hurt something. A little bit loose is not going to hurt it. It won't help it, but it's not going to hurt it.
Essentially, it's margin of error. The tighter you get it, the less margin of error you have on your tune-up and operating environment. Because that's kind of the key, is it really is the operating environment that's going to dictate a lot of this.
And you can have the end gap perfect for a 900-degree cylinder or combustion temperature, such as alcohol or something. But if that cylinder temperature gets to 1200 degrees, you better have a little extra in there to compensate for it, or it's going to butt the ring. And when it does, it tears stuff up.
Because really what we're saying is it's really about cylinder temperature.
Yes.
And that's where load really plays a big difference. And I think one of your best analogies is the difference between, a small block Chevy or even a big block Chevy in a boat versus a drag car. They're two totally different things.
Yeah, a drag car, even if it's a drag boat, the only thing out there with high gear only right now is a top fuel car.
Right.
But if you're in a boat, that's all you got. It's high gear only. And it's just like loading it against a dyno without pushing the feed button.
Yeah, you're just
letting it sit there. Because that's all you're doing. And the only gear ratio in that boat is the prop, depending on which one you put on it, and it never changes.
So the higher the load, the more heat.
The more heat you get on the piston.
So the more in-gap you need to compensate for that.
Yes, and it's just like a turbo motor is going to have more heat than a normally aspirated motor. Just because there's more boost, there's more combustion temperature.
Right.
And, it's the same thing on a diesel motor, like some of these racing Cummins engines with all this boost on them. I mean, they have to have huge end gaps on them because the piston dome gets so hot and it's such a high compression ratio. And if you put one into detonation, all bets are off then.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Because then the combustion temperature goes out of sight.
Yeah, you really can't help that. that's another problem you got to deal with. So, that's top end gap. So tell them a little bit about what we've seen with second ring end gap and the top oil rail end gap, because that's something that almost no one ever talks about, but is really important, is the end gap on that top oil rail as well.
Well, let's use for an example a blower motor.
Okay.
I have a nostalgia car that has a 427 in it. The top end gap on that motor, because it's a filled block, has no water in it, top end gap on that motor is 36 thousandths.
Okay.
And,
on what bore size is that?
It's like a 4285
or
something like that. And the second end gap should be quite a bit more than that. I mean, I've got an extreme on my motor, but it just shows you that and the reason it's so extreme is I couldn't get a ring closer to the bore than what I wound up with because it just wasn't available. So my second ring actually has 1/8 of an inch on it, 125 thousandths.
Wow.
But when you got a blower on alcohol, of course you don't have the cylinder temperature you do on gasoline, but you're still going to have blow by if you've got a severely overdriven blower. So even though I have 125 on the second ring, the motor has very little blow by.
Right.
So the second ring is only acting as a scraper. Now,
80% of the second ring's job is actually to be oil control. 20% of it's actually sealing, and because they're offset, they're not lined up. That top gap doesn't get to see that 125 thousandths directly.
Right. Now, because I have that big a second end gap, I open the top oil ring rail up to give it a path for anything that goes by it to go into the pan.
Exactly.
And you still don't see it. And you only need to open the top ring because it gets into the oil return holes then.
Bingo, because that's the thing. In that oil return groove, right, the oil ring groove, there's holes where the oil can drain back into the sump. And that's the key, is you want to give it that path so that this pressure up here that gets by that top ring can get past the second ring and get into the oil ring groove and go out that oil return hole back to the sump.
So on the bottom ring, I like to stay between 15 and 20 thousandths.
Okay.
That'll work on pretty much anything.
Right, and that's pretty much standard. I think even the instructions from Total Seal
say minimum
of 15.
When you get in a huge bore, like a 4650 or something like that, you may need a little more, but it's very minimal. Theoretically, my motor aside, I would want the second ring to always be bigger than the top, because if you trap the gas between the top and second, it will push the top ring off the seat at some point.
Yeah.
And same thing is you need the top oil ring to be marginally bigger or at least the same size as the second ring.
So they can kind of have that balance of flow.
I know the rings are supposed to seal the gases in the cylinders, but
nothing seals 100%.
Nothing seals 100%. And if you trap the gas between the rings, it will upset the ring seal.
Exactly.
And that's where you get all your ring flutter from.
And we saw that on the engine dyno when we were doing some oil development stuff. We saw that at that higher engine RPM, what made the biggest difference in increasing power, not really increasing power, but just not losing power.
I've actually been doing this on the engines that I used to build for probably 5 or 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it really helped the top end power on the motor.
Yeah.
To keep it from nosing over after peak power.
Yeah, it stabilized the top end.
It stabilized the top end. And for many years, I tried to keep it a secret.
Yeah, but it's kind of out
you
now.
can only keep an advantage for so long in this business because it gets out.
Oh, yeah.
You know, somebody else will get your motor and take it apart. And just like when I tear somebody else's motor apart, I want to see if I can learn anything.
Exactly.
Well, other engine builders have tore my engines apart and have asked the question why I did that.
Yeah.
And there's one thing about me. I'll either tell you the truth or I won't tell you.
There you go, exactly. Yeah. That's actually pretty kind, actually, right? Some people will tell you the wrong direction totally, so just being silent or telling you the truth is actually a pretty nice gift.
Yeah, so, you know, that's true with anything that I'm asked. I'll either tell you the truth or I'll just tell you I can't tell you.
I just remember seeing it when we first started doing it. It's like, wow, that made a big difference in stable. And it makes sense when you think about it. At higher RPM, you know, past peak torque, there's less cylinder pressure to keep that top ring seated. So now that differential in pressure between that second ring and the top ring sees makes it easier to unseat that top ring. And when top ring unseats, blow by goes up, power goes down.
It's not necessarily unseating it from the cylinder wall.
No, it's from
all
the
it
ring
is
land.
it's pushing it up off the bottom of the ring land.
Bingo.
So, you know, it's not like you're blowing it off the cylinder wall.
No.
You're just pushing it up, building enough pressure between the first and second that the ring will raise off the ring land, and then it doesn't seal.
Right, exactly.
That's why a lot of the pistons have a bevel at the top, on the top ring that goes to the top, is because when the combustion goes behind the ring, it blows it against the cylinder wall, just like same principle as a gas port.
Exactly.
But on a street motor, you run about 1.3 to 1.5 on the width of the ring, and where on the race motors we get down to 4 5 6/10 because they got gas ports on them.
Right.
And of course, then you get into all kinds of coatings and stuff to keep the rings from sticking or welding, but that's a different story.
Right, exactly. The general idea here is you want that second end gap wider so that you can let that gas pressure get down. Then you want to match that end gap with the top oil rail so that it can get down into the oil ring groove and be able to get through those oil ring or the oil return holes to get to the sump.
And there's not a set number on it. If it's a wet sump motor with no vacuum on it, you can open it up really
pretty
big,
wide.
You know, 20, 30 thousandths bigger, don't hurt a thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I know on the Engine Performance Expo engine, that's a wet sump engine.
Yeah.
Because it's boosted and everything, we ran 32 thousandths on the top ring, I believe.
Yeah, and I think we ran 50 on the second.
Yeah, we did. And we opened that oil rail up that much too.
We opened the oil rail up to at least 50.
Yeah.
And, you know, the bottom rail was tight.
Yep.
As you know, for what it was. But now, that being said, if you got a dry sump motor that's open air, you can still do that. But if you've got something that's got a vacuum pump on it, a drag race motor, a round track motor that has a vacuum pump on it, you don't want to open it up quite as much.
Yeah, because now it's just going to be too much.
It still needs to be a little bigger than the top ring, and the oil ring still needs to be bigger than the second ring. But you don't want that 1/8 of an inch gap like I got in my drag cart, because you're going to lose part of your vacuum.
Yeah.
Even though you got good seals and all, it'll suck by the rings through the gap.
Yeah, so tighten it up
now
a little bit if you're running vacuum.
Now, and if you're pulling big vacuum, it doesn't hurt nothing to have the total seal top ring.
No, it can pull a lot more vacuum
if you're pulling vacuum, yes, I have no problem with that whatsoever. So
it actually works best in that application.
Well,
in my experience, right? If you're going to run that gapless top ring,
that's where having a big vacuum system can make a big difference.
Everything's a little different. You know, the marine engines are different from the drag motors. The dirt engines are different from the asphalt engines.
Yep.
Because they ingest, there's no way you can keep the cylinders clean.
No, there's dirt.
I mean, there's just
all
dirt.
the time.
I don't care how good a filter you got on it.
No, there's going to be just sand and stuff that gets in there, and it's going to wear on the cylinders. It's going to wear the rings. It's just going to happen.
I mean, yeah, you can run a tool steel or a stainless top ring in it and not wear the ring, but it's going to wear the ring land because it's going to get stuff in between it. It's just, there's a shorter rebuild time on the dirt motors just because of the dirt.
Oh yeah, I mean, think about it. Timken, they've said all along, the number one reason for a bearing failure of a rolling bearing or a plain bearing is dirt, it's contamination. So you're running in a dirty environment just by necessity, you're going to have a shorter operating life because it's a dirtier environment.
Well, the trick to that is lead the race.
That does help. Helps a lot.
But yeah.
Well, hopefully this little summary helped you guys out because again, NGAP's one of those questions you get all the time. There's lots of mystery. So hopefully this little segment here gave you some answers to kind of give you some perspective on what your top NGAP should be, how to think about the second NGAP, and take advantage of the little trick of setting your oil rail gap as well.
The big thing is just make sure that the second ring's bigger than the top, and the top oil rail is at least equal to the second, and don't make them too tight.
You heard it. You heard it from the man. He's been 277 miles an hour at Bonneville, so you should listen to him.
Another all-star panel here at the Engine Performance Expo. This time we're going to tackle something that I think is great, the race within racing, competition engine development lake. Another, like, look at this. Unbelievable. Mark, Ben, of course, Keith Dorton back. First time we've seen Keith today, of course, and John and George Bryce back with us. So look, just think of all the different styles of racing that we have got. Yeah. And something they have all in common is they have to race their competition in the development process if their bike or cars are going to win on the racetrack. Super exciting.
Like I said, everything. I mean, NASCAR, Bonneville, off-road, drag racing, 2 wheels, 4 wheels. I mean, everything, which is, again, all-star cast here. It's amazing brain power here. But, you know, Ben actually has a class with this exact name, Competition Engine Development. And I love how you say this is not a blueprinting class.
Yeah, that's right.
On the description.
Yep.
Because talk a little bit about that mindset and why that's such a apropos disclaimer.
When we first started out, we thought, hey, we need to have a class about like how to build engines, you know, and so it was sort of like teaching all the basic fundamentals of engine building and all that. But what I realized later on was like, well, that's all well and good if I've got like a factory service manual and I'm trying to put this thing back to stock. Mm-hmm. But what happens is when we go outside of that, we start building competition or racing engines. We're using totally different materials, totally different shapes and sizes, totally different, you know, environment that we're running them in. And so, you know, for example, you can't take an aftermarket 2618 piston and follow the guidelines out of the factory service manual for a hyper-eutectic cast. You know, you're gonna have problems. And so I realized along the way that like engine blueprinting really isn't the right word for what guys like this do, right? Mm-hmm. Engine development for me was like, okay, so you know you got to balance what you're doing and what you want to do, and then also how you're going to sell this, right? So I had to think about like, well, what is it somebody really wants to do? We're trying to take an engine that does X and we're trying to make it better. And so for all of us, the end goal is always better, and when you get it better, you just want it to be better. It never really stops. It's this iterative process of changing one thing, finding out if it liked that or didn't like that, and then you know sometimes you find out this didn't work, so I went away from it. But later on down the road, I kind of circle back and try that again, and now it did work, you know. And so engine development is this process, really, this mindset, this thought process of taking all the components and evaluating them, documenting what we have, making changes, testing and evaluation, and then starting over again. Well, to me, that was so much different than just how to build engines, right? Turn all the bolts to the right till they get tight. You're good. It'll run. You know, that was sort of like the engine building is so much different than engine development is how we ended up with this class. So it's a 3-day class that probably needs to be 3 months. You know, so we try to drink out of the fire hose and go as fast as you can and get as much packed in there. And I always get to the end of the class and go, I just didn't tell them enough. I didn't do a good enough job. And they walk away going, oh my gosh, you know, like it was too much, you know. But I feel like I'm the youngest guy here, you know, in this group of guys that are turning wrenches anyway, and probably the least qualified to talk about engine development in this group. But
He means that in a positive way.
I do. I mean, these guys are my peers. I guess it's unfair to call them that, but they're my friends. Every one of them we talk to on a pretty regular basis, and I ask them for help, and every once in a while they foolishly ask me for help. And you know, I just feel like you guys have so much collective experience in years of developing engines is so much different than just building engines. Would anybody disagree with that? What do you think, John?
Well, I think you're right. You know, it's just really, you just learn by doing and you learn by failure, you know.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the stuff we learn that we carry with us every day, that the things that you had that failed are the things that really stay with you. And you try not to do that again, and then you kind of go forward from that.
You know, that was really frustrating for me for a while early on in my career, because I would always go to the legendary, you know, the older guys. I hate to use that term, sorry, you know, but you would
He
get...
touched you, Keith, on that, right? Look right at you and said, hey.
He went that way, Keith.
He's kind of running that in the ground, didn't he?
Yeah. I might have done that last year. I apologize. But you know what it was is, you know, you would go and you say, okay, if you're a new guy in the industry, how do you do this? How do you learn that? Whatever. And the answer was always, well, you just kind of got to know, and you kind of got to get experience. And you go, well, how do I get experience unless you do it for 40 years? And so my class was trying to bridge the gap between that theoretical classroom, college level, or even high school level auto shop, you know, the fundamental side. And you're just going to, if you want to be in this industry a really long time, you're just going to have to be around for a really long time. And so somewhere in the middle, a guy's got to be able to break into our industry and have some level of success. And so what I tried to do was build a class that was a little bit math and science and a little bit, you know, experience, you know, kind of a little country, a little rock and roll, but I depend on your guys' experience all the time and try to blend that with the math and the science. So my class was bridging the gap. How do you get from, I like building engines, but I want to build race engines and develop them, but I don't have 40 years. You know, how do I get there? So that's what I
took from it, because I've been to it twice, is that it's the mindset. You give them lots of tools, right? That's one of the great things about the class is there's a lot of tools you walk away with of knowing how to approach and move forward that you probably weren't exposed to before. But to me, the real thing is it's how to think. Because I think that's one thing we've all heard each of you talk about it during hidden horsepower episodes or whatever, is that there's a thought process behind all of this that's beyond, well, the manual said to do this and I did that. Because a lot of this stuff where it gets really good, there's no manual for it.
Yeah. We call it, I look at it as three different, you have engine assemblers, you have engine developers, and you have engine designers. They're three completely, I feel like I branched off into design a little bit, but my whole life I've been an engine developer. You know, I take a part that's already done and I try to just make every single part better and better and better. And then you have to know, okay, I'm gonna work on a piston today. Well, that has a lot to do with rings. That has a lot to do with your rod. That has a lot to do with your cylinder wall. You have to look at the whole package the whole time you're developing that piston and know what you're changing that's going to change. Because one thing changes everything. I mean, we all know that. And I have a great example. One time we tested a camshaft. It was no good. We changed cylinder head, and all of a sudden that camshaft was better. You know what I mean? It was like things don't always work every single time, but we just keep developing the same thing over and over and over again on the NASCAR side. You know, we have the same engines for the last 15 years basically between all of us. Right. I think the Ford's the youngest one at 13 years. Well, that's 13 years of beating on the same pieces and parts over and over and over again. We are developing it a lot of times over, and you just keep making that same lap over and over again. We're going to work on the bottom end this time, and we're going to work on the cylinder heads and camshafts this time. You know, it just keeps going over and over.
It's a refinement process. Yes, George probably has the same experience. You worked on a very similar engine for a long time.
Every time you guys talk, it rings a bell for me, and I'm trying to remember how to tell you when it's my turn. But, you know, starting with the same engine, say 30 years ago, and it made 100 horsepower on a motorcycle, and then you go through it and develop it, and it takes a long time, and you get it up to 200 horsepower, and then you work on the same one again for lots more years, and it makes 300 horsepower, and in 2022, that same engine is up to 400 horsepower now. Basically the same rules, but we are allowed to put some more cubic inches to it and stuff like that. But learning how, that's rapid development. And if it was NASCAR, I would believe, this is my standing on the side as a fan, looks like they would put restrictors on you.
Oh, they do.
So if you're going to go from 100 horsepower to 400 horsepower, they're going to keep you where they want you.
They keep us where we want to, and the problem with that's where the money gets outrageous.
Yes, sir.
Because if you can't change cubic inch and you can't change your cylinder head, you can't change this, then you're going looking for this coating, that coating, and every other stupid thing that you spend a lot. That NASCAR doesn't realize how much money they spend, how much stuff costs more to be engine developers when there's rules like they have rules.
So we used to say it was every time they put a zero after the decimal when they're trying to measure something, that adds zeros in front of the decimal to buy that part.
Yeah. So Keith and John, you guys are almost the opposite. You've worked on about every imaginable combination of, so your mindset may be different. How do you guys do that? Like, you got a different engine every time you walk into your shop every morning, it seems like.
Anymore, we're maybe grouping around the same stuff more than we used to, but but we worked on, one cylinder or 4-cylinder Nimbus motorcycles. I mean, we worked on some really crazy stuff for different people, and you almost take a little bit away from each thing you work on that you see it was done different. Well, maybe that's better.
Did you have, I know you guys did, everybody here probably has, but we talked about this mindset, how it's really a mindset that's different than everybody else, but do you think you were born with that mindset, or did somebody teach you that mindset, or was it some combination? Did you have a mentor that said, how did you end up being such an outside the box thinker?
I think that's probably just instinct. I don't think you really learn it.
You got it or you don't.
Yeah, I think from a young age, you kind of are probably really enamored by how things work.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what
100% agree with that statement.
Taking
not necessarily.
You're mechanically curious or you're not.
It wouldn't be necessarily engines. It's just when you're smaller, it might be, how's this toy work, or how's this wind-up thing work, or clock, or whatever. And I think probably all of us here are about the same.
I was going to say that we weren't born superstars. We were born regular folks that probably people made fun of us when we were growing up, and maybe, I don't know, I hadn't seen like a football superstar in here or something. People didn't make fun of him when he was in school, but I don't know if that's really a part of it. But I just wanted to be better. I wanted to win. When I was developing engines for racing full time as my day job, when we were sponsored by Team Winston at the time, my job every day was to find more horsepower. I had to go faster at the next race. I had to quantify their expenditures with results, and they wouldn't even let me sit out around. I got down in the country talked too hard one time about sitting out around because we were on the pole by a tenth, and we sat out the last round of qualifying, and they pulled me to the side and they said, "We pay you for that motorcycle to go up and down that racetrack, and if you park it, there better be something really wrong." And I learned, it was like going to school college for 4 years, learning that aspect of it. But when I started developing engine, it grew on me in a way where I had to have more power next race. Going to the next race exactly the same, I never did it. That's good enough for the next race. No, I wanted to win more.
And I think that is an interesting, I don't know if it's a play on words, but competition racing engine development. It's like developing an engine that will be used in competition, or being in the competition of engine development, which, like, you guys go to the track and you put out a 5th place car and you got to go to work. And now there's another shop or 2 other shops or 5 other shops, especially when you got started, Keith, that you had to outrun them at the shop so you could outrun them on the track. How does that change the mentality? Not only do we need to develop something, we got to do it quickly.
Yeah, and 2, like what Mark and I have done most of our career, we were more so than Mark because of what being said. But in that era when I really got started, we were competing against other builders. We were friends but yet we were competing.
Keith, you were competing against your brother.
No, not to start with, you know. Because
Later on, yes.
My brother was only like 10 years old when he started putting engines together. So he was helping me compete against the other guys. But you know, people had their drivers that they pulled for, but back in that era, they also, the fans had engine guys that they pulled for too. You know, it was Ford, Chevrolet, and it was.
Oh yeah, Waddell and yourself and
Robert Yates.
They were just as known as the drivers.
Yes.
Y'all had T-shirts too, right?
Well,
should have.
Yeah, but they were dirty. they didn't have our names on them.
They probably needed to have engine builder fan T-shirts.
Yeah, you know, it was a private thing. You know,
It was a matter of pride.
Yeah, we didn't seek.
Right.
It wasn't an ego trip.
That's right.
It's
You were wanting to win, though.
We want to beat this guy. You know, and you know, John, what you said a lot. We've been successful occasionally in different ways, but like you said, I can remember the failures more than
way
wins.
more. 100% there too.
They can play in your head.
Oh yeah,
crystal clear, don't they?
That's because the loss teaches the value. Right?
Like you've seen on Yellowstone, when they're gonna keep you, they brand you. Right. Well, that's the same thing. When we would burn up, blow up, and it would cost all the money we had. I got a brand from it, and it stuck with me for the rest of my life. Not to go there again or do that.
I tell the guys that come to our class all the time, I never learn anything on the days when I go, this thing should make this much power, and you put it on the dyno and it does that. Well, I didn't learn anything. I just confirmed what I already knew. It's when I say it should make this much power and you put it on the dyno and it doesn't,
right,
that now you dig in and you say, what did I miss? And that's when you learn stuff. So that it's the loss that teaches the value, you know, and you got to have a few of those to go forward.
And our support group, the people that are in here, and our friends that we would call, we needed advice. It was back when we were doing it, it was before any internet, there was no fax machine, there was no cell phone. I mean, we were in the woods, and we had to build something the best we could and dyno it and do whatever, and then we would load up and go all the way to California to see the results. Or we would load up and go to Indy to see the results. And because there was no communication like there is now, and it's such a beautiful thing now to be sitting next to John, and he and I have spent the day going over things we've done wrong and things we've learned. and that's such a wonderful opportunity we have at this expo to share that with everybody.
So Joe, you bring a good question. I want to ask John this if you don't mind. So how much difference is there between you doing competition engine development for an engine that's going to go race, or doing an engine for an engine development competition, like say Engine Masters that you've done so well with? What's your difference in strategy there?
Really about the same, other than when those Engine Masters things we worked on, you were working at a huge RPM band, and so you were way below peak torque, and some of that was things that I had never done before. Like whoever took a engine that was pretty racy and held it at 2,500 RPM and was trying to get it better at 2,500 RPM and 3,000, and everything's backwards down there. You know, so some of it was, I mean, the level of effort that went into it was about the same as anything else you'd work on. But
ain't that where engines idle at? 25 point.
Well, the power.
That's good.
Some of them started at 25, some of them started at 3,000, but you know, from 3 to about 4,500, there was all kinds of strange things happened, and it wasn't anything like you think. All the rules were backwards, and but you really did learn. You learned stuff from it.
There's a lot of things that you thought were going to work that didn't, probably. Huh?
Yes, but, you know, smaller ports. You know, the lower RPM. The biggest thing was header length, and there's always a spot somewhere that's really unhappy, like the manifold and the header lengths coincide to be exactly backwards. And you try and get that spot gone.
I think a couple of years ago, way back when we were still doing AETC stuff, somebody had asked you a question, and they said, like, of all the different things you could do in the engine, you know, what's the most important? I think you answered something along the lines of, like, you know, you can screw up a lot of things, but if you get that port right, you know, it's pretty forgiving, I think is how you put it.
As far as the race engine part, yeah.
Sure,
Up higher RPM or peak torque to peak power, that port's pretty important.
But you get down below that, like you're talking about, and everything else really starts to matter.
Yeah, it's like port size doesn't mean anything. you know, below peak torque. So it's like bigger is almost better. It's stupid.
George loved hearing you say that, I'm sure.
I'm a fan. I never had one flow too much.
Says the guy with the giant valves.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right,
I like the idea too about what you're saying is, you know, we did with everything being backwards, learning from the bottom up. It's amazing how trying to make an engine work in a narrow power band like we do in racing. I mean, when you have 6 gears, you know, you want 1,000 RPM, 1,000 RPM, 1,000 RPM. So our range of tuning is so narrow that we just stay on the cam. And the stuff that's so much fun to learn about is what not to do. And the things you break and the things you burned up. And I say I have a vapor trail of 2618, a couple miles long behind me. I have burned up so much stuff in my day trying to learn how to do it. And we didn't have, like I said, we didn't have anybody to call, but I tell you, John's been a friend for a long time. I have a camshaft guy that's been my friend for a long time. I made great connections in the NASCAR community over my years that has really helped me out a lot. And we ended up with a good two-way street of information, you know, and if you can learn from somebody without blabbing everything you know about it to their competition or whoever it is now, especially today. I mean, all of our phones are listening to us right now, unless you got the thing turned off and the chips out of it.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's listening nowadays. But it was a great time to be in this industry and to learn. And now I love the way we get to share it, because at one time, when you guys were the best at the time, nobody could learn anything.
We had no friends.
You couldn't tell a soul. No.
I mean, that's the truth. I mean,
You couldn't tell a soul.
No.
Well, that's the thing I found so interesting. I was listening to that podcast driving up yesterday, and they were talking to Daniel Ricciardo about, they had this big drivers dinner. All the Formula One drivers all had dinner together after the last race in Abu Dhabi. And they said the last time they had all got together was like 10 years before that.
Wow.
And they were said, because they don't do that. And they were saying, some of the guys there, like Damon Hill, stuff like that would have never happened in the 90s or the 80s. No. And they didn't want to talk to each other, nothing. But that's just the evolution of where we are now, that it's such a different, they said, we can't figure out why. I can't tell you what's changed, but, you know, 10 years ago, this would have never happened.
I mean, I said that to you a few minutes ago, right? Like, you've made your whole career out of keeping secrets. You know, you're a CIA guy.
100% honest. I've had conversations with my cylinder head guys at my shop, and I've had conversations with my block guys, and those two never talk because they know not to, you know, the cylinder head guy doesn't know what our block guy, not that we don't say, it was just back in 2000 when everything was hard. You never talked. They never talked to each other because they didn't want to know, in case they went to the bar that day and, you know, met one of their friends that worked at another shop. They just didn't want to know because they didn't want to be the guy that spilt it. You
were sharing a story earlier about how somebody left the company, so you changed the whole engine just to make sure they couldn't tell everybody what you were doing.
It's the same thing as changing the locks on the shop.
Exactly.
You had to change everything.
Well, I always said I was lucky, right, working for him, is that as the oil guy, oil goes everywhere in the engine. I got to know a lot. But if you say, what about the cylinder header? I'm like, I don't have any clue. I know where everywhere the oil goes. I know nothing else.
So what about the cylinder head? You're like, that's the one near the top, right?
Yeah, it's up there somewhere. Ask Rick Gurr, he knows.
When we were winning a lot in our day, that guy never went to the races. There was no way you could let that guy go to the races.
Right.
The cylinder head guy, you don't know who he is. He lives in Georgia. And he lives down in this little town. They have 800 people live in this town. And he was really, really good at it. And he did it every day for years and years and years, but he'd never gotten to meet the public.
I would love to do
what part of Georgia?
Yeah. I would love to do a roundtable one day of all the gamesmanship that got played about trying to convince people what you had or didn't have.
Oh, my gosh.
When you're good, you want them to think you're not good. When you're not good, you want them to think you're amazing. Like, that would make a good roundtable with some of these guys.
Well, I got a question for Keith and for Mark. Going from the NASCAR background and then getting into all the other stuff that you've done, which is crazy, especially Bonneville, always kind of hangs in my head because Bonneville to me is just special. It's cool. What's that like, going from that NASCAR mentality to going out to Bonneville?
It was easy.
All right.
Because I got away from the having my hands cuffed behind my back with rules. So that was it was like backing up in time to, you know, gosh, I can do whatever I want to do. You know, cubic inches, no weight, you know, blown, fuel, naturally aspirated. That's all. That, you know, everything else is free game. So it was easy. I mean, we had so much restrictions, just like Mark does steel, that it was unreal, and the stress was unbelievable, because now, I mean, if they catch you wrong, they fine you $1 million and take away your firstborn child.
Right, yeah.
It's horrible. Yeah.
It used to be that, okay, a lot of people probably don't know it, but there's intake port height rule. You know, they got these dowel pins, they put this plate up there. If you miss it, they used to slap your hand and say, hey, get that down.
Yeah.
You know, if they could see it. Now they're measuring it, and if you're 5 thousandths over, our intake manifolds from the top of the plenum to the floor have to be within 5 thousandths.
I know. That's why I quit.
I can sit there at 40 degrees and go to 110 and it changes 5 thousandths on a piece of aluminum. So
do you
that's
realize
not
this
right.
is casting?
Yeah,
You know?
it's a casting that you machine it. So we have to machine it at 2.5 thousandths at 70 degrees and hope to God that it's not 40 and hope it's not 110. You know, I mean, it's like it's not near as fun as it used to be.
You know, I can talk about this now since we're not involved, and Jeff will fuss at me about talking about it, but back in that era, the early NASCAR days, not in the 40s, but, you know, 60s, 70s. You had so much fun going to tech.
Oh, yeah.
Because you would give them some crumbs to hide the loaf of bread that's sent back in.
Oh, yeah.
And it worked. And
that's so true.
But it was a challenge not only to be fast and be there at the end, but also see how much you could get by with.
Example. Well, here I got
example. Okay.
Example.
Port location. You know, we didn't have like now, I guess it's all based off center line. Mm-hmm. But, well, you remember, some of you might not remember, like the Ford, when Jack Roush and Wayne Gap did the Cleveland, they made these plates where they moved the exhaust ports up, you know, like 3/4 of an inch. And it really helped. And we ran it in NASCAR. They disallowed it. You know, they called it and they banned it. The cast iron heads back then. So I made an oven, you know, to do cast iron head welding. Got, you know, learned how to water cool torch, the whole deal. We moved that port, you know, 700 thousandths. They never caught it. They didn't have a way to measure. Now, did it scare me going through deck? Oh yeah, it did. Right. But the punishments wasn't as severe.
No, back then the punishment. I mean, we originally took 23-degree heads and rolled them over to 18-degree heads, welded them. Well, John Callies is not here, but he was the Pontiac guy. Well, we were a Pontiac team. Well, he just made us 18-degree heads with the right part number on them. Sorry, John, but that was a whole lot easier. But the time the head that he gave me one time that had the spark plug move, that was a little challenging, because then it went through tech and went, whoa, you guys welded these up a lot. Yeah, we welded them up a lot. But there was no spark plug rule at the time, so we did it, and it was like, oh yeah. You guys really welded these up. Yeah, we welded these up all right. Thanks, John.
All right, so while we're going down that route,
yes.
How about at the track sleight of hand? Because the other day I picked up a carburetor from Bill Pink to do my dad's engine, and Bill was telling Mitchell, who was doing the video stuff, about what a hooter was, because he didn't know, right? And he was thinking not the restaurant. We're talking about the ones for the spacers for the plates, and he was saying how they would actually do the sleight of hand when they were giving him the plates, putting them on, and all that kind of stuff.
Doesn't look like you know.
Yeah, I have to talk to Keith. I'd never won a plate race, so I guess I didn't have hooters.
Well, I never beat the rules to win a plate race, but a guy asked me, he said, what can I do? You know, he at a short track where they put a restrictor plate on, and he kept asking me, he said, what can I do? And I said, I'll tell you what you can do. Hire David Copperfield. Because he can make that little plate disappear and a big one come in its place. And that's about as good as it gets, you know, there.
Yeah, I heard a story I won't give away that Mitchell videoed that, somebody had gone to great lengths to make a plate that looked just like the plate they were handed to basically be David Copperfield and put on a different one.
Yeah.
But that's back before they started putting them on themselves, right?
Yep.
That was the whole idea was, okay,
That
in
is
the old
the
days.
reason they started putting them on themselves, to be fair. But I think all of this is, you know, the driver wins, holds up the trophy. Yeah, that's great. That's going to interest a lot of people. I think a lot of people are interested in this. Like, how do you circumvent the framework of rules that are presented to you? And, you know, as it's gotten bigger and tighter and those initials, and people are proud that that's my rule.
Yeah.
I did that. It's one of mine.
When we all die, the guy with the most rules is the winner.
So Larry Wallace said.
The guy with the most rules against him is the winner. So
that's it.
We had a rule where everybody had to weigh 600 pounds, bike and rider.
Okay.
And we found the littlest, tiniest little girl we could. And we had to put 50 pounds of ballast on. And there was no rule about where or how. So they made a place where you could put it. They made rules based on center line and wheelbase. But anyway, at the end, we ended up putting 3 vacuum pumps and 3 batteries on instead of lead. Yeah. And of course, we were able to, with an electric vacuum pump and electric batteries, we were able to pull 25 inches of vacuum at the starting line and maintain it to the finish line with the electrics on. So they had a rules committee where everybody goes around and they would say, how many vacuum pumps you got? How many you got? How many you got? How many you got? When they got down to Cheryl, she said, I got 3. And they said, okay, well, change the rule for next year. That we can only have 1 vacuum pump next year. So I got a really big one. I got a big battery and I got a big motor, and I told the tech guy it was going to be a 3-phase, 10 horse, and I was going to put a 2-cylinder vacuum pump on it. But I didn't do that, but I did end up with the biggest vacuum pump and the biggest battery to take the place of the ballast. But that was a good rule that got written about it.
That's good creative thinking right there.
Yeah, well, don't try to stop the racers. That is the moral of the story. Great job, guys.
Exactly.
Appreciate it. And, you know, maybe one day, like, we'll get the real secrets we'll put it behind the paywall or something, right? Like, you gotta pay for that one, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Ben and Lake, you guys are up next. Back to the engine to talk about something you know a little bit about, piston rings.
Oh, yeah. So we're getting, what are we doing now?
File fitting rings, I
File
believe.
fitting rings? I thought we just did that.
No,
Who knows?
well,
Whatever.
I don't know.
We're going to talk about something cool, I promise you.
And it'll probably be Ben and Lake. Next up, here we go.
Hey, folks. Lake Speed Jr. We're back here at EFI University.
Good to have you back, my friend.
Appreciate letting me come back in. We got something to talk about today. It's kind of an interesting topic. You may not really think about, hey, you know, an oil guy talking about cleaning.
True.
But
oil guys are usually messy in my experience.
I'm really messy.
Every time Lake shows up in my shop, it's a mess.
Well, because I have to clean up, though, right?
That's
See,
right.
that's how cleaning is related. So when I was going through my Certified Lubrication Specialist training, there was a whole session about cleaning. Because, you know, you go, like, say, Timken, for example. The number one cause of premature bearing failure is contamination.
Debris.
So it's dirt, debris. So getting things clean is really important, especially in processing, right?
For sure.
You know, but different steps, right? Coatings and things like that. So cleaning really is a really big part of lubrication. This little device right here is an interesting one because it's an ultrasonic cleaner. And I was actually using these way back in the day when I was working at Melling. We were painting cars. These were excellent at getting paint out of all the small orifices inside a spray gun so that it would spray accurately.
For sure, yeah.
Because you really can't get in there with a brush and get all that stuff as good as this thing can.
Well, and even like sometimes you have parts that are pretty delicate that you don't want to use mechanical scrubbing on. You know, I mean, I don't want to take a Brillo pad to my engine bearings. You know?
No. Definitely don't want to do that.
Being able to do it like this really makes it not only convenient because you could put it in and walk away, but also like better overall for the parts that we're talking about.
Yes, it's definitely lower impact in terms of potential damage to the part. And this is a small one made for something like, a piston or bolt. And we got some rings here. So we're going to put a couple things in there and show you the results when we're done. But they also make full-size versions of this. I know my buddy Jake Raby and Charles Navarro, they both have sizes. They can put full engine blocks in there.
I've seen giant ones. You could get in there like a hot tub.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't suggest doing that, by the way. But speaking of hot tubs and this, those are the four things that I remember from the cleaning sessions was that it's time, temperature, concentration, and agitation. Those are the four things you got to keep in mind in terms of getting something clean.
Sure.
Right. So agitation, that's like you're scrubbing, right?
Shaking it around.
And that's what's kind of unique about this piece. We'll get back to that in a minute. But obviously, temperature, you can get something hotter.
Sure.
That's going to help clean things off, hot tanks and things like that, right? But also concentration. So the solution you're using, what kind of solvent are you using, what kind of cleaning agent are you using, the higher the concentration, usually the better it's going to clean.
Okay.
So, and then obviously time, right?
Sure.
If you leave something in there to sit long enough, like you burn a pan cooking dinner, right? What do? You put some soap in it, some water in it, let it sit overnight in the sink, come back the next day, you can scrape it right off. So it didn't have a lot of temperature.
Right.
Concentration maybe a little bit, but it was the time factor.
And so as your concentration and your agitation and your temperature go up, then the time you need goes down.
Down, right.
So that's
Exactly.
great.
And so those are the levers to pull, right? And what's cool about this thing is that the agitation is actually ultrasonic sound waves.
So basically extremely high frequency.
Exactly.
Okay.
So it's basically oscillating, if you will, using that frequency to shake the molecules of the water.
You can see the water like vibrating while it's running.
So that's what it's doing. So the agitation with an ultrasonic is using those ultrasonic waves to agitate the solution, and it has a heater built in. So you can set the timer, you can turn the heat up, you can change the solution, right? So like the solution they provided with this one said it could even be anywhere from 5% to 30%.
Yep. On average, probably 10% is what most people use.
Right, yes. I saw you put the water in it, and you set it to 10%, right?
I did, yes.
All right, so 10% solution, if you needed something that's more of a hard thing that was really stubborn.
Real gritty and greasy and yucky.
You could bump that concentration up a little bit to get a little better cleaning, or just let it run longer.
Right, or you could turn your temperature up, right?
You could do all
those things you're talking about, we have control over with our ultrasonic cleaner.
Right, so, and you may be wondering, okay, all right, that's great. Well, what does that have to do with high-performance engine building?
Oh, a lot.
Well, because cleanliness truly is next to godliness. We even saw that when we did the teardown at Engine Performance Expo.
That's right. Yeah.
Right, that we were in a rush, we were hurried against the deadline, and we were moving from the Yates' shop over to Jimmy's shop to get things done just because of parts and deadlines and all this. And even like Jimmy mentioned, said, I wish we had more time to make sure that everything was as clean as it possibly was. Now, the engine came apart. It doesn't look bad.
No, it's fine. It's okay. But you can see those little areas, couldn't you?
Yeah. You could. It shows up that it wasn't as clean as it could be.
And that's, how many times have we had parts where we're like, okay, I just came back from the solvent tank, I blew off some air, put it in the engine, and we go, wait, before you do that, let's take a look under like the microscope, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my goodness, that thing is still filthy, right? And so even just dipping it in your solvent tank and wiping it off and blowing it off with air doesn't really do the job that you could do if you had more time and temperature and concentration and agitation.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so getting those parts clean is really important because that's just engine life.
Yeah.
If I'm wearing it out because I left a little bit of dirt in there, that just means that part's not going to live as long as it could have. Just a simple fact that you didn't clean it. And this is a super easy way to make sure those critical parts are 100% clean before you put it in the engine.
Which really, in the long term, translates into dollars, right? How often do you want to have to replace your parts? How often do you have to pull the engine out and overhaul it, especially on a racing engine? And, some of supply chain issues, you might have to wait a long time to get the parts you need. If you get them cleaner before you put them in, they just tend to last longer.
What I love about this is that they put it in and walk away.
Yeah.
That was the thing we loved about cleaning the paint guns. It's like, literally, we have a ton of work to do here. We got cars that got to go to the racetrack. You're like, wait, take the thing apart, run a little bit of solvent through it just to clean it out, drop it in there.
Well, just
set the thing and go away. Then you come back and you can basically rinse it back out, put it back together, and off you go.
Think about the average shop that doesn't have a ton of people working there. How much time do you spend just cleaning your parts. So getting an ultrasonic, cleaner like this, you just dump your parts in there and go off and do some other work and come back when it's ready. It's kind of like baking a cake. It comes out and it's ready to eat kind of thing.
Kind of like having an employee that's there to wash parts.
Yes, absolutely.
Just doing it for you,
Yep, 100%.
So anyway, let's go ahead and we're going to take what we got here. We have a piston here that's got a little bit of carbon on it, right?
Yep.
This is one of your used race pistons?
It is, yep.
All right, so what we'll do is we're going to put this in here. It's super easy, by the way, right? Things are super easy to use. He's got the concentration in there. It's got a little basket that sits in here where you can pull the basket out, right? And we can do little hooks here, hook on the side. So we can put the piston in here. We've got a little nasty bolt, right? So we'll look inside there and see what it looks like, what it comes out. And then we've got a Napier ring that's brand new. Now, maybe it gets clean, maybe it's already clean. I don't know. We're going to find out.
Well, especially with a Napier ring, I think a lot of people are shocked when I take them and I show them a Napier groove under magnification. Doesn't matter how many times you try to get it clean, that Napier groove is there to collect trash.
Right.
And that's what it does.
It's gonna have
it really is.
So here's a used one that already has some stuff in it, and we'll check it out under the microscope as well. So
All right.
Here, we'll put this in here, right? It's got the little hooks. There it goes.
Let's turn our little piston upside down to get the good part in there.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
All right, put the lid on it. All we basically do is just set the thing here. It's set to
It's about 150
degrees. So what we're going to do is turn it to, we'll call it about 10 minutes there?
10 minutes.
No, let's just do 15 minutes.
All right.
Set it for 15 minutes, and then we'll come back and see what it looks like.
All right, we'll see you guys in about, 15 minutes or so.
Okay, a little bit of time, temperature, and concentration later, we got some results.
Yeah, and it was great. I was in there doing emails, and I just waited till the little thing, turned out. Yeah, a little ding, time's up. Now come back, and I wasn't in there. My hands were clean. I wasn't in there scraping with my toothbrush and stuff. So
Kind of nice.
Pretty big improvement. Now, obviously, just in that short period of time, we're not ready to assemble our engine with these pieces.
Right.
But wow, pretty impressive.
Yeah, it removed not all the carbon, but pretty much most of the carbon off this piston, which, one thing we noticed, we were talking about this, that this is a vertically gas-ported piston.
That's right.
And so their weakness is building up of carbon in the gas port. So
it's nearly impossible to get in there and clean those perfectly.
This is the perfect tool for cleaning vertically gas-ported pistons.
Yeah, absolutely. It works out really nicely. You can just dump them in there. Like I said, you just come back later and now you're good.
Done, right.
Yeah.
So even this direct injection piston, in just 20 minutes in here, it removed a lot of the carbon.
Really, yeah. I was looking for something that was really grungy and grimy, and so I thought, we have these DI pistons that we take around, and they tend to get really kind of carboned up and sooty just from all the sort of direct impingement of fuel
exactly.
everywhere.
Especially right here in the little fuel bowl where it sprays in. It's supposed to send it out. It really cleaned it up pretty nicely,
They get pretty crusty, so we decided let's put this thing to the test. Threw that in there. What was in there? 20 minutes?
20 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, now it's hot. It's
nice
and warm.
Yeah.
But I'm quite impressed for how good of a job that did. While literally, normally I would be scrubbing and brushing, but literally I was doing emails while we waited for it to get clean. I kind of like that.
Right, and it gets all the grime and goo off, right?
Some of the big stuff.
Yeah, it really does. Like even this little bolt, right? Only thing you see now is there is thread locker in there still.
Thread locker. Yeah, I couldn't see that before because there's so much junk in there.
Right, but now that's the only thing left on there. So it's like I said, it's a really easy tool to use.
Yeah.
Drop in your parts, turn it on, walk away, do something else. Come back, and you got clean parts, and so that's not too bad of a deal.
When you buy one of these machines, what you're really buying is efficiency, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Now you can be focused on other things, and it's doing that job that otherwise you were going to have to do. So, yeah, I'm in.
And all the controls are there, right? How much time, how much temperature, how much concentration, it's all right there, and it takes care of the agitation for you. So
you do the agitation when you hit the button. It goes.
Pretty simple.
Pretty cool.
Good
All right,
deal.
well, go get yourself one, and before you know it, you'll be sending emails too and having clean parts. It'll be great.
It's all good. Thanks for watching, guys.
See you later.
Performance Expo. Hopefully you guys are doing great. Remember, we're doing it again tomorrow. So subscribe, click the bell, share with your friends. A lot more information Engine Performance Expo day number 2. But this round table is going to be very interesting in that we're going to focus on engine assembly, and we've got a lot of people who know a lot about that. We're going to talk about best practices, but if you're out there and you've got a question for our panel, hit us up in the chat section up there on YouTube, and I will read the question, and we'll see what these guys got to say. Got to put this thing together. Mark, you said it as we got ready. What, best practices engine assembly. What did you say?
Parts have to be cleaned.
Cleanliness, right?
Cleanliness. It's the most important thing. You gotta, when you put it together, don't put dirt in it. It's got to be clean. Got to be. And second thing, put your cell phone down and don't. Make sure all the bolts are tight. Everything's. Quit looking at YouTube, focus on what you're doing, because you can easily forget something.
And that starts out with your shop or your workspace, as clean as is possible. And back in the day, I had a friend, drag racer, would make jokes about the people who looked for the hospital-like conditions in the shop. He was a knowledgeable guy, but from the old school. But that's very important.
Yes, very important. You walk into our shop, we're probably different than other people. We got a lot of room. We got lots of nice assembly rooms, all nice and clean, but it still comes down to how clean you put it together, just so you don't get dirt in the bearings and you don't get, stupid things. Bad things happen when people don't pay attention.
Cass Choate, Jimmy Barton joining us. Cass, you're a diesel guy, but is it the same principles?
It's an air pump at the end of the day, right? Yep. So it doesn't, as long as you don't tell it's a diesel, it won't know it. So building the bearings, clearances, everything, hydrodynamic wedges, they're the same. Doesn't matter if it's gasoline. Cylinder pressures are higher, but still the basics are the basics, and cleanliness is definitely important. Going along on the line with best practices, I guess, for engine assembly. And don't get me wrong, everything depends on how much you're doing of something. You don't want to create something completely custom if it's just a one-time job that you're doing. But for a lot of the guys that are assembling some of the same engines, we machine and make certain templates, which is really, really good, because how many guys assemble something and go, when we have a cart that we lay out, we'll have the torque specs printed with whatever bolt that's there. If it's an M8 1.25 or whatever, torque specs are there. All the bolts are laid out, in a tray, threads, everything, so that the assembler can focus on what he's doing. Because generally when mistakes happen, or generally something got a person off their rhythm of what they were doing. If somebody came in, said something to them, and then the next thing you know, where was I at? So the way we design, and this isn't going to be necessarily for your home guy, but we'll design the cart to work from left to right. So if he did have to stop, he knows exactly where he stopped at, which may seem like to a lot of people probably overkill, but for us, process is everything. Yeah,
I like hearing that. And Lake looked at Mark like that's someone is going to come in and try to talk to you.
Sure,
that is going to happen.
We have a rule in our shop. You knock on the guy's door, you open the door, and you wait for him to say yes. Because if he's doing something, you don't blast in the room and start talking right away. You wait till he's done, till he comes to a stopping point. If he's torquing rocker arms on, you wait till he's done torquing rocker. Then he acknowledges you and say, yes, what do you want? You don't just blast in the door and, hey, and I'm bad at that. I'm the number one person who gets there, but I have to watch myself, and I say, okay, are you done? And you kind of wait for the guy to respond to you, It's just
Charlie Garrett.
Yeah.
Right, Charlie Garrett, his shop, the door is locked from 8 in the morning when he gets in there, he's probably before that, until like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He only unlocks it when he knows the UPS guy's coming.
Yeah.
But otherwise, that door's locked. No one can just walk in the shop, because he's it's that same process. Like you said, if you're running valves or whatever, you can't stop. You have to finish what you started in order for it to have any possibility of going well. Because the moment you stop, you've invited Murphy into your engine, and he will do bad things.
I remember one time when I was doing air shows, there was this is like a horror story of horror stories, but anyways, it was at the end of the day, the engine's in, it was a new power plant, just got put in the engine, and then we went ahead and put the prop on, started the bolts, and just thought that was a good stopping point, which I don't know who came up with that. That's a good stopping point. Leave the prop on the ground. Well, the next day, button up the cowling, get ready to taxi out, engine's vibrating horribly. Well, nobody stopped to think, hey, did they make sure that the prop was torqued. And it's just stopping points are absolutely essential, and that's a bad place to stop. And there's break. We'll choose certain times. This is where I want to stop. I certainly don't want to stop in the middle of torquing main cabs or rod bolts or something like that. You'll build to this point and then stop. I don't care what the clock says, but I'm going to build to this point and then I'm going to stop. So.
That's interesting. So, couple, obviously cleanliness. Put your phone down. That makes it you can't focus fully without full focus.
Three times in my career, I can tell you, rod bolts were left loose because of a phone. And one of them was a guy that I worked underneath. He did it, and 2 other ones were assemblers of mine that left rod bolts loose because they picked up their phone and forgot where they was at.
That's good, but myself, I can't do that because we're a small company.
Yeah.
We have I have a lot of interruptions from the other guys or whatever.
Yep. No,
and I'm sure a lot of the people that's watching this probably don't have that luxury either. So I find myself going back. Sometimes I have to stop in the middle of torquing bang bearings because of some interruption. What I do, I just have to start all over again.
Yeah.
And I might do that 3 times.
Yep.
But you'll find that you better do it multiple times or you'll wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and say,
yes.
For a moment.
Yeah.
Done that before.
Yes.
One thing that helps is paint pens.
Yeah.
After you torque, paint pen.
Or if you do rod bolt stretch, you have to. If you do rod bolt stretch, you have to put the number down so you know it was torqued, right?
Yeah,
I mean, so there's, but
I had a guy that worked for me, and then he went on to start his own business. And we were at a dirt track one time, and he had a car there, and they went out for first practice, and the car was on its second lap, just warming up, and all of a sudden, he went out on the racetrack, and doing this. And I thought, well, everybody said, well, what in the world is he doing? And so he pulled his car off and he come in. He didn't say nothing to nobody. Pulled the car in, jacked it up, and got under it. And the next thing I knew, the oil pan was off. And, so I seen, what in the world were you doing? He said, it hit me. I don't think I torqued the main bearings. And he hadn't. But it's something hit him that, he did. So, I do things, especially now with getting up in age, you question your ability, you question your memory. So I do it multiple times to eliminate that chance of failure. Most of the time it works. So.
yeah, it's like putting an oil pan on. Check your mains, check your rods, check your oil pump.
Yeah. You might check it 3 or 4 times.
Right. Now here's the question I got for you. Checking again, do you go back to the same torque or you go under torque it just so you don't over torque?
Well, what kind of torque wrench do y'all use now? The exotic new ones, I guess, that I can't afford. I still use the the old snap-on with the dial that we calibrate.
Right.
So you can sneak up on it and you can...
You know if you're torqued or not.
Right.
No, that's still my favorite torque wrench too.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. Because to me, torque wrench is not getting off the subject. People can torque too fast with a torque wrench that clicks. I mean, it's a dial or the one that has the new fancy ones now that have the green lights that come up. Those are nice because you can watch yourself come up to the torque, not, So.
That's a good note. John, you stole the show in the first Engine Performance Expo with all your tools, and it was a great video. And everybody, you can find all these videos that we're referencing out there on the web. That's part of this. Like, we're building a catalog.
On the YouTube channel, it's
on
all
the
there.
YouTube channel. But what about you? How do you manage the process so that you do it right and it's done the most efficient way?
Anymore, really, my guys are doing more assemblies than me. I do about 1 a year. But some of the things like he was saying about, when we're torquing, at least the rods and the mains, anymore, a lot of them we'll with a paint pen, we'll put a little line across them, all the same direction. And because there's a lot of times when somebody will be working on something and then they get pulled off, they're doing something else, somebody else is going to have to follow them and finish it.
Right.
And, so you come in and you look at this thing and did they torque the rods and mains or not? And we would never stop and only torque part of them and go home. You do them all, but when you put the paint marks on them, you know that they're done.
Yeah.
And then better than that is if the thing should happen to have a mishap or blow up or something when you take it back apart, well, you can see it.
Traceability.
You can. It's got witness marks there that you know that it was right when at least we put it together and everything was torqued. But another thing we would really be careful about is when we're doing a rebuild or something, especially that's maybe you had to do any kind of machine work on it, or maybe it crashed, you had to put a sleeve in it or anything, is all the oil plugs in the block. There's plugs that, in some of our blocks, there's plugs that they plug a hole at the end of a line that was drilled to get somewhere else, and it's a blind hole. And you'll never get that area clean unless you take the plug out, because in other words, we'll take that plug out and there'll be a handful of chips in there. And even if you wash it, you can blow it all day long. And some of those lines in these blocks are like little spur lines that go off in different directions, and you can blow that thing off and you think you've got it really nice and clean, but there's something lurking in there, and you better make sure you get it going.
Well, it's amazing, even an engine that's really been cleaned and all that, you pull that first few dyno runs and you go look at that Oberg, there's stuff in there that will scare you to death if you're not used to looking at it.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially if it's either new or just had a bunch of machine work done to it. There's almost anything that's new seems like it always gets a couple little spots on the bearings here and there. I don't know how.
100% agree. New motors, bearings look worse for trash than
it scares you to death. It looks like you cleaned the Bridgeport off, through all parts of it. You work a long time to clean it. But I think that you're finding little tiny pieces inside the oil lines where they intersect and stuff. A little thing shakes off and breaks off, little chips and stuff, little burrs that you didn't get where the oil lines intersect, and they fall off in there and get in, and that's already on the inside of the engine, so it's going right to the rod bearings, the mains.
Yeah, that's in the oil galley, yeah. Jimmy?
On my deal, I build a lot of new blocks, World Products and Dart and stuff like that. And I have found where the oil galley or something would be plugged up in it in a brand new block. And if you don't run brushes or rods through them and clean them out, and even though you do, if you don't use something hard, you can't get all that casting material out that comes from the factory. So I'm kind of a one-man band, so I have to do it all, and you're talking about stopping in the middle and not torquing. I always use a rod stretch sheet on my rod bolts anyway, except for the ones that are blind hole, like maybe aluminum rod or something where you can't measure the bolt. But if I leave the room for anything before I put the pan on, I always retorque my rods. And like Mark says on the beam torque wrenches, the beam torque wrenches don't lie. Right. That's how you learn to pull a torque wrench, is use a beam or a dial torque wrench. You can go to the click ones after you've done it for 100 years, like we all have, and be pretty good. But
you gotta learn
when
the
I
dial.
go, if I leave, if I've got torque the rods and torque the mains, and I go eat dinner and come back because I'm working at night, before I put the pan on it, I retorque the rods and mains, and like I may reduce it by 10 pounds, but I know they're tight. And if I've got it on my spec sheet where I had my free length of my bolts and my torque length of my bolts, I know they're done, but I'm gonna check them anyway.
Right.
But I mean, over the years in the machine shops that I worked in 30 years ago, there was all kind of people coming in and out. And I have had occasion where stuff got taken loose on purpose in some of those old shops.
I've seen that.
Really?
Guy don't like another guy.
Sabotage, that's kind of what that is?
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Yep.
It could be, and it may be in the back of a Napa store that you're putting just a stock assembly together. One of their competitors walks through, I'm gonna screw their motor up and just loosen one rod nut. And you would like to think that wouldn't happen, but I just keep it in the back of my mind, so it don't matter if anybody's been in the shop or not. If I walk away from it, I retorque it.
That's one of the cruelest things I've ever seen happen to anybody was, and I didn't see it directly, but a friend of mine seen it, was at a dealership in a line mechanic. and he rebuilt an engine. And the guys, some of them didn't like him, so they put a pin lock on his bench and laid a little towel over it, a wrist pin lock. He had the engine in together and in the car.
Oh no!
Cleaned off his bench, and there was that wrist pin lock.
Oh no!
And they let the poor guy pull it back out and disassemble it.
They were just not related to assembly, but I'll tell Mark about a story when I was tuning the cup cars that one of his tuners did, and I kind of handed him something on pit road, and he went.
Going back to what you were talking about, did you ever go back and there was one bolt that wasn't torqued?
No, I haven't found that.
Well, I have, and that's when your heart goes to your stomach.
I did.
But you caught it. But I've always called them. But
the whole purpose that happened to that with me was I was working in a shop in Birmingham, Alabama, where I'm from, and the engine builder that was there didn't like me. And I built one of my friends a 383 motor for his truck, and it didn't get out of my driveway, and the number one rod cap fell off in an oil pan. It didn't hurt the crank, and it didn't run more than 10 minutes, but the cap physically fell off. So I know it was torqued when I put it together.
I mean, if you're like Mr. John, you and I probably are a lot alike in that as far as I don't get to assemble as many engines now because when you're running a business, you're constantly working. You've got to have some way to make sure it's done right. And, everybody here, it doesn't matter what the topic is or who's here in the industry, the common theme is hiring help, right? One of the things that we started this back last year, and unfortunately it really does compromise a little bit of the productivity and the time it takes, but we take pictures of literally, we've got 375 pictures of each engine when we build it, and it goes to the cloud. So if a customer called up and said whatever's not done, I can pull a photo of. I know it sounds crazy, but that's just how I guess I really am on that stuff. But we have a document file for every engine. Every bolt that's torqued on that engine actually has pictures of it.
I think that's smart. That means technology is cheap insurance.
It is, and I mean the deal is that somebody else could accuse you of something, and unfortunately in today's world, something might get out online, and your competitor may even be, people are vindictive sometimes, and you have to have some way to cover yourself and back yourself up on that. So doing that, we're able to provide documents and say, look, and the problem with it is there's a couple of things that I found with that. If you have a checklist, which is what we started out with, and everybody writes it down, you might have a guy that pencil whips or goes, oh crud, I didn't sign all that off, so I'm just going to do 10 signatures at one time. Well, he blows past one point. If you make him take a picture of it, then what he actually has to do is go, oh crud, you know what? And when I'm saying like take a picture, make sure that the tamper-proof flex plate bolt, whatever it is, when they have to physically look at that, right, and they see it, I'm fixing to take a picture of this. It's going to be recorded for posterity here, right? We're looking at this. I don't want that to show up later because obviously it's not right. It makes that person slow down just enough to take a good visual of what's going on and make sure that that it's right.
Great job, guys. Excellent stuff for all you folks out there. That just scratches the surface. Right. I think about the people who work in aerospace, that work on the Artemis rocket and all the stuff that they're dealing with. But this was great, and I appreciate it. And that's tips that I think everybody can use, not just for assembling an engine necessarily, but slow down, be focused, be clean, put your phone down, take photos. All great stuff, and I'm sure there is a lot more than that. Great job, guys. I appreciate that. Next up, this is one that I'm super excited about.
What's that?
Because, Lake is back involved with a certain 5-time Pro Stock champion who's going to hone an engine block.
Oh, yes. This is Greg honing my dad's block.
Greg who?
Greg Anderson.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we should definitely watch that one.
This is a video that's been out, but it's so worthy of the Engine Performance Expo audience.
Well, it's the step-by-step, right?
Check it out.
This is Greg Anderson. We're at KB Racing, and we're about to show you how to hone a block for today's piston ring. So stay tuned. Okay, so we're gonna go step by step on how to hone a block for today's piston rings. Now, obviously you guys being the pro stock gurus, ring seal is pretty much
everything.
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
Just everything.
So, with this new Rottler H80,
85,
right?
85.
85, all right. Talk us through the process of what we're going to do today to hone this old. It's a Ford block, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. That's a foreign word around these places. This is the first time we've had a Ford block in-house, by the way. So
pretty small bore too.
Last, but it's definitely the first, and it's tiny. I didn't even know that this own could go that small. So the hole's about like that instead of like that, like we're used to. But doesn't matter. It's still the same.
It's 4065, so it's not that small compared to most people.
The same principle, and you still need to make that cylinder round. That's the key, to find a way to get the cylinder round.
Straight,
round as possible.
round, and then we're going to get the correct surface finish.
Correct.
So,
correct.
Step one of this whole process is there's a torque plate on here. So explain the idea of the torque plate and why we put the torque plate on here.
Okay, so what you do with the torque plate versus honing without a torque plate. If you were to hone this block without a torque plate and then go bolt your cylinder head on when you assemble the engine and go to race the engine, the bore is going to be completely different shape than it was without the deck plate. So what you're trying to do is simulate the cylinder head being bolted on the block while you hone it, because you want that cylinder to be in that configuration where the cylinder head is basically bolted on it, because that's how the engine's running.
Right.
So you're trying to simulate that. So that torque plate simply simulates the cylinder head.
So we have the exact same studs for the head. We have the exact same gasket that will go on there. So everything and
same torque
spec, everything.
Torque your main caps like you would normally torque them for a running engine. So your engine is in running condition.
Correct. Speaking of running engine, dyno back in the background.
That would have been Jason Line in the background playing around. Yeah.
That is Jason.
And that is not a Ford, by the way.
Number two, what stones do we have in here and why do we have them?
Okay, so what we have here is called a 170 to 200 grit diamond cutting stone. Is we're looking for a certain depth of the groove, basically the RVK, or the groove for the oil to hold behind the ring. As the ring touches the cylinder wall, you want some grooves behind the surface that the ring surface rides on to hold oil. You have to be able to hold a certain amount of oil.
Yep.
Maybe not too much, but certainly not too little. So as we found over time, we need that groove to be slightly deep to hold on to some oil, because without oil, you're in trouble.
Exactly. Yeah, oil is there to be the lubricant and the seal. It's
Your
the
old
gasket.
days hone, everybody used to like to hone a block very, very fine, right?
Yes.
And thinking friction is everything. And
Well, 325 grit abrasive, right, was pretty
the less friction
common.
it's going to have, but then you run out of oil.
Yeah.
So now you're creating friction again. So it completely reverses on you. So we've learned over time, you've got to have those valleys to hold the oil.
All right, so step number two is we're going to be using a 170-200 diamond to create those deeper valleys. Then we're going to come back and plateau over it with
a 600 CBN cutting stone.
Not a diamond, but a CBN this time.
Okay, so what you're trying to do here, you get those valleys, and then you finish it off, and then you put your smooth finish on the top, but below that top has got the valley still, but it's still going to be smooth on top, like everybody
Valleys underneath,
so
plateaued on top.
Friction back down for that ring, that surface the ring rides against is back to smooth, like you think you want.
Right.
Low friction, but you've still got oil capacity. So that's how we do it, and basically what you do with the diamond is you go completely within a tenth of a thousandth of finished size, and then you go to your 600, your finishing plateau stone, or your CBN, and you're really not taking any extra material off.
And that's the key, is that the old days, people would go within maybe a thousandth or two.
And they would step it down, and then maybe 2 or 3 tenths with this stone, and 2 or 3 tenths with that stone.
Right.
But as you go, you're doing away with your valley.
Exactly.
You completely ruin your valley. So
exactly.
You can't do it that way.
So when you measure it with a profilometer, we're looking at plus or minus 100 micro inches. And 100 micro inches is a tenth of a thousandth.
Yes, we're not talking many thousands here. It's less than 1,000. So everything's done within less than 1,000. So if you go and take and change your stone and keep going down from 220 grit to say 320 to 400 to 500 or whatever you want to finish at, you've completely done away with your valleys as you've gone through, because you've gone through many thousands of wear.
Exactly. And that's really step 3 we're talking about, is that as opposed to just doing that progressive stepping, you're going to go to size with the roughing abrasive, and then it's not stock removal, it's counting the number of strokes in the plateau mode in order to create that extreme plateau. Because in the old days, we called it a plateau. We used a 320 grit
abrasive when you go to size or close to size. Then you'd finish with the 400. Well, it was so smooth, you couldn't hold enough oil. But the old rings, they were moly based. They were porous. They held the oil, so they were allowed you to do that.
But today's rings have a very hard coating on them, and you're really not going to wear the ring much. And it's a very, very flat surface. There's nowhere for oil to hold in the ring. So you have to hold it in the block.
All right. So that's going to be our process. Torque plated to simulate everything that's going to be happening in the engine when it's assembled. Then we're going to set that deep valley by using the rougher grit abrasive, and then we're going to take it all the way to size and then plateau over it to create that finish. So stay tuned. We'll be back with the results when we're done. All 8 cylinders are honed following our process of we've got the torque plate in place. Then we used the 170-200 to go to size.
Correct.
And it was incredibly straight and round, top to bottom.
I was very impressed. We were expecting a little less from this block, but it overachieved.
It did. It did pretty nice. Yeah. And then we finished with the 600 CBN. And it was, 18 strokes in plateau mode?
18 strokes in plateau mode, and that gave us the finish we wanted, right on the money, and very, very consistent cylinder to cylinder. So
the numbers were about 10 on the RPK,
10 on the RPK
roughly about
average,
35 on the RK.
Probably 55 on the RVK, and 30, 35 on the RK.
Yeah,
so
which is
a good place to start.
Perfect. I mean, it's like textbook.
Should be good for this ring package, should be good for this block.
And we would do 30 degrees on the crosshatch angle?
Crosshatch, yes.
All right.
Yes.
Because this bore is a little bit bigger than the stroke. 4065 bore,
correct.
3400 stroke. This engine will turn probably 8,500 RPM or so that's a pretty good package for that.
Formula. Yep. Should be a perfect formula. So we're pretty happy with it.
Well, hey guys, this is a big treat. Greg Anderson just honed my dad's block, and you got to watch.
Expo, Lake Speed, Greg Anderson. How awesome was that?
That was amazing.
I could watch that for days and days. But we've got something even better. John Callies, you just got a name check moments ago talking about Pontiac and those 18-degree cylinder heads.
Yeah, Mark let a little secret slip there.
Yeah. you know, pushing the edge of the envelope. That's the kind of thing that you had to do.
That's right. Part of racing, right?
Exactly.
We read between the rules and underneath.
Exactly.
Well, you got to go to his shop sometime. His personal shop at his house is amazing. It's a treasure trove of all these little nuggets and trinkets and memorabilia. It is really amazing.
I accept the invite, Lake. Thank you very much. But honestly, though, over the past couple of years of the Engine Performance Expo, John has been a huge part of it.
Oh, yes.
Because of, frankly, so much put in to this world that we're all in. Mm-hmm. And that is the reason you're here.
Right, because the very first Engine Performance Expo, if you remember, you and I presented our good friend Ed Pink with the Lifetime Achievement Award.
Correct.
So we decided that today it would be appropriate to present you, my friend, with the Lifetime Achievement Award.
Boom. John Callies.
I am absolutely shocked. Thank you guys so much. That's unbelievable.
Thank you. You've earned this, my friend. You've earned this. It's amazing. I remember the first episode you did with us on Hidden Horsepower. Going through it, we're on the phone, right? My jaw keeps dropping, and I'm like trying to be conscious of like not making an audible noise when you're telling these stories. I'm like, you did what? You did what? You did what? Come on! I mean, you've lived 4 lifetimes.
That's it. Yeah.
You know?
Still having fun. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Well, that's why you're getting the award, right? Is that
that's unbelievable. I can't. I don't know what to say. It's a pleasure.
Well, you don't have to say anything, but eventually you will because we are live. But
right.
you made this passion, like your whole life involved in motorsports, dealing with technology, pushing it forward, but really affecting the lives of people. Like you walk out there and everybody has got a John Callies story one way or another. About an obstacle that you overcame, obviously. The pace car for the Indy 500 was a story that
fantastic
was amazing. And everybody can go back and listen to Hidden Horsepower to hear all of those things. But and it doesn't look like you're planning on stopping anytime soon.
No, we're just keep trucking, and we're involved in the shape on putting a new LT4 and 10-speed in it, automatic. So that's
Okay.
yeah, and so figured out how to get 1,000 foot-pounds of torque out of it. And,
1,000?
Yeah, it's just 1,000.
Just 1,000.
Yeah, my wife said she wanted to drive an automatic, so I said okay.
Okay.
So gonna have fun with that.
So are you still gonna go do like Maxton and some of the flying
Yes.
mile stuff with that?
Oh yeah, yeah. Except I'm gonna put my wife in it to drive it.
All right.
Yeah, have fun.
That is amazing, amazing. Now, when you look back, not that you're done, and you're not, but when you look back and you think about your career, all you've done, the people who you've worked with, what is the takeaway that maybe you're most proud of? Is it the people? Is it the technology? Is it one accomplishment that stands out above the rest? You work at Pontiac. Is there anything that rises above the rest?
You know, it's funny, but it's just different chapters. So
Right.
there's things at each section that you have done something that at the time you're just working through it. You don't even think it's something big. But I do know over the years many hours and worries and solving things. And I think that's the biggest thing, and the people that you meet along the way.
Yeah, the people make this industry great.
Absolutely. Yeah, fantastic. So you just keep doing it, and I don't see stopping, I enjoy what I do, so.
Come a long way from, was it the Hot Rod magazine you said you read when you were a kid? Like, that looks cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, having my first set of torches at 7, it just kind of grew from there over the years.
Amazing. And obviously with Morel right now, and
Yes.
we've got a great setup out there. You guys are seeing every once in a while, the eye in the sky camera shot, lifters, taking lifters to the next level.
Yes, yeah, and that's, my partner Ed Morel, we just get along like hand in glove, and it's been a great relationship.
Oh, and they're fantastic products. You helped us out with the ones for Dad's engine, and of course it ran awesome, incredible between Billy's cam and your lifters. It was, valve train was fantastic, so it was quite incredible.
Yeah, exciting. And I mean, Billy, you just go on and on here, just terrific people.
Well, when you look out there beyond the cameras, you can see Scooter and Billy and others come in to just share the moment.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing. John, congratulations.
Well,
Lifetime Achievement Award, Rottler, and everybody here at the Expo. It has been an honor. I know you've known many of these people for your lifetime. We just met a couple of years ago, but it's an honor for me. Congratulations. I know Lake, he's made it all this happen, so congratulations again.
Well, thank you all so much. I just can't believe it.
No, thank you, sir. We're honored to have you here and be part of it. And hey, there's more to come. Don't go away yet.
And our engine is getting torn down, Lake, as the process continues here at Engine Performance Expo.
Yep.
And I'm just loving what's going on, going back and forth between the build projects and our roundtables and personalities. And we're going to do this again tomorrow. So those of you out there, it'll be a beautiful Saturday, and you'll have a lot of time to sit and enjoy what we are doing. We've got another great round table because we're about to make a major announcement. But I'm pretty proud we got Mr. Callies a little bit. What did you guys think about that? Did he come across as surprised, Billy? It looked like it.
Oh, it was so cool to see because he didn't have any idea, and it came across. That was wonderful. You guys did it. And before we go too far, him talking about that, what makes a great person is not a single event. It's when you repeat it chapter after chapter after chapter. And when you talked about having chapters in your life and highlights from each chapter, I mean, that's what I'd like to look back at my life and say, what was the best part of this chapter?
It's pretty cool that way.
Well, it's the legacy that we leave behind, right? When you keep doing the right things and putting those little pennies in the bucket, right?
Doing the right thing's a pretty important part of it.
Absolutely.
If
And
you
always
get to the
doing
end
what
of
you
this
say you're
journey,
gonna do.
Get to the end of this journey, and you look back and say, "I did the right thing. We're okay."
That's the key.
And in pretty much everything that is appreciated in our world, from athletics in particular, right on up, there's usually a method of honoring the people who achieve that level so that everybody in the future that comes along, they can recognize that. You think about, you want to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame or otherwise. And that's something that, Lake, you guys have recognized, and folks here at the Expo, that in the engine building trade, like, how do we honor those people who have done something so significant over the course of their career that has caused everyone else to, either take notice or emulate or want to be a part of it? And how do you honor them forever? That is the question.
And the last few years we've done this, Lifetime Achievement Award, and that's great. And it's been fantastic to be able to honor Ed Pink, Ed Escuderian, and yourself now for that, which is fantastic. But there's so many more people, and that's what's lacking in our industry. You have these pioneers that have done all these things, and it's just the stories that people tell about them is what it is to be able to maintain that legacy. We need to do, Scooter, we've had this conversation started years ago. We had this idea, and we talked about it, to try to do something physical was challenging. But we recognized even back then that we need to do something. We need to have an engine builder Hall of Fame to recognize, to memorialize the people that founded this and pioneered and did great things that contribute to what we're able to do. So we have no idea, right? Full disclosure, I have no idea how we're going to do this, what it's going to look like. But I have learned a few things from you along the way, that if you put it on camera, if you put it in black and white, you're going to do something, you're more than likely going to do it.
You'll do something. You'll progress from there, progress or regress, one of them.
Yeah.
If you hit send.
So hitting send.
It's gonna happen.
I always have a rule: you never hit send when you're pissed off. Reread it the next day; it'll look different.
It's also just sitting here with these greats and this whole idea that you've come up with, you guys. The older we get, the more people we have to say goodbye to. And it's the older we get. When I was a young kid, I didn't know a lot of people that died. When I was a little bit older, they pass, and that's something we can count on. The longer we live, the more people we know they're going to pass. And I think this is a really great opportunity to memorialize the ones that helped us get where we are today, paved the driveways for the paths we've been on, and created a industry that's so awesome.
Yep.
Well, the passing of Danny Jessel this week, to me, cemented, okay, you can always change the schedule, right? We could have just done something else right now and put it off because we didn't have a plan. But then when I saw that Danny passed, I was like, you know what? We're doing it. We're going to figure it out. Then I think with the people here at this table and in this building right now, we have the right people that know what to do, the resources to begin to make something happen. So, I feel like what we said before is that doing something physical is very challenging. It costs a lot of money, takes a lot of time and effort. But we can maybe do something online, right? If there's a way to build a website that has the pages, much like the SEMA Hall of Fame does, where we can begin to tell those stories and get people to contribute and say, okay, here's this person's story. Tell their story. We can do it through videos, sometimes if it's possible. Let's try to do the things we could. It's like when we did the Ed Pink's shop tour this year. That was one of the other reasons it came about, was like, we got to document this before they come and bulldoze it.
Right.
Yeah.
Because once it's gone,
it's gone.
It's gone. Right. So we need to be able to make an effort. So that's really what this whole thing's about, is putting that flag in the ground. We're going to do it. And a year from now, we'll come back and we'll have it figured out. But what we would love to do is come back a year from now and have 2 days of the Engine Performance Expo. Then on the third day, bring back AETC and have technical sessions in the morning, just like old school presentations.
Okay.
Then have a lunch break. And during that lunch break, we would begin to induct people into the Hall of Fame, which will be a virtual Hall of Fame. But then we can finish the day with more tech sessions. So we're bringing back AETC, resurrecting that, making it real again, and then combining that with the Engine Builder Hall of Fame. That's my vision, and I hope that we can all pull that off and make that happen by this time next year.
Like, when we talk about an Engine Builder Hall of Fame, when you think about performance engine builders, when you think about motorsports, and every one of the guys in it, the greats, they're worried about winning this race, winning this next race. You're focused on this. And the great ones all do that. I mean, a lot of people win a race, but what separates a guy like Ed Pink, and everyone who's won this award, isn't winning one race. It's generation after generation, series after series, all kinds of different things, different rules, coming back and showing that performance over and over and over again in whatever they did. And it could be building businesses, it could be building engines, it could be building, rocker arms and lifters, but it's this repeated success.
Well, I think that's a key part of what we need to do is, just like in the other Hall of Fames, they've got areas for pitchers and hitters and coaches and all that. We need to recognize the industry leaders, the people that built the businesses.
Well, this is innovators. And you can innovate a lot of ways. You can innovate. Richard Maskin was probably as much an innovator as anybody's ever been.
Right.
Maybe not a great engine builder. It didn't matter. He would tell you he was.
But every engine builder is the greatest engine builder ever lived.
Those guys, you take the Lingenfelders, you take some guys. And even we don't know them, but if you went back in the 1900s, there was guys back there that were really, really tremendous innovators, and they set the stage for us being here today too. So we're going to have to really think about this and come up with a bucket, if you will, of the potential candidates, and then just try and throw them out there and see what happens.
It's lots of different motorsports venues to choose from, and lots of great people in that.
A lot of them.
A lot.
Well, at this point now, there's a lot of history, like you said.
Yes, sir.
We're in 2023, and boy, they were racing back in 1923. So we've got way over 100 years to catch up on. So we got a lot of catching up to do.
Yep.
And you don't want to miss the Millers of the world and everybody else, Ed Winfields of the world, that people don't even know that they're being still touched today.
They don't even know who they are, who they were.
Right.
But were it not for some of those people, we wouldn't have anything to do today. We'd be working at a Payless store measuring shoes or something.
And that's the point of the process.
With Bruce Trower.
Yep.
And Winfield was his teacher on grinding cams.
Yep.
So, Winfield.
Some good history.
Yeah, and then Winfield at Indy would bring his carburetors, and they were fantastic. Like a piece of jewelry, marvelous people.
Yeah, and had nothing to work with.
Had nothing to work with. Exactly.
cell
Made
phones either.
things out of nothing. There was no YouTube. There was no Engine Performance Expo.
No CNC machines. Rattler would be in trouble.
Chris Porter lathe. That was it.
Rattler was around, but just amazing. But gentlemen, I think most importantly, the concept of the Engine Builder Hall of Fame hatched right here. And Hall of Fame's, typically there's a board, get together, vote on an inaugural class, and then from that point just fill the Hall of Fame. But it's a great concept, and I'm honored to have been here for the inception and concept. So Lake, make it happen.
Yep.
I got plenty to do.
Yes,
Don't worry about
exactly.
it.
Doesn't have enough to do already. Way to go, gentlemen. All right, we're going to throw it out to a product demonstration now, which is kind of cool. We are here in a full machine shop at Straub, and I'm excited. We're going to go right out onto the shop.
Well, yeah, you said Rattler back in the old days didn't have those machines. Well, guess what? They have a brand new machine called the EM45. So let's go to the video of the demo of the new EM45.
Hey everyone, I'm Ed Keebler. This is Ryan Thompson. We're at the factory here in Kent, Washington that Rattler manufactures all their equipment from. And we kind of want to introduce Ryan here. He's one of the newer fellas, and he just started a new department called the Applications Engineering Department. Ryan's the head of that. As we get into this high performance thing and our customers demand more from us and demand more specialty equipment or tooling or what have you, that's going to be Ryan's area of expertise. He's already been a tremendous asset. We are so happy to have him and looking forward to a long tenure here.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Ed. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah. I've been here for about 4.5 years now and been doing special projects and research and development here at Rattler, and really excited to start sharing a lot of what I've learned and keep learning with Ed and with our customers. And we'll keep going, and we've been working on a new machine here that we're going to unveil a little bit here and give a teaser, I think, and hopefully you guys like it and enjoy it.
Yeah, so talk a little bit about the machine, Ryan, and what what our customers were kind of asking for, and how we're trying to answer those problems or those demands.
Yeah. So this is the EM45. It's been about a 2-year project now that we've been working on developing, and we went and we looked back at all of the old machines, and I know you were involved in telling us what customers were really attempting and what kind of guys use. And the biggest thing here was coming up with a package that would let you do a pretty large work envelope and have a lot of work, but still keep the footprint small. Our other format machines like the 69s, they get really big and the table moves and it takes up a lot of space, kind of hard to fit in your garage. And that floor space is even valuable if you're Rattler or if you're absolute production remanufacturing facilities. So
great point.
Having something that you can put on the floor, maybe even put 2 of them in there, and couple that up with another piece of equipment like the hone and be able to get a little work cell going and really increase production and really make sure that it's something that's simple to use and can do just about anything you want to throw at it.
So tell us a little bit about what makes this machine unique, Ryan. Because there's boring bores out there and there's surfacers out there, and of course we have our F69, which is kind of a block machining center. Tell us a little bit about what the unique characteristics are of this EM45.
Yeah, the EM45 is a unique machine, mostly in part because it is a traveling column machine. That's what's going to be different than the 69 series machines. That big work envelope where the bed moves. If you're on an F69, F69, it's a boxed weigh machine. This is a linear railed machine. And then the boring bars, we used to have in that work float, and you use centering fingers, and you can just bore holes. So here on this machine, we're using our probe, and we have the ability to bore and deck. So you can kind of combine the surfacer, either like an S85 or S86, and couple that up with an F10, and that's kind of where we merged together and said, let's do one machine that kind of takes up some of both of those and gets you the flexibility to do either of those operations in something that's, again, that small footprint, large work envelope.
You mentioned linear weighs. Explain to the audience or to our customers what a linear weigh machine brings to the table versus a flat weigh machine.
Yeah, so traditional machines used to all be pretty much boxed weighed machines, which means you had a friction surface that was oiled and it was riding on that. The drawbacks of that system is, whereas they're very rigid and very strong, you have to move very slow because you can tear what's called the terside out if you move too fast, and it generates heat, and you end up doing a whole rebuild on your machine. So linear slideways, they came in, we've been doing them for at least probably 10 or 15 years, I think now. And that's a low friction surface, and what it lets you do is it gives you the ability for the machine to move very quickly. And they're low maintenance, they're sealed, so that's a really big benefit. Something on like this machine here, and that's another thing that makes this one unique, is we're trying to go as fast as we thought was capable for a machine of this footprint. So we've scaled up, and with the linear rails and the ball screws we're using now, we're able to run 500, 600, 700 inches per minute. Whereas on something like a box weigh machine like the F69, 150, 200 inches a minute is kind of the limit before you start degrading those surfaces. So this machine is going to be just probably 2, 3, 4 times faster, depending on how it's set up for you, than one of those other box weigh machines.
Okay. May not bore any faster.
No, that's a good point. That is a very good point.
But the linear weighs, what we're looking at is the movement in between.
Yes.
You're so much faster on a linear weigh machine versus a box weigh machine. How about accuracy, Ryan? Is a linear weigh machine more accurate than a box weigh machine?
Typically it is, especially on precision, slow speed movements and hand wheel movements. So on a linear rail machine, you have less friction, less stiction as we call it, which is that static friction. On a box weigh machine, it's not uncommon. A guy comes over and he's using his hand wheel, and you have to give it 3, 4, 5 clicks before things start to move.
Okay.
On a linear railed machine, there's almost zero backlash. You're on the ball screw, and you've got these rails that are just super low friction. So you pretty much touch these things, and they're just immediately moving, and they're going to move that exact increment.
Okay. Well, do you want to show the audience a little bit about how this machine runs?
Yeah, we'll just show
some of the advantages.
I mean, the cool thing, and it sums it up, is we'll run the probing operation.
Step back out of the way here.
Yeah, we'll just give it a little view here. So we got this set up. I'm going to go ahead and hit start probing here. And she's going to go ahead and take that probe and just touch all these bores.
Now, Ryan, I noticed that the probe rotates a quarter of a turn every time it touches.
That's correct. Yes.
Explain to the audience why that's important.
That's important. So on these probes, these Renishaw probes, that touch surface, by having it index around like that with the servo motor, if you have any run out in your probe, that's going to basically take up that effect.
Okay.
Whereas if you don't have a machine that's going to index, if that's not dialed in perfectly, then it'll typically lose a little bit of accuracy. So that's why we like any of our machines that have a servo motor, we can take advantage of indexing. Now, it's still best to dial in your probe tip and check it every now and again, but they do you get some run out in these over 3-4 months usually. So having it indexed, if it's a little bit off, your locations will be okay. The measured diameter will still be a little inaccurate, but for what we care about, it's usually the location.
So wow, it's finished probing.
Yep, we're done there.
Okay.
We'll move that out.
Yeah, that's having been around the F69 and the old box weigh machine. We'd probably still be on the first bank, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just about a minute now for a V8.
All right.
So.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
And that's from, like you said, that's the linear rails. That's our higher pitch ball screws we're running now.
Okay.
And that's where this machine's really going to shine. Stick it in somewhere, take up a little bit of really less space, and you're just fast.
All right.
really stepping if you're going from a boring bar and using the centering fingers. And that was one of the good things, is those old boring machines are really fast with the centering fingers.
Right.
And a lot of our customers that have those, and it's quick, the probe, like you said, a lot of our other machines, it's been slower. So we were saying, how could we get a probe machine to go as fast as one of those boring bars?
Yep.
At least get close.
And that brings up a great point, is the old boring machines used 4 fingers that came out and centered.
Right.
And the accuracy of those isn't anywhere close to what this probe will give you positioning wise.
Yeah.
At least in my opinion, those old 4 fingers, great, fast
and efficient.
Yes, fast and efficient.
If they're not dialed in perfectly, and if they're not ground so that they've been maintained, then this guy will get you under 1,000 every time, just all day long.
Yeah, typical accuracy on one of those was anywhere, if you lapped them in, you could get within 1,000 or 2. Typically it's 3. So we're going to be 3 times more accurate with our positioning on this machine.
All day long under 1,000. I mean, honestly, the thing will probably do a 1/2 for accuracy.
Okay.
But easily under 1,000 if you haven't dialed it in and never checked it. It's worry-free.
All right. Well, folks, that's it from Kent, Washington, here at Rottler's headquarters.
Hey everybody, it's Ryan, the applications engineer at Rottler. I'm down here on the floor at EPE with the brand new EM45. I have a special guest with me today. This is Street Outlaw star Dominator's own daughter, Jolie. You want to introduce yourself?
I'm Jolie, I'm 15, and my dad is Dominator from Street Outlaws.
So you guys brought your own block down here today.
Yeah, we pulled this out of our coupe that we're using for the original street show, and we're just getting some work done on it.
And go ahead and tell them, I mean, we've been working together maybe about an hour, hour and a half.
Yeah, we've had about an hour of just going through the crash course of what's going to happen, what we're going to be doing with the motor and all that stuff. So.
And what have we've done, I mean, you came in with no background experience, at least you told me, never touched a CNC machine.
I've never even touched a CNC machine. I've never been this close to one, so I started completely from scratch with all of this.
And how has it been? I mean, you picked it up extremely fast.
Oh, yeah.
But we probed the bores, we probed the deck, we've cut this bank, we're going to cut the other bank here in just a moment. How's that process been for you? Has it been pretty fluid?
Well, it's a lot easier than I expected it to be. It's a lot more mechanically inclined rather than me doing it. Yeah. So it's been a lot easier than expected, but it's also a bit more intricate in the whole numbers, axle and axis and all that stuff. So it's not really what I expected.
But we're here.
Oh, yeah.
And I got to give you a lot of credit. So are we ready to fire this thing up?
I think we are.
You want to go ahead and hit cut left there?
All right.
Jolie's already wrote this program. We spent an hour and a half. We're here to run it. So we've already done this side. We'll flip it over and make some chips.
So Ryan, what RPM is this spinning at?
Yeah, so we set that up at the 800 RPM roughing, 20 thou inch per rev feed. We're doing 2 passes here, just a minimum cleanup. The block's pretty straight, so we're just going to take off, I think, a total of 8 thousandths.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, hopefully it looks good. The other side came out beautiful. Clean this one up, should be just great. And we put it back together tonight and take it home, right?
It's going to be a late night. So here it says rough feed rate. What does that mean?
Yeah, so that's the one we're running right now. We can run that rough feed rate a little bit faster. And just to save time, right? We care about the finish on that last pass. So like what you did earlier, setting a guaranteed finish amount of 3 thousandths and a 15 thou feed rate and at 900 RPM, you know, we're gonna kind of speed through this, and then that last one we can slow down and get the finish that you guys wanted on this.
All right. So how long have you been working with Rottler and CNC?
I've been with Rottler for 4 years. I did a little bit of CNC stuff before that, and yeah, like you asked me earlier, like how often do you do this? And I was like, enough to be dangerous, but probably not as much as some people think. But I won't tell anyone else that. Pretty cool process, though, huh?
Yeah. So is this slower or faster with the finish?
We're faster on the feed and slower on the speed, slower on the feed and faster on the speed, right?
Yeah.
And we did that. Remember I said, hey, it's just a tip.
you can speed up your RPM on the finish spout. So if you were down here or walking around the shop, you kind of hear that spindle speed up, and you say, oh, that's going to the finish pass. And it's just a nice little trick to say, maybe I should get back there and check out what's going on.
Make your way across the shop by the time it's done.
Right, she's looking pretty good. I think we're going to get a good finish again.
The other side turned out very nice.
There it was. Yeah, so while that's finishing up, you know, this is the EM45, boring, decking, automated 3-axis CNC with the 4th-axis rollover here, all from Rottler, brand new. Julie, it's been fantastic. Thanks for bringing us up there. It's been great working with you. I'm sure we'll be hanging around, making a few more chips. And with that, back to the studio, and we'll catch you guys later.
We are back with another round table discussion. And I can tell you that all of our panelists were a little bit jealous. They want to be out in the shop.
Right.
They're watching the video. They want to be out in the shop, obviously, and that's what we're going to talk. We're going to talk machining, a lot of assembly. We've been talking about competition racing engines, but really, Rottler, our big sponsor here of the Engine Performance Expo, the machinist that gets things down to the microns. If that is wrong, then the whole thing is going to be wrong. So I'm super excited about this. Talk a little best practices with our panel. Charles is back. Ed Keebler. Ed, this is your first appearance.
This is my first appearance.
Like live.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, first live appearance.
Live appearance today. We're going out to the bullpen, of course. Cass is back, and Billy Godbold, who is, what'd you say? You've yet to throw a monkey wrench into the works just yet.
This year.
This year.
Right.
Today.
Which is today.
Right. We have a whole another day tomorrow
Exactly.
to do it. But interesting watching that process. And here at Straub, they've got many different types of machines, many of them Rottler, Ed, and this is your wheelhouse. So let's talk best practices.
Yeah. So you know, when we're talking, I don't know do we want to talk about a best practice on a particular block or a head or
I think
just kind of.
I think the biggest idea here is that obviously what we're really seeing is the industry trend is more automation.
Yes.
Right? Obviously,
no question.
She had not seen that machine until this morning?
Yep.
And now she's running it this afternoon. That's really impressive to be able to pick up something that quick and easy. So I think obviously, if it's that easy to pick up running the machine, but there's a lot more you need to know. So back to the thought process behind, okay, yeah, you can touch a screen, but what's the thought process behind it and how to get ready to become a machinist in today's world where the machines are more automated and not so much manual?
Yeah, no question about that. Well, I had a gentleman call me yesterday from Canada, and he wants to purchase 2 or 3 machines, and he says, do you think I'm capable of doing that? And I said, can you read a micrometer? Absolutely. He said, can you read dial bore gauge? Yep. Can you do dial calipers? Yep. I said, you're qualified. I mean, literally, the machines have gotten that simple to use, as we just saw, but you still have to have that background. You still have to be able to measure what you're machining. If you can't measure, then in my opinion, you shouldn't be machining something.
Remember the scientific term we said about trying to make something better than you can measure?
Yes.
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 A guess.
Right.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We have to be able to measure it before we can really make it that accurately.
It's really nice when you can get someone to manufacture who's actually worked on a manual machine some, because a lot of times when we're putting so much coolant into an environment that you can't hear, smell, feel it the way you can if you're actually turning knobs by hand.
Right.
And so, you know, you want to understand that, you know, just because anyone can operate a machine doesn't mean anyone should be programming the feeds and speeds and what are you doing on each thing. You look at, you know, something like honing and, you know, thinking about what is that grit actually doing at the bore. You know, some fundamental understanding. If you don't have it yourself, there's plenty of people in the industry that will help you understand what's happening. You know, so, you know, don't be afraid that if you don't know, you can know. But it's not just as simple as, you know, what you said, what do you need to buy this machine? It's a little bit more than a credit check, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I use the analogy. I was talking to a gentleman the other day, and it's actually in an industrial machine shop, not automotive machine shop. And we were talking about I was lucky enough. I had people that mentored me on my way up and instilled a bunch of knowledge. And same thing you try to do to your children. You try to keep them from making all the mistakes that you made, right? But he was saying, he goes, yeah, I had this guy, and he goes, he could be walking through the shop and walk past a machine and say, one of your flutes is chipped on your end mill. Guy goes, what? He goes, yeah, check it. He says, just go over there, or he'd pick up a chip out of the chip bin, say, you got a chipped flute on your end mill. And that, they're just blowing and going, and they're not hearing it. And it's the same thing with anything. I walk past a hone, or I walk past a mill, and it's like, oh man, that's, something's wrong. Yeah. Shut her off. Back to, we're trying to, at least from our perspective, and Cash, you can shed some light on this, and Charles, I'm sure you can too. We're trying to make it simpler to operate equipment to where you don't have to have that vast experience and knowledge to at least get started in this business. We get you started in a business by pushing buttons, but hopefully by osmosis and being around people like Cass and Billy and Charles and you and Joe, and you learn things.
Okay, well, I definitely have a lot to add to this topic because I'm getting to sit next to a very good dear friend now, but there was a time long ago that I didn't know him. And I called up like this guy in Canada that had the same question. And I said, look, I've been on YouTube, which is always dangerous.
Nothing wrong with YouTube.
Yeah, no, you spend more money. No. But anyway, so I got on YouTube and, found some videos on Rottler machining equipment and everything else. And then after, digging and doing some research and watching other videos, which were helpful, I call up a guy at Rottler, and Ed Keebler answers the phone. They somehow or another dispatched me to him and said something along the lines that I don't think you were as nice with me as you might have been with him, but it was something along the lines like, I have no clue, I've never done any engine machining before, don't know what I'm doing, but I definitely want to get in it because the machine shop's messed me over here and I got to do something about it. And you think I can do it? And he said, wait a minute, let me get this straight. You've never done any before. You don't have any past history of doing this? No, sir. You don't know how to no, sir. You don't know how to do that? No, sir.
Sir.
Yeah, you can probably figure it out.
I think I told him, no, don't do it.
No, I should have listened. No, but the HMI is everything, which is a human-machine interface, right?
Right.
The claim to fame to Rottler is certainly just that. Honestly, I don't work for Rottler. Those out there or that can watch might see. You can see it showed Engineering Performance. I'm sorry, I missed my little ID tag,
yeah.
But I could be a great sales rep for Rottler simply because I can tell you the experience that I had. And starting out from the guy that, like Canada, I don't know anything. What's it take to get to this point? Keep in mind that a lot of people don't understand that there's a huge difference between, now we're at the Engine Performance Expo. Machining gets thrown into a big term. Now, I'm a big fan of watching your Facebook and things. It's your part manufacturing, a lot of the things that you do from LN. Awesome stuff that you guys do, and I'm now doing a lot of part manufacturing as well as engine machining too. But there's a big difference between engine machining and part manufacturing, and I think a lot of the fear factor comes from guys that go, okay, how am I going to learn? I don't know how to draw in CAD, and then if I do, man, then this CAM software is overwhelming. And the thing that Rottler does is they pull in a lot of that. They simplify it in terms of what we would consider in the machining world as conversational programming. What that basically means is what you see is what you get. You want the bore to be 3-inch 500. Okay, you type in, this is the center to center. This is the dimension that I want. It's just very simple in terms of how it's laid out. It's conversational. It literally asks you a question and you kind of fill in the blank.
Yep.
So that's where Rottler has certainly done an excellent job, where it has appealed to guys that were just getting in, because that's where I started, and now I program 5-axis and I do horizontal machining, 5-axis machining, all that. But that taught me the fundamentals. And from there, I was able to move into a much more complicated stuff.
Well, his story makes me think about you, Charles. Right? Like you didn't really want to get all those
I really didn't
machines.
want to get all the machines. I was kind of forced into doing it.
You got on YouTube too, didn't you?
So I outsourced all my manufacturing, and push come to shove, I had to do that all myself. And it was around 2014 decided I bought my first CNC machine and hired a machinist. Luckily I was able to hire talent from where I used to have my stuff made, and brought those people in, and a good number of my team have been working on making my products for over at least a decade, if not longer. It's all the way back to the beginning 20 years ago. So there's a lot of experience there, but getting younger people in, we're always trying to find new talent, have interns come in, give summer internships, and it's hard to find youth that are interested in this field. And when you do get them, you want to latch on to them, but you have to give them that learning curve, pair them up with someone that has run manual equipment and knows when they're walk through the shop, that machine doesn't sound right. We need to go look at that.
Right.
You have to have that knowledge, but on the flip side, the younger generation, they pick up the CAD CAM much quicker than the older guys that have been doing everything, started out with manual and just know how to just make it happen. And my guys are like, they want to learn Fusion 360. We use SolidWorks and we use Mastercam, and they're like, well, can we use Fusion 360? I'm like, well, what does it cost? And it's cheap. It's downright cheap. So I'm like, sure, let's go ahead and get it. And you guys take some time every day, play around with it. But the best way is to actually learn by doing. And like you said, you have to have someone that has a knowledge. You can pass that knowledge along, an apprenticeship, more or less. That we just need to get more people into this field, because this is going to become more important. I was having a discussion, and we'll probably talk about it in the round table at the end.
There's another round table tomorrow, by the way.
There's another round table, but we're seeing with the OEMs push the electric that all the suppliers are being forced to pivot, and all the legacy internal combustion engine product lines are falling by the wayside. So we need more aftermarket guys like us to pick up that slack.
Well, great job. We're almost out of time for this round table.
We're almost. I could keep on going, right?
Well, I just got the signal, right? Because I know we got another feature. But if you wanted to make a final point,
I will.
Certainly
I think that's what's fantastic about the new machines, is just kind of summarize what we're saying, is that because they are so easy to use, it makes it easy for someone that's new, that doesn't have that background, to be able to operate the machine. And then the real synergy is bringing in that experienced machinist that can tell them, oh, that's what chatter sounds like. And then they can begin to learn how to be one with that machine. That's very easy for them to work with and make it happen. Just like the old school guys were at one with their lathe, at one with their mill, because they could feel it, they could hear it, they could all that. I think all that's still possible with the modern machines. It's just easier to teach the younger guys how to use something that's touchscreen or use software, so that they can still get to that point and probably do it more efficiently, which is, I think this is an incredible time to be getting into this industry, which, that's will be the setup for tomorrow's roundtable about education and apprenticeship and these kind of opportunities. So, yeah, we're just getting started. It's day one.
Day
I haven't
one,
done yet.
Jessica, and all you kids out there that want to get into this field, obviously, you can just call Ed Keebler.
Stay off of YouTube. Don't call this man. No, absolutely.
I'm glad you guys reconciled your differences, though. That was good.
That was a great call.
See, it is possible. All right, on to the next video tech feature 101 coming at you.
All right, Engine Performance Expo viewers. This is one of my favorite guys, and this is one of my favorite topics. I mean, Dan, you got
hydrodynamic lubrication going on in the background. How cool is that?
It's so cool. I don't think there's a much better topic personally myself.
Well, I mean, you're a bearing guy, you know, I'm an oil guy, so
exactly.
hey, it's like peanut butter and jelly right now.
That's right.
So explain to everybody, what are we actually seeing here in the background?
Well, it's sort of how I always want to explain what a bearing does. So we have a moving shaft that's running around here, and now the brown would be the oil. So you have a wedge, and as this crankshaft is spinning, it's self-renewing itself of
Just
taking...
drawing the oil into that.
Yeah. I always think...
It's called viscosity, by the way. Viscosity is a fancy word for resistance to flow, so that rotation of the journal is what's dragging
it
through
in.
the viscosity, dragging it in, and it's creating this...
pressure. So we have pressure coming down, it's the engine fires, all right, but that's not always going to be the case. We're going to talk about that. Pressure doesn't always mean it's firing down. Sometimes it can go opposite directions. More to come on that. Wedge, simple thing. I always look at it, it's like, if I want to keep the door open, I stick a wedge underneath the door. The harder I push, the further
it pushes
wants
up
to
the
go
door,
up.
lock the door in
Exactly.
place.
So that's what we have right here, is just so everybody understands.
Trying to keep the crankshaft off the bearing.
Off the bearing. That's the whole point there.
Okay.
So.
All right, so that's oil wedge, right? So how we begin to apply this to bearing design, and the point of this whole session is about identifying bearing failures, because this one is everything is in hunky-dory shape.
This is good.
This is
happy,
good.
Happy space, man.
Yeah. But what about the bad ones? Let's take a look at some of the bad ones and talk
There we
through
go.
how we know what's gone wrong.
Absolutely, because we see those from time to time. All right, so I did a little study, and as Clevite, we've analyzed a lot of bearings, and not necessarily failures, but things that happen. 50%, 45% of bearings that we get reported are from dirt.
That's the problem, right? There's some kind of
dirt. Now I say dirt.
Damage or something. It's some kind of debris.
Some kind of debris. We say dirt. It could be numerous things, honing stones, dirt floating around.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. Your lunch.
Yeah. There are things that get in engines that shouldn't get in engines.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah.
So and then we have a list of everything: misalignment, lubrication, overloading, corrosion.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of 45% of bearings.
Dirt. Well, I also happen to know the guys at Timken who make rolling element bearings predominantly. It's the number one source of bearing failure for them is contamination, is dirt, something like that. That's the number one. And then guess what? And then it is misassembly is number two. So guess what? I guess rolling element bearings and plain bearings, they suffer from the same mode of failure.
Exactly. There's a common theme here.
Don't get them dirty, by the way.
Nope.
You know. So
very cool. So before we get into what's wrong, let's talk about what's right.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Okay. So typically a bearing, you have a wear in this being an upper bearing, rod bearing, and it will have a wear on about 2/3 of it.
Okay.
Just kind of a nice universal. The area circled here, there's eccentricity, which creates that wedge.
That's the relief area.
Yep. That's the wedge part. And then the very end, there's bore relief. So that covers if there's cap shift, if there's deformation, if they're in a connecting rod, because as it fires, the load goes.
It lets it have
oval
area for compensation.
Absolutely, because if you scub off here, you've closed that wedge up.
Got it.
And you close the wedge, you lost your oil film,
and bad things happen.
That goes to number 2, where you lost oil.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Don't want that.
All right, so now we know what normal looks like. All right, now we're going to start looking at some of the things that are abnormal, where there's debris that's causing that damage, and how do you know that's debris by looking at it?
Right. So typically a debris, in this particular case, we have a bearing. There's a piece of debris that's up here, and the debris. All bearings have embeddability.
Yep.
All right. So the harder the bearing, the less embeddability it has. The softer the bearing, the more embeddability it has. Pretty simple, right? Yep. But on the flip side, you have to be careful, because too soft a bearing allows it to move too much, and you can create other issues. But for simplicity, if a piece of foreign material, and here this looks like it's some kind of a cleaning some chip or something. Who knows? Yeah. We don't know really for sure. Higher microscopic view, but basically it gets in, and a bearing has embeddability.
Yeah.
So embeddability in the overlay, embeddability in the substrate.
Okay.
So it keeps something in there, and when that gets in there, you're disrupting the oil flow.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Back to that again. It's all about the oil.
See, I told you I love this guy. I love these conversations because it is the oil and the bearings, they work together. That hydrodynamic oil wedge,
yes.
Anything that disturbs it, it's like a boulder that creates a rapid,
Exactly.
right? So it's not smoothly flowing anymore. We've got turbulence, and that's not good.
Yeah, exactly. Very true.
What's neat about this, too, is you're kind of showing that it actually had debris on the back side of the bearing and on the inside, because the debris doesn't always have to necessarily be on the running surface of the bearing to cause a problem. It can be on the back side as well.
Yeah, backside, usually when you see the backside is when assembler is doing it and you have dirty environment that the bearings put into.
So keep the bead blast on the other side of the shop from the assembly room.
Or in this case, on back of the bearing, nice aluminum chip right there.
Yeah.
Now, we know there's aluminum chips in the shop.
It happens.
All right.
Yeah.
So what happens is the aluminum chip gets in the bag, the bearings put together, and now you've disrupted the oil film. The place.
The wedge is now lost because you've disrupted it. It's like a ski jump in there.
So
it shouldn't be.
It pushes harder on the overlay because you have bent the bearing.
Right.
And now you're getting a contact on that particular point. And so if you can get a contact, which we're fortunate on this one, where you actually can see the debris still wedged in there.
Well, you're also taking up clearance too. So you change the clearance. So now, because those oil films get very, very thin under very high pressure, well, now we have an obstacle, if you will, that can actually even shorten that clearance up even more. So it's going to have contact that's going to begin to wear prematurely because it's non-uniform in distribution.
And also in doing that, you're creating a frictional temperature.
Oh, yes.
So we're going to get into frictional temperatures again, but anytime you get some kind of debris that's pushing something in there, you can get some frictional temperatures. So typical contamination. This is this came out of one engine.
Okay.
Right. So the complaint was engine failed.
Yep.
All right. As I looked into this a little bit more, contamination on the main bearing.
Yep, you can see that.
And what I did is I looked at these, and these are rod bearings off that engine, and I have different rod bearings. So this is the steps of progression of a bearing would go bad. All right, so here we have you can notice that there's some overlay. You can see the gray with the copper. All right, so yeah, it's going bad. That's pretty bad. Well, now we go to the next bearing, and there is no gray. There's no overlay at all.
Right.
It's gone. You're getting a lot of surface temperature because of losing oil. Clearance got bigger.
Right.
And you're actually getting burnt oil embedded in.
Now that overlay, just for future, because we're going to talk about it later. The material is going to be tin and lead, correct?
Tin and lead. Copper tin lead is typical of
the overlay.
A street bearing.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then unless you get into a really high performance, then it's a lead indium.
Right. Yeah.
But for today, we're going to go with the copper tin lead overlay. So some on there, it's gone.
Yep.
All right. Here's really gone. Now we've completely lost the substrate.
Yeah, it's totally wiped out. Yeah.
The bearing spun, you can see by the outside, the bearing spun around.
Yeah.
Simply the fact that it lost so much oil clearance, frictional temperature got hot.
Yep.
The bearing said, I'm grabbing onto you and I'm going around.
Yeah.
And
she's done.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yep, bad day.
Yeah.
So I take those two bearings right there and we'll go to same bearings.
Yeah.
Right? But you notice as you stack them up, you can see that they're lined up here.
Yeah.
But you can see as the bearing gets hot, they close in on themselves.
You can see the creep.
Absolutely.
That temperature causing it to creep in.
And so as the bearing...
No wonder it spins, right? It creeps in and loses all of its crush.
Loses all the crush, and we just talked about the oil film.
Yeah.
So you've closed in, now you've brought that bearing together.
Yep.
There's no space for it to get an oil.
Yeah, no more oil wedge.
So
everything's bad.
That's how you progress from this to that. You get temperature in it, as you can see, to the other bearing where it started to spin. The next thing what's going to happen here is this bearing was going to go round and round with the crankshaft.
Oh yeah, it's about to go for a ride. Yeah.
Another bad day.
Yeah, really bad days.
So,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, and this is an aluminum, so it's a bimetal, so not copper, tin, and lead.
That is correct.
This is different. This is going to be aluminum. Now, what's the overlay on aluminum?
Aluminum. It's a steel backing.
Okay.
It's a foil with a substrate with another foil, and it's centered together.
Okay.
It's basically heated and squeezed together to become a
thin layers of aluminum, essentially.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And this one, as you can see, again, debris.
Yep.
You can see the discoloration. Anytime you see black It's heat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
It's heat.
That's burnt oil.
That's burnt oil,
burnt oil
sticking to
yeah,
it. Exactly.
Yeah.
So what, based off of the previous slide, the next thing that's going to happen is you get enough oil in here, you're not getting oil, bearing's going to get hot, close, it's going to spin.
Yep.
Same thing's going to happen.
All right, that's the mode of failure. Now, this is an interesting one. So in this case, we have the locating lug, right? Which a lot of people kind of mistake. The lug isn't what makes tension. It's just to make sure it's aligned properly.
Locating lug means it's just to locate. Okay, as we design bearings, nowhere is the locating lug used to support the bearing to keep it from spinning. It is strictly locating. Matter of fact, some bearings don't even have locating lugs on there.
So we've seen those, and it freaks people out, by the way. They go, ah!
It's okay.
Where do I go? I don't know where to put it.
Now, there's other issues that can happen with that, but but the locating lug is simply just to put it in its right nesting
It
spot.
locates it. Yeah.
Exactly.
The name's it. So it needs to go where it's supposed to go, not where it doesn't.
Exactly. So in some cases, I don't know what this. He probably has an upper and a lower mixed up.
Right. Yeah.
And it doesn't fit. And again, if you would put this together, it's going to squeeze together, lose the oil film. And
right. I would think you would feel it beforehand, but you never can tell.
This is true. Remember, that was on one of the topics.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Oh, so this is someone we've seen before.
Yeah. Yes.
That the oil holes can get blocked or not aligned properly, and that's a huge issue because again, if there's no oil supply, there's no oil film.
Right. There's two examples right here, and this one here. Obviously, what he's doing is he's putting the upper and the lower and the lower and the upper. Right. There's no oil hole. Right. This one was closer to successful, but there was the bearing was not in the right location, and when you put it together, it just closed the hole out.
Yeah.
Hey, it fit and it rotated. You wouldn't know, other than need to make sure that the oil hole has a feed hole.
Now, I would think, I'm speculating here on the fly, that in this case, you would see extremely high oil pressure if you were running in the engine, because you're not going to get a lot of oil flow from that point, I would think, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think you would see as much based off of how many rod journals it's feeding.
Okay, maybe that's true, right?
Okay, because if you're front rear and you're only feeding up one, it's a lot less. So you
may not jump out as obviously.
It may be a little.
Well, you did all of them that way, maybe so.
Maybe so.
But if only one of them's wrong,
you may not notice it.
But it'll still throw a hole to the side of the oil pan.
Yeah, you will notice it eventually.
Yes, you will eventually find out. Okay, so we know that if you have the oil holes misaligned, then it won't flow oil. And oil starvation is a really bad thing, which, hey, the next slide is all about oil starvation.
Exactly. So typically, oil film thickness is about 2/10. So, all right, you set your clearance, say 2,000s, you got 2,000s. Well, that is quantity to fill in to 2/10. Now,
taper down to
2/10 is your oil film thickness.
That's not much.
That's not much. So now we're going to put it under load, and we could get that down to 1/10.
A tenth.
A tenth.
Wow.
Yes. So.
Sorry, Mr. Bianchi.
No problem. You're good.
Want to restart?
Not sure where he was in that. Yeah, let's act like we're starting over again.
Let's start with this slide all over.
Yeah. Yeah. So when you're editing, pick up back at this point. When I'm pointing like this, that's the spot. Okay. Okay, so when you get the oil holes misaligned, that basically cuts off the oil to the bearing, so it's oil starvation, which, guess what? The next slide is oil starvation.
Exactly. When you set bearing clearance, you just set a couple thou clearance plus or minus based off shaft size, and we get all that. When you get that much clearance, the wedge of it, 2,000s, let's say, will actually come down to 2/10 of oil film thickness between the journal and the bearing.
From 2 thou to 2/10. Yeah, that's not much.
That's not much. No. And then let's put that engine under a heavy load.
Yeah.
Now we're down to 1/10. So there's not a lot of margin here in what we're playing with. So it's very important that we get the oil to where it needs to be and maintain that oil film thickness so we don't get bearing contact with the shaft to create frictional temperature.
Well, because once it happens, it's basically game over. Yeah, real quick. Yeah, so that 1/10.
1/10
is your shield. That's it.
That's it.
Very strong, but very thin, so you got to maintain it with all the protection you possibly can, which is why alignment and cleanliness and all that is so important, because you have a very, very small 1/10 of a thou margin of error, apparently.
I can't see 1/10. That's pretty small.
That's 100 micro inches. That's what that is. So now this brings up the next point.
All right, so what I have here, just kind of, it's a picture, it's an FEA picture of a crankshaft.
Yep.
We have a main bearing 1 on the left and main bearing 2. So as we're going to talk about this shaft, the shafts don't always stay straight. As they fire, a crankshaft will bend and things happen to it. So the simulation here, main bearing 1 and main bearing 2, you can see that the crankshaft is bending. So what our 2000s clearance, if we're going to use that number, our 2000 clearance now has a tilt. So it starts getting bigger.
Right.
So now your 2000s of clearance it got much less. And that in turn is affecting your film pressure, which allows journal to bearing contact. Okay. So perfect case scenario, this is a picture of a crank, this is a happy crank.
Happy crank, right?
Happy crank.
Okay.
All right, there's space. All right. Pressure, as the engine fires, pressure is coming down, so you know this is going to be where your minimum oil film thicknesses are at.
Right down here. Yeah.
Right,
that makes sense where it is in terms of rotation. Yeah.
All right, so this would be the highest pressure and the lowest film thickness.
Right.
Okay, so as that crank bends, now you can move it to where it's orbiting.
Yeah.
Okay, so you notice there's no places for it to fill oil into the wedge, because they're all void because of how close it's running, because the crank now all of a sudden in simulation grew.
Essentially, yeah. It's like turning off the valve. You're not letting enough oil flow across the face of the bearing anymore because there's not enough running clearance anymore.
Exactly.
Because the flexing is taking up the clearance.
So as you're running, all of a sudden if you take an engine apart and you look at it, it's like the engine's firing, and remember we just talked about the force goes down, right?
Right.
Not always. If you have a crank bend, you can see how low the oil film thickness is up here because of crank deflection, and you're going to get bearing wear here, you can get a spot here, you can get a spot here.
Well, that was the big deal in the restrictor plate motors.
Yes.
That where the main bearing wear wasn't on the lowers, it was on the uppers. Actually, my bad, it was on the lowers where it was the piston rod is trying to go out the cylinder head.
Absolutely.
The exhaust valve opens and there's so little cylinder pressure, that piston's going up so fast, it's trying to just yank it out, and then it was actually just killing that lower.
Well, I still have customers that have heavy mass rotating, and every time the exhaust stroke, it's trying to throw the piston out the exhaust port.
Yeah.
And they're getting cap wear.
And that's what you're seeing.
That's exactly what you're seeing. And you're going to see now we're going to talk about crank load and the load on that connecting rod bearing.
All right. Oh yeah.
So this is a typical LS bearing. I love this picture because there's so much happening in here. Same engine, number 2 and number 4.
Okay.
But you notice how this part of the bearing looks very good, and there's an angle. This is an upper. Notice most have grooves. So in this case, we have the crank bending up.
Right.
So you're getting fatiguing. You're getting deflection at an angle on the upper.
Because this is where that clearance is being taken up by the bending of the crankshaft. That dynamic motion of the crankshaft is taking up that running clearance and compromising the oil film locally.
Yes, same bearing, same engine, number 4. Same thing, you can see there's different deflection going on in the crankshaft, but you can see how it's wearing on half of it, but not the other half. So a lot of people say, well, it can't be because my bearing looks good on this side.
Right.
Well, you're taking the fact that the crank is staying straight, and we know that's not the case.
Right.
This is showing because of where it's at, and again, this one's actually at an angle where it's loading.
And this is really important to understand for choosing bearing clearance, actually.
Very true.
This would be a limit of how tight you can run your bearing clearance, is how stiff or much motion there is in your crankshaft. The more your crankshaft moves, the more clearance you're going to have to give it to allow for that deflection.
Until you run out of oil flow.
Right.
Yeah. But in this case, in this case, you can see the bearing is wearing here to the to this case, there's so much wear on this bearing that the copper is showing again uppers. These are uppers.
Yeah.
All right. There's a higher view of it right here where the crankshaft is hitting so hard here in the fatigue that the copper is showing in here. But as you can see in the other areas, the bearings still look relatively good.
Yeah, it's just in that area is where that flex is, and it's just killing the oil film there.
Yes.
Locally.
Yep. In an upper.
Yep.
Okay, so an interesting thing, I had the opportunity years ago to do some testing. So I took this crankshaft.
Yep.
And if you look real close, there's some instrumentation on there.
Yep.
Where I've actually have pressure sensors in the crankshaft as it's running. This is the wires as it's coming in there. And we measured the pressure at a main and the rod. So a lot of people are saying, oh, make more power. How you make more power? You get rid of parasitic
loss. Yeah.
Oil pressure.
Yep.
We reduce oil pressure. We're going to make more power, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
0 oil pressure at Daytona. Remember those days?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Don't mind that gauge. It doesn't matter.
So what I did, we ran a test, and blue, red, white. This is galley pressure. So people are looking at, I got 60 pounds or 55 pounds of oil pressure.
In the main gallery.
In the main gallery.
Yep.
Not what the crank sees.
Yeah.
All right, so this is where the crankshaft is at on the main. This is the rods. So as we go through here, the rod pressure is dropping significantly from what the galley pressure was. At 8,500, we lost 36 psi.
Wow.
If it started out at 55.
Yeah.
At 9,000, we lost 44 psi at the rod journal. We were basically running at 11 psi. So my worry is if you're thinking, oh, I'm going to reduce oil flow and make more power, keep that rod bearing in mind if you're running less oil pressure at a high RPM, because you can get to a point where you start the bearing out of oil.
Ooh, yeah. I think we've all seen that happen before, by the way. Yeah, and this is, again, oil starvation, where it's just not enough oil getting there.
Yep. Yeah, and you can tell this bearing is getting hot, and if you look, you can actually see on the bore relief, as I talked about, it's actually moving metal.
Yeah, it's moving
over. It is smearing it over. Next thing's going to happen, it's going to get black, get down to the substrate, close, spin, rod out the side.
Yeah.
So again, oil starvation, another prime example.
Being material transfer.
Moving material transfer, it's just smearing it over.
Because that's really, if you see anything in that relief area, that's a big red flag. That's a giant problem.
Yeah, there should never be. So typically, in this area here, by a 1/4 inch, plus or minus, depending on the bearing design, there should be 0.5 to a thou more clearance than at this.
So that's with that much more clearance, nothing should be in there.
Nothing should be in there. If it is, it's a great place for it to capture what's in there, but it's going to go bad from there.
Yeah.
So corrosion.
Oh, yeah. Well, it says right here, fuel, right? Fuel is the enemy of your oil. I mean, I talked about it before. The same base oil that's used to make engine oil is also used to make turbine engine oil. And an oil that may last, say, 3,000, even 5,000 miles in a passenger car can literally last 30 years in a turbine. What's the difference? Turbines are not exposed to it, right? I mean, the pissing ring guy's like, hey, we live because there's combustion up here, and it's the contamination of the unburnt fuel in the blow-by that kills the oil. So it's the acids that are created from the fuel itself and from the moisture, right? The combination. In the old days, especially with diesels, there was a test that was really common in used oil analysis called TBN, total base number. And where that derived from was testing for corrosion wear, essentially, because what happened in a diesel is those heavy diesel fuels in the old days were high sulfur.
Yes.
Well, then you're making water with combustion. Well, water and sulfur together make sulfuric acid. So what would eat your engine alive was the sulfuric acid. So they created detergent additives that had this overbase to them that could neutralize the strong acids. So what TBN as a test is taking hydrochloric acid, another strong acid, and it's neutralizing the oil to see how much alkalinity is left in the oil to neutralize those strong acids. So yes, this is a big thing where when you don't change your oil properly, and if you have a bad tune-up and you're putting a bunch of crap in your oil, this is what's going to happen.
Yes. So
the hot short.
The hot short. So first time I saw this, we were at Pocono in a NASCAR race.
Yeah.
Had a red flag. And in typical NASCAR fashion, everybody parks at the bank, right?
Yep.
All right, green, white checker, 5 laps to go. The car took off, finished the race, 5 laps. All right, so we get the engine back. I look at the bearings, and there's chunks missing out of it.
Gone.
Yeah, gone. I'm like, we finished the race. Right? How did that happen?
Yeah.
How did it happen? So a hot short, if an engine runs really hot and it's immediately shut off, it will heat soak.
The temperatures actually increase momentarily.
Yes.
So all the cooling's been shut off, but the radiant heat is there. So the latency of that heat without the cooling effect actually makes the localized temperatures go up momentarily.
Exactly. So a typical copper tin lead overlay, we talked about, is marked up there. 449 degrees tin melts at.
Ooh, okay.
629 degrees lead marks at. So if that heat soaks and you start melting out the element of tin or lead and you start it back up, it will actually just take that all that material and go whoosh, and you end up with a bearing that has some copper on there, and the overlay is just completely wiped off. In some cases, it's flaking and still hanging on there. Demolition derby cars, I saw some of this happen.
Okay,
where
that totally makes sense, yeah.
They're running and they stop and engine shuts off. Well, they're already blowing water out. You're
if
running.
It cranks, you run it again.
Dirt late model races, and they're running real hard, and they hit the wall, and the engine immediately shuts off, and it's already a higher temperature, and the heat soak can actually melt the overlay on the bearing, and then when you first start up, it adheres to the crank, and it will spin it off.
Interesting. It's like micro welding for bearings.
It is.
Yeah. So, bent connecting rod.
Bent connecting rod. Bent connecting rod is when the connecting rod's bent, and you can usually see it's more of an elliptical wear pattern where as it's coming down, it's loading this way.
It's similar to the crankshaft flex, but not the same.
Correct, and specifically connecting rod crankshaft flex is going to show up on a main bearing.
Mains, and this will show up on the rods.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Can you ever see any crankshaft flex show up on the connecting rods?
No, typically the crankshaft flex is from the rod journal to the main journal, and it's flexing. Flexing this way.
All right. Yeah.
So that stays pretty well round. Now there is some ovality that happens in high RPMs, high frequencies where it's drilled too much, but we're not going to go there.
Got it. Twisted connecting rod. Yeah, you can kind of see it right there.
because it's running at an angle.
Yeah, because it's not straight anymore.
Exactly. So.
Oh yeah, here, so it's more edge loading.
Edge loading. So as these engines run, you come back in and your rod journal, you can get taper, hourglass, or barrel. So
for repolishing, reworking the crank.
Yeah. Polishing is no sparks.
Okay.
Typically
no
speaking,
sparks. Okay.
if you're sparking, you're beyond polishing.
That's
and
grinding.
grinding, and you can get some taper. So checking on mic and checking because what clearance are you really setting it to?
Yeah.
If it's taper like this here. So taper, you're going to have tighter spots and looser spots. So it's going to show an area where it's based on where the shape of the journal would actually be.
So the geometry of the journal really can influence this as well.
Yeah. So in a perfect world, every engine bearing is designed. It is a round bore with a round shaft. Now in the real world, when we come in here,
and there's some.
It may not be round, so all you're doing is showing that issue in a higher level.
Got it.
All right, so main bore alignment.
Yeah.
If you said
that's kind of fundamentals right there, right? It's like if the foundation is not level, don't even try to build the house.
Right. Exactly, it's important, but to this day we still see it. All the main bearings may not be in a line, so your clearance and your space to get oil in there changes from journal to journal.
Right.
And you end up with contact in different cases, where you're actually seeing substrate come through.
Yeah.
Doing that. All right, simple way, don't forget to check crankshaft.
Yep.
Is it straight?
Make sure
put
it's
an
not
indicator
bent.
on there. Yep.
Yeah.
Fill it right.
Yeah.
This has become more and more of a common thing that we're seeing as engines are making more power.
Right.
We're getting crankshaft designers are to increase strength because, as I mentioned, the shaft will bend from the journal to the mains.
Right.
So to increase a fillet, which the fillet is the difference between the journal and the transition to the cheek, would be the radius of it. So to put more mass material there will strengthen that to take some of the flex out of it.
Okay, so it makes sense. Like with the Engine Performance Expo engine, boosted, hey, we know we like more boost, it makes more power, it's fun.
Sure,
but
fun.
You need a stronger crankshaft. So the way the crankshaft designers are trying to increase that strength for more boost is adding more meat to that fillet radius, but now it's taking up that clearance between the edge of the bearing.
You're right, exactly. So it's going point load at the corner of the bearings, and you can see it on the bearings where is that getting copper showing on there. And usually when that happens, you're going to see it all the ways around. Okay, because as the bearing's going around, you're seeing it all the ways around the bearing, and it's showing copper. Now, in some cases it'll wear in. You can actually, if it's bad enough, when I worked in the NASCAR shops, I was in charge of NDT, and you actually can get a point where you put a stress point into the fillet. Stress point of a fillet, that's the first place it will want to crack.
Yeah, that's no good.
That's no good. So you're inducing
a failure
mode into that by that. Also, if on a main, if you have it right up on the fillet, the crank can feel spongy.
Okay.
So you're typically not going to have your thrust set correctly because it's not going up against the thrust surface because it's a.
So you can kind of feel that when you're checking your thrust, right? It won't feel. You said more a little spongy as opposed to solid
because it's riding up on the radiuses.
Okay. A little assembly tip there for you.
There you go.
If you feel that sponginess, it's not like a click, click. It's a then maybe there's a problem.
The clunk is good.
Clunk is good in this case. Usually clunks are not good. In this case, clunks are your friend. Okay.
So, overlay fatigue.
This is the best section, by the way.
So overlay fatigue is when there's so much stresses going on the bearing, crankshaft moving, loads, whatever's happening, where the overlay is moving around.
It begins to crack.
It begins to crack, and it looks like that spider webbing going on there, which is showing around, different levels. And in this case, it looks really bad.
Yeah.
But it's really not as bad as it looks because the bearing's designed to absorb some of that and fatigue. Now, once you start losing pieces of it, it gets really bad.
Right.
The interesting thing, this set right here, if you look.
Ooh, there's two things going on here.
Yes, sir. You look, all right, a lot of fatigue going on here, but if you look at how these are elliptical
very
shaped.
concentrated right here.
And it's clear in the middle. On the ends. Crankshaft flex.
Yeah.
So you're fatiguing in a part of the bearing, but not the whole bearing.
Yep.
All right. Typically, when you see something like this, could be a connecting rod bearing where it's just that amount of cylinder pressure firing in there, moving it. This is crank flex moving around, and you're seeing it wearing. Ironically, it's a lot of flex going on here. You're getting front, rear.
Yep. And you can see it. You can see those areas where it's moving, just like you said. That's really clear.
That's crank flex going on, causing fatigue. Not to the point of some of the other ones we had where we were seeing it polishing through and getting into bronze and so forth like that.
But the real key here is that this is the overlay cracking because the underlay is moving.
That is correct. Absolutely.
Because of the amount of load, right?
The amount of load. So typically, when the underlay is moving, is you're going to see it more on a centered bearing than a cast bearing.
Right. Now explain why. What the difference between a centered and a cast bearing is.
Okay, so the substrate is copper, tin, and lead.
Right.
All right, so a centered bearing, you take copper, tin, lead, you mix it together, and it's 3 elements.
Yep.
All right. In a cast bearing, you take copper, tin, and lead, and you melt it together. And when copper, tin becomes one by melting it together and fusing it and crystallizing, it grows crystals, it becomes an alloy.
Bronze.
Bronze.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The good old Bronze Age. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So the lead helps as it creates crystals, bronze crystals, the lead helps soften those to give it some movement, and also is, far as we talked about earlier, foreign debris. It allows it to trap embeddability is what we call that.
So the grain structure is changing, giving it strength and some embeddability at the same time.
Right, because you can't create grain structure unless you change it from an element to an alloy.
Right, you got to melt it. Yeah.
You have to melt it, so you get better adhesion. You don't get the cracks that you do with sintering, and that's why typically a cast bearing is 20 to 30% stronger to prevent fatiguing because it becomes an alloy of bronze with lead that softens it.
That's
so
cool.
all our H and V bearings use
Yep.
a cast,
They're
which
cast.
we own that
Yep.
facility, and that's where it comes from.
Cool. All right,
So-
here we go. Oh, and here, there's the witness mark. Right?
There it
When-
is. So-
when it cracks, because it was moving underneath, it's beginning to break underneath, and now the pothole.
It just pulls a chunk out of it.
Yep.
So, basically that's a fatigue thing that's going on there. So surface fatigue, if you look at the bearing, and you have cracks in
Underneath.
a sintered bearing
Yeah.
that will connect the lead, will connect the cracks, will connect through the lead to a point that it will just pop a piece off. So if you ever take an engine apart and it's like, it's a sintered bearing and you're looking, it's like, why am I missing a chunk of the bearing?
Yeah.
That's right. It may not be anything that you did wrong. It's simply the fact of the load allowed the cracks to connect to the point that a piece came out. Now that can be a different level. So
Watch this. Don't tune away, because this is the best part.
I love this. This is so much fun. This is one of those late night dreams that I had about doing this. So I got up and I asked my kids to make me some Jell-O.
Okay.
Of course, they didn't know why, but we're going to use the Jell-O. A steel bowl would be the steel backing of the bearing.
Exactly, yep.
All right. So then I said I wanted some orange Jell-O.
Yeah. Copper.
You got it.
Yep.
You got it. So the copper, so that would be representing our substrate.
Yep.
So now that's the base part of the. So then at that point, I needed to plate it.
There goes your overlay. There you go.
It's pretty hard to electroplate
Jell-O. Yeah.
So what I did is a good old can of Rust-Oleum.
There you go. Good plan.
Pretty lousy paint job, I admit, but get your point. So I have an overlay. Bearing looks good. Comes out of the box. Looks great, right?
Yeah, looks fantastic.
Put it in the engine, and torsionals happen. Everything happens, and you end up with that fatiguing. Basically, what happened is your Jell-O shook.
Yeah. The
And when your
overlay's
Jell-O
cracking
shook-
because the Jell-O's moving.
Exactly. So once the Jell-O starts moving, you get these fatigue lines, and your overlay is exactly what you're seeing on the fatigue.
Got it.
So like building a house. You don't build it with 2x2 walls. You build it with 2x4, 2x6, something stronger to support the roof.
Right.
Because when it starts moving, the roof shakes, and you get fatiguing.
Right. And you don't want your house falling apart.
Don't make it out of Jell-O.
No. Good old bearing crush.
Bearing
Yes.
crush. So as we mentioned earlier, locating tanks.
Or for locating.
Locating.
They're not creating.
crush.
Yeah.
So when we design a bearing, we take the housing bore and we know what the housing bore is, what we recommend that housing bore to be.
Right.
And typically a bearing will have, on a shell, will have about 5 thousandths, give or take how big the shaft or how big the housing bore is.
Right.
It will have about 5 thousandths of standoff times 2, 10 thousandths, and it will create what we call radial pressure, and it will force that bearing to stick with the And then as it's staying where it's supposed to be, you're gonna have to scoot back. Yeah. So
there you go.
So as it's saying, is the radial pressure holds the bearing in place.
Yeah.
So the one thing that we have found is on typical applications, if a guy takes steel connecting rods and he puts aluminum in,
right,
there's more thermal growth. So
yes, the aluminum's going to grow. The housing board's going to get larger during operation.
Absolutely.
So it's going to lose some crush.
It's going to lose crush. So at that point, you can have a bearing that loses the radial pressure and the bearing starts to spin.
Right.
All right. So if you, on the flip side, if you have, I hate when people change housing bores to fit oil clearance. All right, because you're affecting the crush.
Right.
All right. So they tighten it up, reduce oil clearance. All right. On the same token, they can open it up and
open up clearance, but you're reducing crush.
Reduce the crush. So then you get where the bearing is walking around and causing on the back where it's fatiguing.
A little fretting and all that.
Typically, you can get it on the connecting rods as well, where on the point loads, where it will start to fatigue and fracture and fret the connecting rod. So you actually can and decrease your life of the rod because you're creating stress points again.
Because you're putting too much crush into it, and
it's moving.
Yeah.
So
one thing about this too makes me think about the Engine Performance Expo engine being an aluminum rod engine. we came to you and you're like, here, you need to run this bearing, not that bearing, so you have the proper amount of crush so that the standoff would change for that aluminum rod.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly for
okay.
that reason. So
And if you get too much,
the bearing, you can't get enough stress
Right.
on the hoop stress. So at that point, the bearing is
Pops
buckling.
in.
So in this case, you can see it's buckled in this area right here.
and
It's
that's
folded
distorting
in.
the oil wedge, so that kills your oil film.
Yep.
And then the other thing here is, the dowel.
Dowel. So it's a small cross section area.
Yes, it buckles
so
up.
it makes it real easy to say, I give up right here.
Right, yeah. There's the high spot. I'm
There's
going to
high
show
spot.
you where the high spot is. There it is.
Exactly. So back to the fretting now.
Yep.
So as the bearings move around, typically you'll see fretting on the back side of the bearing, and
Yep.
that's because the bearing is sitting there moving around as firing pressures come in and the bores are changing the size
Yep.
and dimensions. The bearing is trying to move with it,
Yep.
and if they're not moving in harmony, you get this fretting that goes
yeah.
on there.
It's a big issue also in rolling element bearings. Yeah, fretting's just an issue. Rolling element or plain bearing, it's still an issue.
Moving components need to move in harmony.
Right,
When
yeah.
they don't. So connecting rod bearing loads. All right,
Okay.
so as we mentioned, loads. So 720 degrees of rotation, you will see that, notice that
those loads change
the loads
dramatically
change
based on
drastically.
where they are in the cycle.
Right.
Yeah.
But the other thing, your load, as you would expect, it creates more of an oval.
Right.
So
Not a circle is
so
oval.
as your housing bore in a connecting rod, your housing bore will follow that shape.
Okay.
So your housing bore can actually open and close. So if you upgrade
Yes.
power, you up power adders, bigger, nicer cylinder heads, camshaft, whatever it might be,
Yep.
you can change this and you didn't upgrade your rods, you can change that to the point where you can pinch off oil flow and again, lose the oil film. So by not having a sturdy, strong enough rod to withstand the movement of the connecting rod.
You can see that in the plate engines too. They got everything so light that now the rod was like spaghetti, and it's like
Yep. Absolutely. So oil breakdown. This is right in your alley here.
Oh yeah, which is kind of neat because you're seeing is a spectrograph of the different elements from the oil itself. So we were talking earlier about calcium. Being that detergent additive, well, that's the calcium and the oxygen. Well, here's your ZDP, your zinc dithiiophosphate. That's your zinc and the phosphorus. Then you got some moly and some sulfur here, which are friction reducers, more calcium, and then a little more zinc down here again from another area. The key thing to understand about this is zinc isn't just an anti-wear additive. We know it's important for flat tappet cams and things like that, but it's also an antioxidant. So it's helping resist the thermal breakdown of the oil. And what can happen sometimes, an engine can be running okay and having no wear problem necessarily, but it's running at a high temperature, which is consuming the antioxidant. Then when it's all consumed as an antioxidant, now there's no ZDP left for wear protection. So what can happen on an engine running fine, then all of a sudden there's this huge wear problem that seems to come out of nowhere. Well, more than likely, it was the consumption of the additive package. Yeah. In fact, in used oil analysis, that's one of the things we recommend to do is, look at the new oil first. Compare the additive levels to your used oil. Because what you'll see sometimes is, before there's a problem, you'll actually see the additive levels beginning to deplete. It's consuming the additive package while it's running, and that normally precedes that increase in wear metals.
Interesting. So basically, as if you catch it before, you go from a little bit of wear on the bearings to finally, as we had some of the other bearings, where it just finally is
It's gone, yeah.
It's gone,
right,
and you're getting substrate eventually to the bearing that spun and failed and could have been prevented by just changing your oil.
Well, the name alone says it. Additives are something that are added to the oil. It's there to help assist the base oil do its job. When they're depleted and gone, the base oil is by itself, and if the conditions are pretty harsh, guess what? It's not going to last very long, and if oil doesn't last very long, your engine's not going to last very long.
Exactly.
Okay, so we went through all of these things of how you can kind of utilize listening to the engine, because it's going to tell you a story.
It's telling you a story, yeah.
And we just talked about it. The oil will actually tell you a story as well. So between the engine speaking and the oil talking to you, you can learn a lot about how to catch a failure before it becomes catastrophic. But you also happen to have your own example of a catastrophic failure that's quite spectacular. We couldn't let you get away without seeing how spectacular this is. So, Dan, tell them the story.
So sometimes reports tell a story, you don't like what they're saying.
No, all stories are fine.
This was one of those cases. So I'm a family man, and I scheduled this family vacation. We went to the mountains, and I got my truck, and we hauled the camper, and we're going to the mountains, camp for the week. But before that, being the great father I am, I brought my truck to the dealership to change oil.
Smart move, man. Good.
Exactly.
Proactive.
I know, the dealership. So little did I know, the relief valve on the filter was not in there.
Uh-oh.
So as I was going down the road, vacation went great, came back down the interstate, and all of a sudden, boom, things went bad. I've looked at thousands of bearings in my life.
Right.
And I officially
A lot of bad ones, too.
Yep. I officially own the worst bearings I've ever seen came
They're
out
yours.
of mine. So
let's show them.
So as time went on, we rebuilt the engine. So
now apparently you said earlier, this is not a thrust bearing?
Nor was this a thrust bearing. So
this is spectacular, Dan. So this is the result of a filter not filtering.
That is correct. So it went in bypass mode as soon as they changed the oil because the relief valve was not in there.
Right.
So this can happen if you use a cheap filter with poor filtration, relief valve not in there, and it's consumed so much debris that it finally just totally destroyed the bearings to the point of obviously an engine failure.
Yeah, filters are really important. Clean oil.
Clean oil is your
Back
best
to that
friend.
first slide, right? Contamination, the number one cause of failure. Yeah, I guess you have the living proof of that.
I do, and it was very costly for me, and great family memories, not in a good way, but they're memories.
Well, hopefully your lesson can be a lesson to everybody else on how to prevent bearing failures in the future. Hope you enjoyed the segment. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. Joe Costello, Lake Speed, and we're going to do a hidden horsepower live. And I am super excited about this one, Lake, because
this is all new territory for us right here.
Relatively new. I mean, I spent some time in front of the television, and I know the phenomenon that is Street Outlaws. We got Dominator, aka Joe Woods, his daughter Jolie, who we know as the machinist out there in the machine area.
EM45 like a pro.
Touching buttons, and the great stat was that she hadn't even seen the machine until today?
I haven't seen it until this morning, yeah.
Was that awesome to run that thing or what?
Oh, it was an experience. I never thought I would be able to do something like this. I have seen machine shops and I've been in them, but I've never been able to touch things and experience them and really see how everything works. So it was an awesome experience.
She got me beaten in the machine shop already. And Joe, like the show is a phenomenon. To be, a car guy. I know your background a little bit. You got your first car, I think it was like a 56 Chevy or something.
Yep.
13, you're a welder, you're a car guy, you do it with your hands. To be able to be a part of something that is, frankly, bigger than cars and bigger than drag racing. It's a cultural phenomenon. What's that like?
To tell you that it's anything other than life-changing would be an absolute lie. It has 100% changed everything that we do. It's, well, the drag racing world, when you make that first pass in your car, if you're a racer, you're hooked, and you can't stop. And that's exactly where we're at. And it's been the best experience I've had to date. It's to be able to race all year long, multiple different platforms. Yeah, I wouldn't trade it for anything.
And how long you been doing it?
With Street Outlaws?
Yeah.
Since the very first episode. So what has that been, 10 years? 8 years, 10 years, something like that?
That's OG.
That is. That's awesome.
We just finished filming season 16 of the 405 show.
Wow.
So 5 seasons of No Prep Kings, 16 seasons of In the Street.
Yeah, you been there for all that?
I have. It started when I was in first grade and now I'm a sophomore in high school, so it's pretty much just been my entire life.
Right.
That's all.
The thing is, she knows more by osmosis than a lot of people know, because I was telling you earlier, my dad was a NASCAR driver, so I grew up around racing my whole life, and I didn't realize until I was in my mid-20s, which you're way ahead of this game by now, but she's a girl, she's smarter than us men, that how much I knew that I didn't even know that I knew.
Yeah.
Just because you're around it, and it's cool. It's great to see you here running the machine. So how was Ryan teaching you? Did he do a pretty good job?
Yeah, Ryan, excellent teacher. He made sure I understood everything. I asked questions. He explained them. It was really great. He made sure I understood everything. So.
And you say you run the valves for your dad?
I do. I check the valve train. I pull the spark plugs out. I pretty much do most of the motor maintenance after passes.
Everything but the bottom end. That's great.
That's awesome. So you're reading plugs and everything too. So you guys send him at the Ben school. You probably teach them how to read the spark plugs. So you're running turbo stuff. You say you went from nitros to turbo stuff.
Yep.
So what was the reason for that change? And I guess there's always pros and cons to everything.
The reason was money.
Okay.
We needed to go faster, and to go as fast as we needed to go back then, we needed to be 750-inch engine. They were $30,000 used, and then you had to rebuild it. I took my 632, I spent 10 grand, and we converted it to a turbo motor.
And that got you the speed you needed.
Man, we haven't looked back since.
So what do we run for fuel? I'm curious. We're gonna know
what's your oil? What's
we're gonna do all the stuff. Hang in there, folks.
Yeah, we if we don't cheat,
is there such a thing? Like,
okay, well.
There are rules in the street.
There's rules, and so in the street there's not. There are no rules. No Prep Kings, we have to run methanol. The nitrous cars don't. They don't have to run methanol. We are M1 only is what we're allowed to run.
Okay.
So interpretation of rules,
of course,
says you cannot put anything in your methanol.
Okay.
No propylene, no nitro, hydrazine, nothing.
In the methanol.
Doesn't say you can't put that in race gas.
Wow, that's awesome.
We're not yet.
Right.
That's a learning curve that, that's a
big tuning difference.
Punishment
because
of parts until you
methanol
figure out
way
what you're
easier
doing.
to tune than
potential for catastrophic failure.
Oh, 100. It's 100%
Yes.
guaranteed catastrophic failure.
Awesome.
So for what we're doing, we're on M1.
Yeah.
So.
Well, part of the deal, and obviously, Jolie, I want to know like your future plans. And we have seen the children of racers end up as racers, right? So I would imagine you got plans to drive all of that. Well, is that true?
Ultimately, that's the plan.
How does Mom feel about that?
She doesn't really get it, Joey.
I love it.
Mom's on board with it too. I mean, I don't really remember growing up around anything other than race cars. I mean, I would love to drive one day, and if I don't get to drive or something happens, then machining, welding, like just pretty much anything in the mechanic field.
Because Joe, that's your trade, welder, master welder.
Yeah.
We're talking about the machining deal. Like, there's another thing. Like, not only is it a great trade, it's great to do, but we need that. We need people who are qualified to do that.
That's the. I am not kicking education in any way, shape, or form. But the one thing that our country as a society has done is pushed it to you have to go to college. We need bricklayers. We need welders. We need carpenters. I mean, there's a ton of. That's not even in our industry. That's just what we need as a whole.
You have to have a successful country. You can't have everybody pushing a piece of paper around.
That's right.
No, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way.
No,
you need people who can do things with their hands.
Absolutely.
The body can't just be hands.
Well,
you need eyes, you need ears, you need feet, you need all the things to make the whole thing go. And like I said, the economy as a whole, the world as a whole, needs all the different trades, not just certain ones.
That's a fact. Every a prime example. It doesn't matter. You can pick anything that's on this table. There was a truck driver involved in every bit of it.
Every bit of it.
Absolutely.
There was an engineer involved in every bit of it. There was a guy that boxed those. I mean, we need all facets of.
And respect to all of them.
100%.
I think that's part of our thing. I think in racing, like there is no job, you think about, dirty job. There's no job that should be disrespected. If a person gets up early and they go to work and they put their everything into it and they go home with like an honest day's work, like that's it. That's honorable and necessary.
Yeah. One of my enjoyments and relaxations is sweeping the floor.
I believe it.
I mean, I can't tell you why. It's just one of those, I enjoy sweeping the floor.
So you've been out there I get it. I do the mop thing every once in a while. It's just because it's just automatic, right? You lose yourself in a mundane task.
Yep.
I want to go back to the beginning when this thing was happening, and you're like, "Yeah, I'll be on a show." You know what? Like, what are you doing? What do I have to do? What's going on? Who's where? Where do I show up? Can you tell me like your origin story?
So,
because all right, so you're out there, you're already involved, you got a fast car.
yeah. So we were found off of social media. That's where it all came from. They found 1320 videos of us racing in the street, and there was a website, a forum that everyone got on. The whole people from all across the country were on it, but if you were in the top 10, there was a backstory page to it that no one else could see. And I showed up to test one day. They asked me what I was doing with the car. I told them I built the car to race in the street, and I got a message on my phone that said, if you can see this page, keep your mouth shut, but open it up. And that's where it all started. The next thing I knew, we were racing. I don't know, we raced that way for 4 or 5 years, and then production seen us, and it was, we want to film this. We were in a Real Deal Cash Days in Dallas, Texas in the middle of December, and in the middle of January we were filming. People from California that were here had never seen snow, and it was bouncing off their head when we were doing our interviews. So, and it's been a whirlwind of race ever since. I mean, this last year was 9.5 months.
Well, and so
that's incredible. Of course, during the COVID thing, you guys went up to Wyoming or wherever that was.
Yeah, Nebraska.
Nebraska did all that crazy
out in the
stuff.
middle of nowhere. The only thing out there was trucks and sugar beets. That's the only. It was a farming community area, and that's not true. There was, there was towns, but it was in the middle of nowhere. You drive for hours, and it's nothing but sugar beet fields, and then boom, there's this little town. And they thought it was the greatest thing in the world the first day. By the end of that month, they were ready for us to leave.
Go. Way too much traffic in that town.
Yeah.
Lots of its attention.
Yeah.
They weren't used to.
Yeah,
and now they probably want you back.
Some of them do, and the truth is, when it comes to that side of it, I don't care if you're a racer or not. When you have to get up at 5:30 in the morning to go to work, and somebody's on the other side of town at 3 o'clock in the morning keeping you awake, you're not very happy to get there.
Yeah.
So there's a reality of the other side of it,
Yeah.
And you have to understand it. You have to respect their understanding and their viewpoint as well.
Of course.
So.
Yeah, well, it's respect, and we find that with the tracks and all. I want to know a little bit about, it's got to be a bit of a grind, right? Like there's a production schedule. Now that you guys are off the street and there's a production schedule, and you got to make it.
Yeah.
Except sometimes you need a part. We were talking supply chain. Oh, we got to wait this long for this part. What happens when those two things collide? Like you got to be out there. You got to have a car. You probably signed an agreement that says you're going to race. You're going to be on the show. It's a production. But you spin a bearing or something like that. How does that work out? And I would imagine that's probably your biggest stress.
So they don't own us in the aspect of I have to be at these.
Okay.
Where I lose from that deal is if I'm at number 12 in points and I don't show up for 3 races, I'm going to be at like number 25 in points. When you hit a certain level, then you have to do the race your way in stuff. So everything, it's detrimental that you stay in the top half of the field where you're not having to race your way in. But with the lack of parts, you just miss races. If you don't have enough parts, you're missing races. When we changed to the Hemi last year, we missed the first 4 races changing the car over to accommodate the Hemi. And I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal. I thought drive shaft curve, we'll make this work. We'll just go faster from there. And the whole entire car wanted to be different. Where the Hemi made power and how it made power changed gear ratios in the transmission and the rear end, the tires, wheelie bars, everything changed. And we struggled all year long, and we stayed at the bottom of the field because of race your way in. And you hit a point where in the parts side of it, I had my rods on order for a year.
Wow.
I mean, I had hit the point where I had 2 more passes. And at the end of those 2 passes, I wasn't going to be racing if I didn't get rods. So, and it's not that they were doing anything wrong. The entire world is facing that problem right now, you know. But
right, exactly. It's just a challenge.
It's I mean, every thing that we deal with, from groceries to food and race car parts, it's all the same.
Yeah.
So, it's tough. It's tough. You're trying to order enough parts for this year. You're trying to order enough parts for next year, because you might not get them in time. So you've got to look far enough ahead to order for 2 years worth, hoping that you stay on top of the game.
You know what I'm hearing, Joe?
What?
These people are real racers that race like everybody else. And people think y'all are a TV show, right? I'm sure you get that all the time, right?
We do.
It's like, oh, it's a TV show, it's wrestling, it's all that kind of stuff. And it's like, no, what I'm hearing and seeing is this is real racing that just happens to be on the TV.
Yeah.
Of course, they edit it up and play up some of the things, like, but it's a TV show. But at the essence, at the core, y'all race just like anybody else does.
We're racing for 40 grand. I mean, let's be honest. Mm-hmm. Not very many places do you race for $40,000.
Right.
In one day.
No.
You know.
And so you got to bring your A game. You got to be ready.
Everyone is bringing their A game.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So the goal this year is we're going to try. We are trying to put enough parts together where we have a whole complete engine, spare and ready to go. We still don't have that, but that's the goal. We've got a spare rotating. Well, we've got a spare short block now, and we're waiting on valve train pieces to be able to put 2 engines together.
Yeah.
So hopefully we don't need it.
Yeah.
But you race different when you have a spare sitting there.
Absolutely,
You know,
right?
Right now we're racing where we got to make all 40 passes with these rods. We don't have another set of rods. If we miss the tune-up and we tear it up, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
Right?
You got to play safe.
You throw a Band-Aid in it and the Band-Aid comes apart, then you're replacing a whole engine.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't get to race the same when you're racing for longevity versus racing for every ounce of power right now.
Right. You're running a schedule. You have a schedule. And to me, that's interesting, because you started out as kind of an underground street racing thing. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious about that, because you transition, you know, like I've got the NHRA logo, I work for those guys. The whole mission is to, like, hey guys, get off the street and come to a track,
100%.
which is why I really dig the No Prep Kings thing.
Yep.
Because it's like, all right, we're not outlaws, we're racers, we're out here racing, there's an ambulance, it's all that stuff. I really appreciated that. And I think that's part of the recent big success, like going to the next level, right? Because it's just a mainstream thing. But at the same time, you got to go down the track, you've got to make an appearance, you got to be there, it's a show, you got to be involved, you got to do a good showing, like all of these factors coming in. It's not just a race, it is entertainment, it's a character. You mentioned wrestling, he's a character, right? He's got fans, you got fans, people are recognizing you in grocery stores. Like that had to be a lot to deal with over a short period, from racing out of sight to everybody knows who you are.
Yeah. I honestly, I tell people this often when they ask that question. I could not imagine what it would have been like to have been Elvis Presley or the Beatles. You know, I understand why Michael Jackson had a compound. You can't go anywhere. I mean, you go anywhere, people know who you are.
Yeah.
You know, and you have to embrace that, because the reality is, if you can't take 5 minutes to spend with them when they have questions, you shouldn't be doing what we're doing, because they are why we are getting to do what we do.
Absolutely. I mean, back to my dad's career, I remember in the mid 80s, you know, we would, the summer swing, because during the school year I was in school, and during the summer I'd go with Dad racing. And we did, you know, Michigan, Pocono, Daytona, Talladega, and all that. I remember we were at a restaurant in Pocono, and of course, you know, my dad's there, Richard Petty's there, Bobby Allison's there, Darrell Waltrip's there. I mean, it's all the guys, right? Because there wasn't that many restaurants in Pocono back then, right? So half the field's in restaurant. And, you know, you go in there and really the fans who were there, they would watch, and they on the way out they may raise their hand, and if they came by they would do. They weren't invasive,
Right.
And I don't mean to sound bad about it, right?
Yeah.
But I remember that was the way it was for several summers, and then people started coming up to them during dinner, and the next summer no one was there. We went to the same restaurant the next summer, and I think we were the only ones in there, and it was like, oh, where'd everybody go? But that was part of it, is that at some point they became, Richard Petty, right? You is the Elvis Presley. He's like, like you just can't go anywhere. And Richard's always great about it, but he's like, I just need to have some headspace. And
sure.
So that's when everybody got the motorhomes, and it became a whole different vibe. But then again, in the end, that cuts off that supply chain to your fan base, because now it is the quid pro quo.
Yeah.
That 5 minutes of your time is the reason why they watch, the reason why they buy the merchandise and do the stuff that makes everything else go. And it's tough.
Yeah, it is. The one thing that we appreciate from the RV side of the travel, financially it's an even wash. Between the dually, you got to stop for meals, you got to get the motels, right? The RV, you can stock up at a grocery store. You don't spend near as much. You spend more in fuel. It literally is a financial even wash. What you gain is sleep.
That's not a lie.
When the wrenching is done, you walk 40 feet that way, you take a shower, you go to bed. With a truck and a trailer, you get everybody in the truck after you put all your stuff in the trailer, because you're no longer going to be there.
Right.
You drive across town, you get some dinner, you get in the motel, you get 4 people, 5 people in the showers.
You lost hours.
4 hours a night.
Yeah.
That's what you lose, is you lose 4 hours of sleep in the travel. What you gain is a relationship with fans.
Yeah.
So it's a complicated balance.
Oh, it is. And I don't think there's a right answer. It's tough for everybody, and what you can do. What y'all are doing with the Street Outlaws reminds me a lot of what the World of Outlaws guys go through.
Absolutely.
Running 80, 90 races a year, same thing.
Yeah.
Toter home, sleep at the racetrack, because they don't have any time, because you weren't finishing racing like you guys until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning a lot of times anyway.
Yep.
What are you going to go do? There's nowhere to eat that time of day.
There's
most likely.
There's 2 stretches where we do 6 weekends back to back.
Wow.
And they are across the country. When I say across the country, I mean we went from Brainerd, Minnesota to Houston, Texas in 4 days. And race again. And if the car's broke, or a broken RV, if the car's broke, then you've got days worth of working on the car, and you don't have days because you spend 3 of it traveling, 4 of it traveling. So,
see, all this reminds me of like the old school barnstorming, match racing days, early days of drag racing. And that's why so many people have, I think, attached to it, because it's not corporate sponsor driven. Right. It's, guys hustling, guys and gals hustling to make runs and turn on win lights or get wins and get money. Let me ask you about this.
You gotta love it to do that.
There's
obviously there's a lot of fame, there's things that come with it, but you gotta love it to do that.
It is, you 100% are right. You have to have an extreme desire to want to continue doing this, or you won't continue doing this.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's extreme. It really is extreme.
So we were dynoing my dad's engine for part of this whole project on Tuesday, and we got him over there. Dad's 74 years old. He'd been retired from NASCAR since 1998. And to see the emotion in his eyes, to hear that engine running, it was one of his old NASCAR engines, and see the power it made and everything, he was like, wow. I mean, it's one of those little moments, right, that tells you got to want it and love it at a level that if you don't want it or love it, you don't really understand. You can like it, you can think it's cool, but that doesn't cut the mustard.
Right. There is a difference between you're going to the track this month once, and if the car's still alive, you'll go maybe next month. But then if it's broke, it sits in the corner for 3 months until you get the time to go work on it. We don't have that luxury. We do. I can quit.
Yeah, you can quit.
Right.
You can,
but you choose not to.
Why would you give up that opportunity?
I'm not a quitter.
Right.
Nobody quits.
Yeah, and there's probably thousands of racers that feel like that they could do a better job than you're doing, right? They just don't have the opportunity.
Absolutely.
Do you run into that all the
Just
time?
look
Like,
at the
hey,
comments
man,
on
you know?
So as a matter of fact, I was talking to a guy at a gas station 4 or 5 days ago about that very thing, and he made the comment, it must be nice to be getting paid that good to go racing. And I looked at him and I said, I'm gonna give you both sides of the coin, okay? I don't have a $600,000 toter. I don't have a $300,000 stacker trailer. I don't have 3 engines. I don't have 2 cars. There's a lot I don't have. That's looking at the grass is always greener, right? Mm-hmm. The reality is, on the better side of it, I do have a 3-second car. I do have an enclosed trailer. I do have an RV to get there, and I have a family that wants to go. Mm-hmm. So, am I blessed? 100% I am.
Yeah, you're living an experience. Your daughter is with you. The family that races together stays together.
Absolutely.
All right, so what about, because we're running out of time, but I got a couple more questions. Performance-wise, okay, the guys that win, just like all racing, it's kind of a narrow group, like a pyramid.
Yep.
What are you doing to get up
go
there?
faster?
To get up there, to go faster. How much does it take? What can you do? What, just like all racing, like it comes down to budget, it comes down to brain power. Who are you working with? Like, are you actively trying to raise your level and go out there and at the highest levels and win as much as possible?
Absolutely. If you are not preparing for going faster, if you are not trying to be number 1 and you are at number 10, you're going to be at number 20. Because the 10 below you are doing everything they can to be number 1. Mm-hmm. So we are actually, right this minute, we are waiting on the rules because the weight rules are a big deal. Right now with the turbo application, I run 88 millimeter turbos. I have to weigh 2,800 pounds. If I had a roots blower on the car, I only have to weigh 2,550 pounds. If it was a nitrous car, I only have to weigh 2,500 pounds. I'm not doing a nitrous thing because it's $100,000 engine swap and a lot goes on that I don't financially have. So with our program, we are 100% gearing towards the options of taking weight out of the car. I've got a list of carbon fiber, I've got a list of titanium, I've got a list of aluminum that I can change to make the car lighter if we go the direction of going lighter for a roots blower deal. And I have a list of carbon fiber, titanium, and engine location to stay with the turbo deal to make the car work better. We are in the middle of cutting the entire back half out of the car to fit the big 36-inch tire on it because the tire is a total game changer. Right now we're racing on a 34.515 and we're burning the paint on the sail panels. I can't get it any wider without raising the car up, and you know what happens when you raise the car up.
You go slower.
That's
what you do.
We've got to fit a 36-inch tire. One race was won all of last year with anything other than a 36-inch tire.
All right, so you know what you need to do.
100%.
Yeah, like you need some tire.
Exactly.
That.
That's it.
I could save you some money on titanium.
You can?
Yeah, put her in the car.
That is an absolute fact.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm kidding. But
no, but you're right. That is, I mean.
You shouldn't be.
Look, you're traveling up and down the road all day long. You're drinking a lot of sugar, and I live on Mountain Dew and candy bars, and I shouldn't, but it's the sugar that keeps you going at 4 o'clock in the morning when you're trying to get there.
Totally understand. All right, we're running on time. They're giving us the wrap, but I got, if you got a final question, you ask
No,
a
you
final
keep on
question.
going, you're good.
No, I just, if there's a thought, a misconception, something out there, we're talking to the world, fans, the industry. There are a lot of misconceptions about this show. There are a lot of things that people think that are true or not true. So if there's something that's top of your mind, I want to just going to give you the floor so that you can present. Like, what do you think?
The biggest misconception, honestly, is the fact that because it's on TV, all the parts are handed to us, and we make a ton of money doing this. The real simple explanation for that is, if I had a ton of money getting thrown my way, I wouldn't be using a 2006 model dually and a 36-foot trailer. My RV would not be a 2002 model RV, right? So grass is always greener on the other side. I'm not going to say that it's not. Not everybody makes the money that that they
Some
think
people
that
do.
we do.
Yeah.
The racing is as real as it gets. The struggle is as real as it gets. Nothing in it is fake. The reality is, come to a show and watch it, because you'll see firsthand how intense it gets. And the other thing is, thanks to all the fans, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. It's no one in NHRA, Street Outlaws, it doesn't matter. If you don't have fans, you don't have racing.
Right.
There's going to be 10 of us that are doing this at a track because we love doing it, but it wouldn't be what it is today.
Right.
Right?
Fans make it.
The fans make it.
Well, I think too, like you said, it is real, it's passionate, and it's fun. Our mutual friend Kevin Studecker at Total Seal is the one that got me hooked on this stuff. Right?
Yeah.
When I stayed at Kevin's house when out in Arizona, and he watches it, and I started watching it, and he went to one of the No Prep Kings events down in Tucson, and he's like, "Man, this is incredible."
Kevin has a Chevelle station wagon that he does drag week with.
Yes, he
He and I
does.
have had the long conversation.
The wagon of doom.
Yes, we've had a long conversation about weight, and I gave him a list of like 40 things where he could cut weight out of the car, but you got to make it by money. You know, my carbon fiber list is $13,000 worth of stuff.
Yikes.
We're not going to talk about the titanium list.
Sorry, Joe. But listen, thank you for what you do. Thanks for joining us on Hidden
Absolutely.
Horsepower. And, you know, as a person who loves drag racing, and obviously I work for NHRA, I'm a bracket racer, right? Like going fast isn't necessarily my thing, but I would love to. It's just about affordability. You can do what you can afford to do, and that's what I've always done.
100%.
But you guys with the program have put drag racing, the concept of a couple of cars and two groups of people, you and your guys versus me and my guys, we're going to go from here to there and see who gets there first. That concept was put in front of people who never would have thought that they would have enjoyed it, and now they do. And so I would hope that then they'll come look at us, and they'll go to their local track, and they'll support their local track and watch their friends and neighbors go out there and race, and it's so good for drag racing.
100%.
So thank you for what you do. Thanks for joining us on Hidden Horsepower, and appreciate you coming out to
Thank
the
you
Engine
very
Performance
much.
Expo.
No, thank y'all very much.
How long till Jolie's in the car?
She's in the car actually every weekend. She goes through the valve train. She does the fire up and the warm up. How long before she's drag racing the car? I don't know. I'm not going to tell her no. I know she wants to race. We are obviously not going to just throw her in a 3-second car.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is one.
I'm gonna say this.
There's 100% a chance. There will be a point in time when I'm standing behind the car, tuning the car and watching the car, and
feeling very nervous.
100%. Yeah.
I say this: as comfortable as she was at that machine, if she doesn't like driving the car, she'll be just fine operating machines. And I'm pretty sure Ed and those guys will sign her up.
She was 12, 13 years old driving the dirt roads and stops on the concrete bridge, and my wife looks at her like, "What's wrong?" Instant burnout machine. So
There you
yeah.
go. There you go.
It's in her blood.
It's good practice.
That's it. That's it. Guys, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Hidden
much.
Horsepower from the Engine Performance Expo.
All right, Engine Performance Expo viewers, we're here by one of my actually favorite machines in the whole shop now. After being down at Randy's last year and learning what balancing was all about, I love this machine.
I came to this last year, and then I had to go home and get one, so now there's one sitting in my shop.
But what we're here today to talk about is the difference between balancing and damping. Because what's in your hand, Randy?
Well, the damper has a working relationship, and that's what we want to discuss here. So let's turn it back over here, Ben.
So many times we call this a balancer, but it's
Right.
really not balancing anything, is it?
No, not really, right? Now, from what my understanding is there's no way you can actually really balance what's going on with that.
All right, so if that's the case, Randy, why do I need it?
Well, here's the bottom line. The hub assembly itself does have an interface and connection to the crankshaft, so that's where the balancer portion comes from. But this outer ring that we're going around, this is the torsional event of control, right? So the torsional damper, right? Now some people call it dampener. You call it potato, I call it potato. The bottom line is, the unit here is to take care of multiple order vibrations, whereas the center is the first order vibration. But they are all linked because they all run at one time.
Got it.
Yeah.
So when you put this on the end of your crankshaft, the balance of the crankshaft's not changing.
What happens is when you're setting it on there, first of all, like I say, these are 2 piece, right?
Yep.
first thing you want to do is balance just the center hub. And that ties in directly with the first order of the crank.
Okay.
Now, the first order simply means there's one event per rotation.
Right.
These take care of the torsional, which really have 4 orders. Right? Every 90 degrees we get a firing sequence.
We're yanking that crankshaft backwards and forwards.
So 4 times within 360 degrees, we're getting a combustion cycle.
Okay.
Right? Then there's another 4 on the next, or 720. Well, that's because it's going to make, in this case, a V8 or 2 runs per journal.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Bottom line, though, is doing this. It's really checking that. If this torsion gets too much, the crank literally will flex to the point, and it has to recoil. There's a resonance right there. What happens is it resonates through the crank, and everything connected, whether you think of just the bearings, no. Everything related from the wing nut to the oil pan. And if that motor becomes excited, everything is unstable.
So this thing acts like our paint shaker at Home Depot, right? It's just that crankshaft's whipping back and forth. This thing's trying to stop some of that.
Agreed. And even the paint shaker, if we actually started an oscillation at 180 degrees, it'd be smooth as silk.
Wow,
balancing is that simple. Everything about balancing is cancellation. Right? So if you go this way, cancel that way, equal load, perfect.
The sum of the forces equal each other. And
they cancel.
Yep.
That's the bottom line.
But this is all about that resonant frequency.
Well, here you go. Now, the frequency is related to the RPM. Got it. For instance, if I'm sitting there, let's call it 10,000 RPM.
Okay.
Right? Now, you take that divided by 60. Okay. Right? That now gives me a frequency of understanding how many times per second this unit is rotating. All right, so let's just sit there and pick 133 hertz.
Okay.
133 times per second, whatever the unbalance is, and whatever the torsional events, that's what's taking place in that crank. It's not, it doesn't want to see that. It was a perfect running engine. If this is properly tuned to the crank, that's the key issue here.
Yep.
These units, one of the nice things about these particular units, they have multiple bands internal.
Right.
With different durometer base and material base O-rings. Well, when we get them tuned, we find the critical frequency of application, and their mission is to dampen. Notice I didn't say cancel this time. Dampen.
Essentially lessen the amount of that.
There you go. There is no such thing as perfect torsional damping. Not there.
And so when you talk about tuning the damper, we're changing the hardness, the durometer of these materials, but that means really, are we just focusing on a particular RPM or a range of RPM, or do we have a damper that will do a whole entire engine?
This is the big problem that we have in understanding. Every single engine type is unique.
Yeah.
Sort of like saying all women are the same.
Yeah.
Bad choice.
Yeah,
Right? Bad
yeah,
choice.
right, not happening.
All right, so we got to understand that when we're working with these units, that crank, whatever the power making ability, the stroke, the mass, all of those are contributors.
Yeah.
If you don't totally understand that, you can't tune this.
Got it.
Fair enough?
So that means it's pretty important to have a relationship with the guy you're buying your balancers from and tell him, here's my engine, this is what I'm doing with it, this is my RPM range, because the likelihood of us being able to just change some parts to do it ourselves, probably not that good.
Yeah, probably not.
But those guys have all the experience. They know what's going to work and what's not going to work in a much tighter range than I'm probably going to guess at. Would you say that's true?
Oh, absolutely. Listen, I've been doing this going on 50 years. And I look at these things all the time, the guy says, well, that's a perfect damper. Really?
Are you sure you want to make that statement?
So, do you understand what's going on?
Yeah.
So here's the deal. There's a lot of generic dampers on the market. And these guys, like other manufacturers, they have these cookie cutters.
Yep.
Let's call it in the zone.
Yeah.
Then when we get to the Pro Series, the real racer, talk to the engineer.
Yeah.
Get him to understand what this is all about. And I mean everything. Don't hold any secrets. Don't keep anything behind him. And they will give you good steering currents.
Right.
Now, let's go to the next level of it. None of these, I don't care who makes them, are forever.
Yeah, they all will wear out over time.
It's a
Heat
maintenance
cycle,
item.
everything.
There you go. The heat is the key. And in fact, we've had situations where people are running different things, and you'll see cracking and so forth on the OEM units. You'll see some of the heads that melt.
Yep.
That one's obviously out of control.
Yeah.
Right? Fair enough?
You can't do this job anymore.
Right. So here's the thing. Every damper that you buy, I don't care who it is, it's not like wine. It doesn't get better over time.
Okay. Good point, yeah.
Let's simply understand these are expendable items.
Yeah.
And they're tunable items. So for you to not understand the environment, the application, and by the way, when you're running it and you decide to change components, changes this.
So that means like if I have, say, a guitar and it's sitting in my closet, over time that guitar is going to get out of tune. And that happens to my damper as the rubber gets dried and cracked and wears out. And so it doesn't get better the longer it sits in the closet.
No. In fact, dormant, in another setting, sitting there, over time, all rubbers degrade.
Yeah.
I don't care what it is. In fact, when you rebuild these, I want to use extreme caution. If you're going to do it as a novice, buddy, don't. I just got to tell you, it's a bad idea because they put these things together, it's real tricky.
Yeah.
And they'll use a lubricant. Well, you just lubricated the torsional event, so it's going to slip and slide.
Sure.
Yeah. Bad idea.
Yeah. Send it to the professionals, have
Let
them do
them
it.
handle it.
Right, there we go.
All right, so one more question, Randy, before we run out of time is, if I have a damper that's tuned, let's say, incorrectly, or it's gotten out of tune, it just hasn't been maintained, right? It's not going to help my engine. However, can I have a damper that's so bad that it hurts my engine?
Oh, absolutely. A bad tune is like a bad ignition tune or a fuel injection tune.
Right, okay.
You know, everything has to work in design harmony. Keyword, design harmony. There is no magic here, to be honest with you. It is a science, but your data input is critical to being factual. Don't wish it, all right?
Yeah.
It's going to come out bad. But if you'll sit there and again, and when you talk to the engineer, if you know, he'll probably ask some questions. Don't just wing it. Say, I don't know, and that'll help him steer.
Or get him the facts.
Well, that's the other side.
Yeah.
Don't, in other words, don't make something up. Yeah. Because he's going to do the best of what, based on your input, you're going to put it on, and you're going to have something that's just not right.
Good as it gets.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting. So there's a lot going on with not just balancing, but then after the balance comes the tuning of the damping of those forces that aren't going to go away.
Look, the excitation of the crank is multiple. In other words, it's not one single event. In fact, even back to the first order, if you don't put this in 180 phase, you will sit there and now generate a third order. Okay, a lot of people don't understand. There's multiple orders of rotation, but you're looking for 4 and 1, right? But if this is not 180 degrees, cumulatively that'll make a third, and sometimes even exaggerate or aggravate the second order. So there's a lot more we can discuss, but not today.
Okay, sounds good.
We know the point is this. You want to balance and dampen in order to get the right performance and longevity.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
The net benefit, though, believe it or not, 3 horsepower.
Well, I take that.
Final segment, Engine Performance Expo 2023, day number 1. Don't forget, we'll be back tomorrow, and we expect each and every one of you live and on the stream all day long. Questions and comments and all kinds of fun. Why wouldn't they, Lake, with the show we have had today?
Oh, it's been mind-blowing. I mean, I'm like totally brain fried after all this. I mean, all the conversations at the round table have been fantastic. Learned so much, and there's a lot of people we need to thank, right? Before we let the day slip away, and we need to thank some people for helping make this possible.
Absolutely, like the folks at Rottler, obviously heavily involved, and CWT and Driven, and Total Seal. There are a couple, just to name a few.
Yeah, Engine Pro. I mean, RC. These guys here. He did it again, right? Rick.
So Rick and Jeff joining us, of course, and Randy Neal back from CWT, and Gary Sennett with Foggett, part of our final roundtable here.
All right. We have a huge group of people that I want to thank for helping make all these things possible. I mean, you guys helped us out with the pistons for my dad's engine. Redid the rods. That was such a fun project. Again, there'll be more reveals tomorrow about all the different projects. But then, we had
Morel, Stroud,
Mala. I mean, there was everyone that came together. Comp Cams, Edelbrock. Like I said, you mentioned Driven. Obviously, Total Steel helped out along the way. Rottler. I mean, there's so many people. I'm going to forget people, but it was a collective industry effort to make this show happen and to build both engines. Obviously, Ben at EFI University really went the extra mile and gave up a lot of his time to be able to make all these things happen and make it possible, which is fantastic. But that's kind of, again, that's the theme that's been developing, is that as an industry, we're all wanting to help each other. We're not in that old mindset of protect and maybe one of the round tables sabotage each other.
How about that's right?
That's
an old school thing. Well, we had one of the Hidden Horsepower episodes, and just shout out to Hidden Horsepower, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, SoundCloud, wherever you get your podcast. This guy and I, and an engine builder of the week, typically get together and talk about, rockstar engine builders. Gary has been on there. It's a lot of fun. If you're a podcast listener, check it out. But only one episode did I ever hear anybody say, I don't mind if my opponent's stuff blows up, right? Like there was one. Only one. He was kind of an old school guy. I don't want to say who it is. Ray Barton. But it was so cool. David was like, I don't know. But it's been interesting to see that you called it co-opetition. Yep. That is not happening amongst like drivers. It's happening amongst the industry. They realize. And so that's the purpose of this roundtable, the future of the internal combustion engine. That is your title, Lake. And it's kind of interesting to think about. Like we all are dealing with the curiosity or the worry. These people are driving around in their Teslas and electric cars in the market and what's happening. What does that mean for us? And we've got a bunch of people here that I think are as knowledgeable as it gets when it comes to the internal combustion engine. And I'm eager to hear what their thoughts are looking forward. Let's start with Randy. Randy, balance engines, right? You don't have to balance an electric motor as far as I know. Then again, I don't know anything about them. But, what's your long-term view on combustion? Maybe it won't be racing gasoline that we're combusting, but we're going to be combusting something for a while.
A long while. In other words, everybody is knee-jerking to the survival path of the combustion engine. Well, I got news for you guys. This bad boy is here to stay. I don't care at what level. We mostly here are in the performance side of it. Mm-hmm. But let's be fair about it. People don't seem to understand this is a recyclable product. If we talk about any other industries that's developing new product, when they talk about the net cost to generate, not to mention the pollutive dynamics of it, everybody wants to be green. I get it, and we're for that. We're actually, if they would take the money and put it back to this industry, you could throw away a lot of this other stuff. Bottom line. But the internal engine combustion assemblies that we have out there are only getting better. We were exceeding what we were doing a decade ago by a yardstick. This is not a minor improvement. We have the technology, and yet we can improve to make it and take it to another level. The performance guys, hey, what was the thing we said? Hold my beer, watch me go. All right. Listen, a lot of talent that you've seen all day, the whole show. Let's be fair about it. I've never seen an opportunity, and this is the third time we've run this thing up the flagpole. Look at the talent in this building. Man, if we could keep this group going in the same direction, we could, we wouldn't go to the moon, we'd go to Mars.
Right.
I mean, we're that good.
Well, absolutely. And, I've mentioned a couple of times today about, the Formula One Beyond the Grid podcast. I was listening to one yesterday with Christian Horner, who's the team principal at Red Bull. And he basically said, because the question came up about the future of the internal combustion engine and what they thought. And he said, well, it's interesting, you've got Formula E over here. And you've got Formula One. Obviously, with the market push towards EV, and you'd think, well, all the sponsors, all the OEMs would be clamoring towards Formula E. They're not.
Right.
We have hybrid V6s, turbocharged, the most efficient internal combustion engines ever built. In some cases, they're more efficient than combined gas turbines, which is incredible to think it's more efficient than a turbine engine. And they're working on having renewable fuel.
Yeah.
Net carbon zero fuel. Obviously, there's carbon coming out of the engine, but in the whole life cycle process, it's net zero. And he said, we have new manufacturers. You've got Porsche, you have Audi, you have others, obviously Andretti and GM and Cadillac saying we want in because
let's hope.
They recognize that I think the numbers of 1 billion internal combustion engines in the car park today. 1 billion.
Right.
They're not going anywhere anytime soon. And I can go on a rant here real quickly as an oil guy. There's nothing in anyone's line of sight that is not touched by the petroleum industry.
Right.
If we take, on fossil fuels, and you cut them off at their knees, you're not cutting off the fossil fuel industry, you're taking the clock and you're turning it back to 1858. Medicines, paint, everything, the stain on this, the print on your shirt, everything comes from the petroleum industry. So we've got to find a way to continue to utilize the natural resources we have, just use them more wisely, more conservatively, that has less impact on the climate. That's important. And I think all that's possible through collective thinking, and I know that all of you guys are seeing different aspects of that because it's impacting like every aspect of our business already. Like Charles was sitting here earlier saying they're having a hard time finding OEM parts for certain things now because supply chain is already starting to throttle back on OE level. You guys do both OE stuff and racing stuff.
Racing and custom, yeah.
So what are you guys seeing?
The OEM thing, we just had a big sales meeting a couple days ago, and they're budgeting another $11 million, I think, next year for OEM.
More.
So it's growing, yeah. The custom side is out of control. One of the numbers we like to look at is during our busy season, which is usually 8 to 9 months of the year, what's the number of pistons continually in the shop at any one time?
Okay.
In 2016, that was 15,000 pistons, and that was a high mark. Last February was 44,715 pistons, and that did not include OEM. And OEM is probably another 10,000 pistons.
Right.
So when
its own building down the street.
Yeah. So the whole industry is, when I talk to guys, like, where is this money coming from? And I don't really know if I have the right answer, but one of them is, if people think the hammer might drop financially, there's a drop coming, they want to go party and go racing one more time. If things are tough, people want to do something that makes them feel better. Racing their car, working on their engine, their street rod, that's just another way to go.
Yeah.
And I would echo what he said earlier. There's still some guys, older school engine builders, they think a 16th ring is a race ring.
Right.
So when you talk about 043s and 1 millimeters, no. And so I use...
That's big stuff to me.
Yeah, I use late model cars as the example.
Yeah.
Let's say in 1970, an LS6 Chevelle was rated at 450 horsepower at the crank, and it got about 7 miles to the gallon. Now you can go buy a truck with an LS engine that makes 400 at the rear wheels after it's gone through, a 5 or 6 speed transmission that's eating 75 or 100 horsepower, so it's probably really making close to 500 at the crankshaft. It gets 15 miles to the gallon around the city, 20 plus, on the open road, and it's got these little tiny rings they consider only race rings. And then you try to explain to them less drag, point pressure, less oil temperature, less water temperature, and that's a pretty good way to compare it. Is look where we've come. All the stuff that's would have been considered super racy back in the day, it's in production engines.
Yeah.
But look how well and it's got to last 100,000 mile warranty or better.
Right.
And you don't change the oil for 6,000 miles. So if we keep going in that direction, I'm with you. We can only get better.
Oh yeah. Well, the Engine Performance Expo LS has 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter rings in it, and we were making 22 pounds of boost.
Yep.
Making way over 1,000 horsepower, and we saw the oil analysis earlier. It's fine. Nothing's hurt.
Yep.
We'll go tomorrow. We'll get into more details about that, unpack it. But Jeff, what are the things you and your dad are seeing? Because you guys probably see the most variety of any engines. I've never seen the same engine twice when I've walked in there. You've got a Bonneville engine, then I walk in there, he's working on an MG engine one day. It's like, how can these two things be in the same place?
We are very diverse, for sure. Always have been, but more so since the world's changed. The supply chain has really affected us because you got so many different type engines, and
so you can't really stock on one thing.
You don't have everything.
Right.
So we've learned to adjust and make more of our own parts,
that makes sense.
Not necessarily make more of our own parts, but make an existing part that you can get fit for your application. So we're busier than we've ever been, and things look really, really good.
From your customer's perspective, because I know you guys are really hands-on with your customers. I've been in the shop and seen them in there, and what's their outlook? Are they more that, hey, let's party like it's 1999 effect, or is it just like, hey,
I'm not quite that far, but they definitely don't mind, paying for a quality product.
Right.
They definitely, getting back to the EV thing, on the hot rod side, things got to sound cool.
Right.
You're not going to have that.
Yeah.
And you've got so many people that are so wrapped up in what things sound like.
Absolutely.
So I think that's going to be a big thing too.
Have any of y'all heard any rumblings about hydrogen? Because we're going to talk a little bit about that tomorrow, but I keep hearing and seeing more about hydrogen. In fact, the other day, JCB put out a press release. They had just built their 100th hydrogen-fueled, like internal combustion hydrogen-fueled tractor or whatever it is they build. You know, I was like, whoa, the other people were saying they're trying to do it for the first time. They just built their 100th one. And it's like, that's interesting.
My brother-in-law, he just recently moved to North Carolina from Southern California. He worked for the city of Burbank, and he managed all the fleet vehicles, and they had 2 or 3 hydrogen vehicles, and he said they're the most inefficient piece of junk there ever was known to man because of the condensation problem. They still hadn't figured out how to get the water content from not killing. They'd have to put spark plugs in them like once every 2 weeks. Have to change the oil all the time because of all the oil contamination in the oil. In the late 70s and the early 80s, my dad had a solar business, and he had a dream of having all the vans outfitted with electronic fuel injected small block Chevys on hydrogen. And he says the cool part about it is the exhaust is water. So if you can collect the water, you get fresh water to make more hydrogen out of it. But he just didn't know how to do it back then. And that was in the early days of that original Edelbrock projection, I think.
Okay.
But there just wasn't the technology at the time.
Well, your guy down there in Burbank, they need to call Mike Copeland at Arrington because he's already figured it out.
Well, I was going to say this has been a few years ago, and you know, guys we're going to still keep working on it. And I think it's a good fuel source.
Yeah.
At that time, he said the only reason they had those vehicles at the city of Burbank was so they could fill their quota of the green footprint, but because it was a total waste of time.
Listen, to piggyback on that real quick, large industrial engines, they're all in. Caterpillar, Cummins. I mean, the amount of money, I'm talking billions of dollars into research to convert the diesel into hydrogen. And they're getting fantastic results. It is definitely a perfect path from my perspective because it totally reclaims the combustible engine, right?
Absolutely.
You know, this is the path, and it just makes sense. For very little dollars of conversion, we can keep an entire industry that's already there. We don't have to reinvent anything. It's turn it up, crank it up. And so the deal is hydrogen is a very valid path, and it's been done in different countries with different mixed success in some cases, but the majority is high positive.
And it's a combustion engine, and it's got a sound, and it revs up, and it's a familiar deal. And you know, the electrics. I've done some bracket racing against some electric cars. It's an interesting experience to have this like silent thing coming up next to you. They're very quick. Definitely running 11s on the quarter mile right from the factory. Some of them down in the 9s. It's been amazing. And HRA has changed their rules to accommodate the Tesla Plaid. That's a low 9-second car right from the factory. But at the same time, like there's a spirit and a soul that comes with the sound of an engine. And I think that is just always going to speak with some people.
I don't want to have an overrated slot car. I mean, when I was a kid, you know, little electric cars, they were really cool, went fast, all that stuff. I'm way beyond that. I got to fit my chubby butt into a real car.
You need a visceral experience.
That's well, and Gary, we were talking. Gary and I had a great conversation earlier. He's a custom engine builder for racing engines, from stock eliminator, where he is like restricted by the rules, to top dragster, where he can do whatever he wants, and it is pretty amazing. And so you know, your customer is coming to you probably because they want to go drag race in the NHRA or who knows, No Prep Kings somewhere, and they got to make as much power and go compete. So talk a little bit about what you're seeing out there.
Well, it's a different market for us because of that, exactly what you said. Everybody that comes to us is wanting to go as fast as possible, and so we're not seeing any of this, you know, OE stuff. But today the market is just like you guys have discussed. I don't know where the money's coming from, but they're spending it. And at the worst time ever with the shortage of parts. What you have to change your business model, like Dorton said, where things are now planned out 6 months to 9 months to a year in advance. You you take a deposit and you place an order on the parts, and you just almost shelve that project while you're working on one, so when the parts finally come in. So it's different. There's no more like I can knock something out in the next couple weeks or 3 weeks or a month. You're not doing that. It's now more like maybe home building is, where you have things on the plan for a year or two, or like trailers. You can't get a new trailer built for a year and a half or 2 years.
I've heard that.
So it's different, and so that means even from the finance end of running your business is different with deposits and things that before you could say, oh, I don't need a deposit, I'll get it done in 30 days and get paid out, So things have just changed, but like we've talked about, they're spending it somewhere somehow. Maybe it's the baby boomers. I'm the last of the baby boomers. We're getting up in age where you're like, I now have more expendable income that you didn't 30 years ago, and that's changed. I mean, the economics tell you that most people make the bulk of their money in their 50s, and I think if you look at NHRA, while he's announcing it's on the screen, it always has the age of the driver, and I look at that almost it's pretty much in their 50s. I mean, the median number is in the 50s.
And their kids racing who are in their 20s.
Right, and Dad's paying for that.
Right, absolutely. Dad is paying for 2 cars in the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
They bring them out there. Dad runs, daughter runs, and they go out there, and that's their time spent together. I did an interview, and I think I've referenced this before at a previous expo, but it's interesting. It becomes more and more poignant as time goes by, with a real innovator from Detroit that was on the cutting edge of the electric stuff with the OEs, and we had a private conversation. He said, don't mention his name, but he goes, look at it this way. He goes, there was a time where every person had a horse. Like a horse was something that everybody had to have. Like you want to plow the field, you need a horse. You want to pull a cart, you need a horse. Everybody had a horse. But that went away with automobile and trucks and everything. But people still have horses. Mm-hmm. People have show horses, people have jump horses, people have race horses, people have horses that they just go out there and ride, that they just love them, they just look at them, they're pretty, they teach them to do different horse dances and stuff. Yeah. Horses didn't go away for people. It became like a luxury item almost, and those are the engines that you're building right now. Luxury item engines for people who want to compete at 180 miles an hour as their hobby.
Right. I mean, it is strictly becoming. It may, if electric cars take over and hydrogen and all that, there's still going to be the people instead of horses. They're going to have race cars.
Yeah.
And it changed. You remember Model Ts and Model A's got restored a lot, and that's kind of died down because that crowd's aged out or passed away. And then the Tri-5 Chevys, right? And then the first-gen Camaros. It just shifts constantly, so it's going to change. And but there'll always be some kind of racing. An internal combustion engine is always going to be involved. Like you said, it's not going away.
Well, you said the word earlier, visceral experience.
Correct.
That's the key. They want to hear it. They want to smell it. They want to feel it in their bones. And you're not going to get that from a Tesla. No, nothing against Tesla.
No.
It's just you're not going to get that. I mean,
but you want to relive your high school. I'm going to tell on myself here. Yeah. A few months ago, a guy puts on an ad in my hometown, a 69 AMX for sale. And that's what I had in high school, 2 of them. And I couldn't stand it. I had to have my old high school. But it wasn't the same car. It's the same color. It's the same everything. I couldn't wait fast enough. I was more excited to get that car back than buying a new race car or a new piece of equipment or whatever. Got it, drove it. It was just like reliving, 1970 something all over again. So that's always going to be around. And one day it might be a Tesla for somebody after we're all gone.
Right.
But right now, the crowd that has the money that can afford to buy this and do motorsports in general are now at their most earning income.
Right.
Yep.
And it can share it. Probably we're a wealthier nation today than 2 or 3 generations ago. So now we can share it and have our children or even grandchildren racing with us with big trucks and trailers and multiple race cars, in all from circle track to drag racing to whatever. So even truck and tractor pulling, whatever it is, in motorsports in general, I think the economy, the economics of the age group that's doing it is able to do more than they ever did in other generations.
No, I would agree. I'm excited. Like, we're making our lives, like you went all in with your career into this field, and here I am, as an announcer, reporter for drag racing. Like, I need this thing to work out, guys. Like, I
well, don't worry, Joe. You're giving me just fine. Okay. Like you said, the horse analogy is a great one because there are still people who make saddles.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And they're still farriers. If you got a horse, buddy, you got to have a saddle, and you better have a farrier, right? And you still need to have a vet, and you got to shovel horse poop and all that kind of stuff, because but people still have that passion for them. They'll still do it. And
well, it might make it even better. Like I think about the National Hot Rod Association, who I work with, NHRA drag racing, right? The less common something becomes, the more amazing it seems. And I think about the 11,000 horsepower nitro cars, the visceral experience, right? Like wheel standing Camaros like Gary's. Like, where do you see that? Where can you see that? You can't see it anywhere. It's not part of life. And maybe that becomes even more popular because it is less common.
well, I think one thing that you mentioned, Rick, is that as we'll call it the legacy parts, the older kind of parts that are lower cost, less performance, they don't really actually work as good as, we'll say that maybe the market changes and maybe shrinks or adapts. I think that will be the part that falls off. They're going to call up, they're going to want the custom pistons, they're going to want all the better stuff, they're going to want the hand-built engines with all the precision parts, and because it's going to be, you're going to be more passionate about it, you're going to have more investment in it, and you're going to want the best stuff.
Well, something that goes along with that we see on the phone, and I've talked to Kevin's the same way, is I think our customer list is up to 75 or 7,600 numbers, and we started quadruple zero. But a lot of those guys over the years, they don't buy very much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Once in a while, they might not pay real well, or you lose. They're short one spiral lock when they get the pistons and they come unglued. That group is gone. The guys that call you that want to buy direct, but they don't have a lot of engine building knowledge, they're going to get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
We're not seeing that. Like, the phone calls are all what I would call quality engine builders.
Right.
Knowledgeable people. It's kind of, and I don't mean it in a
that's not
in a mean way.
No.
It's just kind of like the cream is rising to the top amongst in these last couple of years. The cream's rising to the top, and the shaft is kind of falling to the side.
I said we all saw that at PRI.
Yeah.
From the manufacturer side, the people that were there want to be there.
Yeah.
And they're knowledgeable. They're not naive.
Tire kickers, yeah.
Right. Yeah. They're serious. I think that was a huge deal,
mm-hmm.
which is encouraging for the industry.
Gary's made something about the age point. We all suffer from a social disease with no known cure, right? Racing is just something that's part of the DNA of the group, especially the people that have been here this week.
Mm-hmm.
You can't stop that. It will continue. We are all invested in it. I watch Keith and Jeff doing engines for things that totally different, like I say, very custom, right? Mm-hmm. But the demand is out of sight. It's there. It's a great place for us to be in. It's a great place for this industry to be. And anybody coming into it has a wonderful opportunity to not only make a career, but let's make money. Let's make money. This is something that can turn into a legitimate income source that can be equivalent or better. Warren Johnson said a long time ago, you can make as much money as a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
That's all possible now with the technology and the type of atmosphere we're in.
Well, that generational thing you're talking about, Randy, I think, Jeff, you and your dad have seen that out in Bonneville especially.
Oh, yes.
That was the first thing that struck me the first time I went to Bonneville is it is.
A family.
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah. The families have been going there for, forever, since they started. And,
Might bring the same car back, literally for like 60 years.
Just, the drivers change, and it's just really remarkable how that is, and how close a group that outfit is.
It's a real, if you've never been, it's one of those special places to go, and you can't really give it justice until you've actually.
Until you've been there.
Yeah.
It's on my list. Haven't been there either.
Mine too, especially after I watched Fastest Indian.
World's Fastest Indian?
Fastest
Oh, God, it's
Indian.
fantastic.
I gotta go.
That might be the greatest racing movie ever.
It's one of the better ones, I think.
Talladega Nights.
Okay, I give you that.
I actually was on Van Nuys Boulevard, hanging out, watching part of that. I wanted to see the scene where the Cobra races the 57. They actually blew up the motor in that 57 during that deal. I don't know who was driving it, but they were no talent, and they killed the engine during that filming.
Oh, no.
Speaking of the Project X,
yeah.
Did you see any of the internet buzz when that thing showed at SEMA with electric motor in it?
Yes.
Man, people were like I'm surprised they didn't get death threats for that.
No, I think they did. I think that they did, but that's probably why they did it.
Yeah.
They got a lot of buzz. They got a lot of buzz around that car. That only needed Tony Danza there, but at SEMA that was a phase. That was 2 years ago's phase. Back this year it was much less. I think people realize there's just nothing, and maybe it's my age or whatever, but you look down into the engine bay of a car and you see a small block or a big block, or you see something there and there's there's intake and exhaust and all okay, that is something. And then you look into the engine bay and you see an electric motor, and I'm not against them. That's the thing. I know there are a lot of people that are against them. I am not. I am for them. They're okay, fine. But what is it? It's just kind of a billet block with some cables. And I don't know, maybe I just don't understand it. Maybe someone, that's a 230 hertz cable, flux capacitor, makes time travel possible. But I don't know. I think people want to see something that they recognize.
So you're saying you can't make an electric motor look sexy?
Listen, electric motor, the EV deal, from my perspective, and I know I'll get a little hit on this, it's a fad.
I think there's a time and a place for it. I think, like most technologies, there's a way you can apply a technology. I just think there's a lot of enthusiasm that it can be a halcyon effect, and it's going to fix all the problems everywhere. And it's like, no, it's not. Put the technology where it belongs, let it solve the problem it can solve, but let the best technology win, not let politicians dictate who the winner's going to be.
Well, the market, right? Like dense urban areas. Probably really good for electric vehicles.
Maybe they should put those electric motors in fire trucks, so when they catch on fire, they can just squirt it with the hose there to go.
Except they won't go out.
Yeah,
that's a problem. There's challenges, right? Which is why I think we're having this roundtable discussion about what all's going on, but you know what? We're getting toward the end of day one, but the expo is going to roll on tomorrow, and there's going to be some pretty cool stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, very exciting. We did some shuffling. I know we're going to have Greg and Aaron Stanfield going to be in, so we're going to have more competition racing engine builders. Kind of cool. Very excited for that. Aaron, a pro stock racer, his dad, a 5-time super stock world champion. That's pretty amazing. Excited about that.
But the coolest part is, so all day.
You're going to reveal numbers finally.
No, we're going to have a lot of numbers, but all day back in the back, we've been honing sleeves for a nitro top fuel engine. So we're going to open up tomorrow back at the Hone. We're not going to tell any names, we're not going to show anything, but we're starting off tomorrow at the Hone, and then tomorrow, yes, by the end of the day, we're going to have all the numbers all revealed from both Dad's engine and the Engine Performance Expo LS, and we'll know what we got.
Very exciting. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. And it is just day one. He is Lake Speed. I'm Joe Costello. Everybody out there, remember, share with your friends. We are excited to have as many viewers as is possible. Subscribe, click the bell, be ready, because we're going live tomorrow morning, just like today, 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Eastern Time.
And we're going to go all day long. It is going to be a whole lot of fun. Day 2 of the 2023 Engine Performance Expo. Thank you for joining us. Have a great night, and we'll see you next time.